with promises of employment before allegedly sexually exploiting them. The alleged crimes took place at a Durban North property between February and March of 2022. The state is opposing bail. Kuhle Malinga reports.
The state says the accused could interfere with the witnesses if they are granted bail. It told the court that some witnesses' families were allegedly offered money. The court heard that the digital evidence links the men to the alleged trafficking operation. However, the businessman has challenged the legality of his arrest, while the second accused says he was only hired as the businessman's driver. The defense questioned why the men were arrested 4 years after the first case was reported. They claim the arrests are politically motivated because the case was recently mentioned at the Madlanga Commission.
The Institute of Economic Justice says government deliberately introduced measures that limit access to the social relief of distress grant. The organization told the Supreme Court of Appeal that the SRD budget has never been fully spent since the grant was introduced. According to the IEJ, the grant budget has been cut from 44 billion rand to 33 billion rand because the means test has not been adjusted in line with inflation. The matter was heard in the Supreme Court of Appeal yesterday as government appealed a High Court ruling that found key aspects of the SRD grant system unlawfully excluded millions of eligible applicants. Judgment has been reserved. IEJ Executive Director Gilad Isaac says the restrictions built in the system were a deliberate attempt to keep the number of beneficiaries low despite the available funding.
What I'm not sure has sufficiently landed yet is that those measures, those exclusionary mechanisms aren't there by accident. Those measures have been put in place precisely as a way of limiting access in order to try and save money and stay within arbitrarily set budget caps. And I hope that in the thinking which they do after this, that penny further drops.
President Cyril Ramaphosa says Operation Prosper, the joint deployment of South African Police Service and the South African National Defence Force, is making measurable progress in disrupting illegal mining activities. Ramaphosa made the remarks while responding to oral questions in the National Assembly yesterday afternoon. Operation Prosper has been deployed since March to various communities in the Western and Eastern Cape, Gauteng and parts of Northwest to combat illegal mining and gangsterism. Ramaphosa told MPs that the operation has been impactful.
The joint deployment has resulted in the arrest of 1,080 individuals, among them armed suspects and undocumented miners. During these targeted operations, the deployment seized 19 firearms, over 2,000 rounds of ammunition, and 41 commercial vehicles.
And finally, at least 47 people have been killed in a gang attack on the farming community of Kenskoff on the outskirts of Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince. The United Nations says the attack took place on Sunday night. According to the UN, 22 of the victims were reportedly executed inside a church compound where they had sought shelter. UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has condemned the attack, saying the continued violence highlights Haiti's worsening security crisis. Guterres spokesperson Stéphane Dujarric.
The relentless attacks on communities and the loss of lives underscore the alarming security conditions in Haiti and reinforce the urgent need to intensify Haitian and international security efforts to counter these ruthless gangs. Secretary General reiterates this call for the Haitian authorities to ensure that those responsible for the attacks are held to account, including through specialized judicial units.
Recapping the top story, the controversial multi-million rand SAPS Medicare 24 tender has featured prominently in the testimony of alleged crime kingpin Vuzumuzi Kat Matlala. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports headlines. Soccer, Orlando Pirates keeping the pressure on with another Betway Premiership victory over Sekhukhune United. And in rugby, Siya Kolisi is set to return as Rassie Erasmus reshapes his Springbok side for Cape Town. All the details at around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Pretoria. First up, the N1 South Slow coming into Sefaka Makato down towards the Montana exit. That's traffic getting caught in the overnight roadworks, which are still having an impact and slowing traffic, although it seems to be getting better, like there might be some lanes being lifted. We'll keep eyes on that one for you. Crossing Durban, stationary vehicle N2 southbound after Umgeda Road. Left lane closed on your way through to Spaghetti Junction. Also a breakdown near the cement factory on the N2 North that we reported earlier. That scene has been cleared. Now, the update from the R34, R66 route south of Melmoth, Wessel-Savinkel area. We believe it might be protest related. We've got motorists in the area saying they can hear a lot of voices and whistling in the area. So just, you might want to hold things back a little bit. Ndundulu through to Melmoth along that R34, R68 route until we can give you the all clear. But traffic is stationary and not moving at this stage. The other big story, Cape Town, the N1 Huguenot Tunnel stays closed to high-sided vehicles. That'll be trucks and other high vehicles. That's due to heavy winds, high winds at the viaduct section. So if you're in one of those vehicles, just prepare to go over De Toys Kloof Pass as the alternative. That'll be a bit slow because of the high volume of trucks that are being rerouted onto that route. The tunnel is open for light and passenger vehicles. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 6:09. A very good morning to you. Welcome to the National Briefing. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana, and as always, a pleasure to be in your company as we make our way to 9:00. Plenty that's coming up on the show. We'll start off with this.
So let's say we have 1 million rands, and then I want a stock that is worth 300,000. So
what happens with the profit? I'm not concerned with what you have put in the profit account.
Yes, the profit. That's where I'm saying the profit comes back to us, not to the supplier.
Kat Matlala under pressure to explain the links between himself and Hangwani Maumela and the Big Five. How exactly was money moving between the three gentlemen, but also the entanglements, right? We'll get to unpack what has come out of day 2 of his return back in the witness box in the 7:00 hour. And then this morning, we also have an important deadline that is looming. Political parties and independent candidates have until 5:00 on Friday This is to submit complete local election nominations. The IEC says there will be no extensions. We'll get into that shortly. And also this morning, a former UJ official is ordered to repay more than 18 million rand after buildings accredited for 1,444 student beds were found to have just 299. Where did the balance of the money go? Who checked the transaction and who paid? That's just part of what will unfold. And then, of course, there's this devastating international story.
Bittersweet memories, that's all I am taking with me. Goodbye, please don't cry. We both know that I'm not what you need. But I will always love you. I will always love you. I hope life treat you kind, and I hope that you have all that you ever dreamed of, and I wish you joy and happiness. But above all of this, I wish you love.
The world is remembering Dolly Parton, who has died at 80. Behind the Rhinestones was one of the greatest songwriters of her generation by any stretch of the imagination. A strong businesswoman and a philanthropist who put millions of books into the hands of children. Will also remember the life and times of Dolly Parton, who died after a brief battle with cancer. Somehow Dolly Parton very much sounds like the sound of my childhood, right? What are your memories of Dolly Parton, and perhaps your favorites of hers? And if you didn't know, that's not Dolly Parton singing Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston sang Dolly Parton. That is the original of I Will Always Love You. All right, Rob is standing by with your traffic. Zai will have your sport, and Ntaoleng, your latest market updates. We'd love to hear from you. The numbers to dial for our studio line, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
It's 14 after 6 o'clock. Let's dive straight into the newspapers. Take a look at what's making front page news. So the Sowetan cat's web unravels is the headline there. After evading questions about his financial dealings, Matlala's links to key figures come under scrutiny at the Madanga inquiry. A WhatsApp text shows a 3 million rand payment to the late taxi boss Msibi, with the Tembisa Hospital looting suspect Maumela listed as the reference. That really became one of the big entanglements of Matlala's evidence yesterday. He just struggled to explain that payment and why it had a reference. I wonder if this aspect of the commission and what is coming out now is actually going to compel the commission to bring in Hangwani Maumela. And they've got pictures there of Hangwani Maumela and Jothan Msibi, which, of course, they're all part of, this trio, effectively, that has come under scrutiny during that evidence yesterday, and the WhatsApp exchanges revealing a very deep and personal relationship, right, between the three as well. Very clear that Kat Matlala and Maumela were friends. He says they were good friends. They were brought together by their passion for sports cars. That's what he told the commission, and that they did business together. They've known each other for over 10 years. And it also reveals how close he was to Mr. Msibi, to even being able to advise him on what gifts, he can get his better half. That's how close the relationship was. So we'll take a closer look at that in the 7 o'clock hour. The front page of the Citizen this morning, Eskom's free ride over, asks the Citizen, a discussion paper, right, and proposes a competitive wholesale electricity market by 2027. Regulators will monitor the power utilities' dominance to safeguard competition, investment and supply security, with NERSA empowered to curb market power and ensure private producers can compete in reshaping SA's grid. And then you also have a picture of Brown Mogotsi, fixer in a fix. That's as he appeared in the dock one more time. The state says political fixer Brown Mogotsi planned to escape from court during his appearance on the 20th of August. It emerged from Mogotsi's fourth bail bid at the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. He faces charges linked to an alleged stage assassination attempt in November 2025. So it doesn't look like he's going to be getting bail anytime soon. Front page of the Business Day, Northam up for grabs after offer. And that's really the story about how the PGM producer has opened up the race after a bid from SA rival, the race to buy Northern Platinum. And it's valued at 122 billion rand on the JSE. And that's after the group said it had received an unsolicited offer from one of its biggest rivals in South Africa. The group's shares shooting up more than 11% yesterday after it informed the market of a possible transactions. It's 4 years after it outfoxed rival Impala Platinum to buy Royal Bafokeng Platinum, and the shares closed 3% stronger on the day. And then the front page of the Star this morning, Trump's Iran sanctions test SA's diplomacy. South Africa faces diplomatic and economic balancing act as Trump threatens Iran with renewed sanctions. And I guess the attention there is going to be on how will South Africa respond. And then the Star also going with Matlala needing to explain the payment that he made to the late taxi boss with a Maumela reference. What did it all mean? And that's what the story they're covering there also on their front page. So that's what's making front page news on the dailies.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 19 after 6 o'clock. We've got one warning, a yellow level 2 warning, damaging wind leading to difficulty in navigation at sea. That's expected between Table Bay and Cape Agulhas from this morning, spreading to Plettenberg Bay in the afternoon. There are no fire warnings or advisories. In Pretoria, it's partly cloudy, 9 and 27. The expected UVB sunburn index is high. Johannesburg, partly cloudy, 9 and 27. Vereeniging, partly cloudy, 4 and 26. Mbombela, cloudy with isolated showers and rain, 9 and 21. Polokwane, partly cloudy, 9 and 25. Mahikeng, fine, becoming partly cloudy from the afternoon, 8 and 29. Vryburg, fine, becoming partly cloudy from the afternoon, 6 and 30. Bloemfontein, fine, 5 and 26. Kimberley fine becoming partly cloudy from the afternoon, 7 and 29. Uppington fine becoming partly cloudy, 11 and 32. Cape Town fine, wind moderate southerly to southeasterly, 13 and 26. The expected UVB sunburn index high. In George, cloudy in the morning, otherwise partly cloudy. Wind moderate to fresh easterly becoming strong in the afternoon, 11 and 18. Gqeberha, cloudy with early morning rain. Wind moderate southeasterly becoming fresh to strong northeasterly in the afternoon, 11 and 20. Kugombo City, cloudy with rain at times. Wind light to moderate southeasterly becoming fresh moderate to fresh northeasterly in the afternoon, 14 and 19. Durban, cloudy at times with isolated showers and rain. Wind moderate southerly to southwesterly becoming southeasterly in the afternoon, 15 and 22. The expected UVB sunburn index is low. In Richards Bay, partly cloudy to cloudy with isolated showers and rain. Wind moderate southerly to southwesterly, 17 and 22. And in Pietermaritzburg, morning fog, otherwise cloudy with isolated showers and rain, 10 and 19.
This is what progress sounds like. At South African Airways, we've added more aircraft to the runway, increased our flights from just over 1,000 in 2021 to over 24,000 last year. And we continue to add more destinations and routes. It's steady progress over time. We know there's still work to do, but every day we're building something stronger. An airline that shares the resilience of the country it carries. South African Airways. Book your next flight at flysaa.com today.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time to lace up for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30 August. The race covers the beautiful tour of the city, combining urban streets, scenic coastal roads, and stunning beachfront stretches with views of the Indian Ocean. Catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. on Sunday, 30th of August. The Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race, brought to you by SABC Sports.
For the love of the game.
The Global Briefing on SAFM.
23 after 6, you're still tuned into the national briefing. Let's get into our global briefing then. Ukraine marks 35 years of independence with fresh promises of military support from Britain and France, but no visible path out of war. Kanya Vilakazi is a lecturer in the Department of Political Science at the University of Mpumalanga. Kanya, good morning. So this promise of support, is it materially new here, and what are we looking at? Weapons, money, security guarantees, or is it just about the political symbolism of the moment?
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners. I think this is a fresh round of new promises made by the newly minted Prime Minister of Britain, Andy Burnham, when he extends a technological support to Ukraine by allowing them to utilize certain ballistic systems that will be able to be used by Ukraine for long-range missiles to be launched into Russia to dismantle the efforts of Russia in terms of the fight within the borders of Ukraine and Russia.
Now, Washington is reportedly preparing to revoke the visas of as many as 200,000 people who entered as visitors and later sought asylum. On what legal basis can a visitor's visa be revoked?
So I think Kathy, what's come to light in the American example is that a lot of people leave their own home country, then enter America under false pretenses. So you'll be reminded, Kathy, if you apply for a B1 or B2 visa, you're literally saying that you are just in America just to do a bit of business, just to go for an academic conference or just visit family, but you have ways of coming back to your own country. However, I think what has happened has been a steady spike on people on B1 and B2 visas actually claiming asylum upon the arrival in America. And now Americans or the Trump administration is trying to close down that legal gap that allows people to come into America, then seek asylum. Because like any other country in the world, you need to be able to protect yourselves from people coming in droves, but at the same time, giving others the opportunity to apply for asylum upon entry without false pretenses.
As you're speaking, I'm thinking about the case that we're facing here at home with Chidima Adechina, because I think that the principle behind it, there are many commonalities there. When the revocation then takes place, is it going to mean automatic removal, or are we likely to see many of these cases ending up in the immigration courts in the U.S.?
So I think what's generally going to happen is that those that have a B1 or B2 visa that are still in their home countries, I think there will be added restrictions for them to then being allowed to come back to America. For example, they'll require them to show financial might of returning or having deep ties of your home country for you to always come back. That's one. But secondly, when we look at those people that are already in America, those that have already started seeking asylum, those won't be affected. However, those that haven't sought asylum on a B1 or B2 visa, they could possibly be banned from even applying for asylum, and we'll see ICE being rolled out to remove such people because they would have been there under false pretenses if they sought asylum. However, the third point is of the Adechina issue within South Africa. We see that as much as she might have been born in South Africa, it then becomes a legal question that now needs to traverse the legal systems in terms of where do we draw a line as an administration in terms of who do we allow and who don't we allow to seek asylum within a country.
Absolutely, and that's why I'm saying I think there's so many commonalities, but what's clear is that countries or the world is moving in a particular direction, and the debate and questions around migration are going to remain hot matters for a while. And then a Japanese parliamentary delegation is in Beijing. They're trying to contain a dangerous rupture over Taiwan. So let's just look at the remarks by Prime Minister Tai Kai-chi. Why did it provoke such a severe response from Beijing?
I think what prompted this response from Beijing was the understanding that for the first time in a very long time, you heard a Japanese prime minister saying that Japan will have to use military intervention if China uses a military blockade on Taiwan. Now that provoked Beijing's response in terms of saying, why would you even go to that extent? But not only that, Kathy, there's something that is slowly brewing within the Japanese political sphere in itself. There are people that are trying to push for the amendment of Chapter 9 of Article 9, of the Chinese Constitution that now will enable not China, but Japan's constitution would then enable Japan to add defense as part of the utilization of the military. Now, it then says that you can defend your country preemptively, which then will strike an issue with Beijing. Hence why this is the type of response that they've gotten from Beijing since December last year.
Kanya Vilakazi, we're going to have to leave it there this morning. Lecturer in the Department of Political Science at the University of Mpumalanga. It's 6:30 now. Let's take you over to the news desk. And Musa is standing by with your latest news headlines.
Thanks, Kathy. Good morning. In the headlines, despite the delayed announcement of its mayoral candidates, the ANC says it will submit its candidate lists for the November polls to the IEC on time. The controversial multi-million rand SAPS Medicaid 24 tender has featured prominently in the testimony of alleged crime kingpin Vuzumuzi Cat Matlala. Yesterday, the Matlanga Commission heard that businessman Steve Mutsumi advanced a 5 million rand loan to Medicaid 24 Tshwane district, which was paid in two separate transactions. And tributes are pouring in following reports of the death of country music legend Dolly Parton at the age of 80 after a brief battle with cancer. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, good news coming in from Pretoria. The overnight roadworks around the Montana Sefaka Makato exit on the M1 North look like they've all been lifted. That traffic flow that was badly backing up earlier this morning has all normalised and it's flowing again. Traffic lights still down from Hagen and Transaranya coming through Dustport Tunnel into that junction very slow. Looks like being another jam-packed morning through there. Joburg's Mike 1, Boyson's through to Empire Road already busy and a bit of pressure in from the east side. N12 and R24 is queuing up into Galuli's interchange. Now there's some roadworks, just 2 lanes open. Coming out of Durban Pavilion Mall through to Paradise Valley on your way to Pinetown. Watch for some delays there. Just confirmation, the R34, R66 south of Melmoth is protest related. There is some protesting going on near the old Vessels of Winkel. If you need to go Richards Bay, Mpangeni, Melmoth or Melmoth Ashawi on that R34, R66, maybe just hold it back a little bit and travel later. Cape Town building pressure on the highways inbound, but no major obstructions. And the Huguenot Tunnel remains closed to high-sided vehicles due to high winds over that viaduct, Du Toit's Kloof Pass, the alternative routing. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
It's 6:32. Zai Khan, a very good morning to you. So we're starting off with Orlando Pirates. I know you're going to think I did that deliberately, Zai Khan. Orlando Pirates, they're keeping the pressure on. We've got another Betway Premiership victory over Sekhukhune United.
Oh my word, yes, Kathy. You can feel the drama there when you mentioned it, yes. Are you big spicy?
Don't create drama. It was a genuine slip of the tongue, but go for it.
Yes, Kathy. No drama, no panic, just another professional performance. Orlando Pirates, I think, making winning look like, part of their morning routine, a little bit like us. But anyway, let's talk about Pirates, reigning Betway champions. What a start. 2-0 victory over Sekhukhune United. And we also had other results with TS Galaxy edging Marumo Gallants 3-2. It was a 5-goal thriller. Durban City celebrated their first win of the campaign with a 2-0 victory over Kruger United, while Siwelele FC and Chippa United shared the spoils in that 1-1 draw. Now, Lamontville Golden Arrows head coach Pitso Dladla praising his assistant, and that's Ashley Makanya, for the impact he's already been making in the club. Makanya moved to Abafana Bestende from Gamora United earlier in the season, and with the former Motsepe Foundation Championship coach now part of Dladla's technical team, Dladla says his new assistant offers qualities that goes beyond tactics.
Coach Ashley Makanya, we all know him. We know his character. When he was a player, he was very disciplined, clean, hard-working player, and I can tell you that as a coach, he's also like that, very committed, very knowledgeable, demands a lot in training, and he can work with a group of players that are there as heroes. Remember, there we don't have big names. We build players, we coach players. We need to be patient at the same time. Play father figure is everything one could really want to work with.
Let's move abroad. Bruno Fernandes and Khadija Shaw have been crowned the Professional Footballers Association Players of the Year for the 2025-26 season. Fernandes, Manchester United's captain, set a Premier League record with 21 assists, becoming the first United player to win the award since Wayne Rooney in 2010. Now, Khadija Shaw secured her second win in 3 seasons, adding to her third consecutive Women's Soccer League Golden Boot, netting 21 goals as Manchester City lifted the title. In the meantime, Leeds United have stunned Nottingham Forest with back-to-back wins at the City ground. 2-0 was their victory. And finally, cycling, Tadej Pogačar took a commanding step towards his first Volta España title with a solo victory in yesterday's fourth stage. The Slovenian attacked with 50 kilometers remaining at the Andorra de Vella, powering clear to win the mountain stage. He extended his overall lead to 3 minutes 21 seconds, keeping the red jersey in his grasp. Now, Primož Roglič moved into second place in the general classification with Enric Mas third, while Wout van Aert dropped out of contention. That's your sport. We shall cycle back to the podium. Top of the hour, I'm Zai Khan.
This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAfm.
You're still tuned into the national briefing at 6:36. And Ndauleng, good morning. We're seeing U.S. consumer confidence slipping. It's as high fuel prices weigh on households.
Good morning, Kathy. Yes, U.S. consumer morale weakened, yet again in August with the ongoing Iran conflict and higher fuel prices weighing on sentiment. Now, the Conference Board's confidence index fell to 89.4 points from 90.2 in July, its lowest level in 7 months, and well below readings above 100 seen in late 2024 and early 2025. Now, while America's assessment of current conditions improved, their outlook for the next 6 months deteriorated. Concerns over oil prices, jobs, trade, and geopolitics all increased, and that of course leading to consumers' confidence decreasing over the month. Now, the pressure was also evident in Walmart's results last week, with sales growth at its weakest in 6 years, just highlighting how consumers are becoming more cautious as household costs remain elevated and economic uncertainty persists. Now, in other news, the latest tit-for-tat trade escalation between Canada and the US is heating up. Now, Canada is hitting back at the US with tariffs worth about $20 billion, matching President Donald Trump's latest duties dollar for dollar. The measures target more than 700 US goods, including dairy, seafood, appliances, clothing, wood, and paper products. Now, tariffs range from 15 to 50%, with duties on American steel and aluminium doubling to 50%. These tariffs take effect on the 8th of September, alongside a $7.5 billion support package for businesses and workers affected by the trade war. The retaliation follows the collapse of trade talks, with both sides blaming each other for last-minute demands. Shifting to equities, sentiment improving overnight, with Wall Street closing higher as tech shares recovered ahead of Nvidia's earnings. That filtering through to Asia, with markets trending mostly higher this morning as investors also take comfort from softer oil prices and a more stable dollar. Locally, the JSE ended marginally higher yesterday, with the all-share index gaining 0.1%. Then over in currencies, the rand remains firm, trading at multi-month highs and breaching the 16 rand mark at 15.92 to the dollar, 21.71 to the pound, and 18.57 to the euro. That's your market brief at 6:30. I'll be back in an hour's time with more market-moving developments.
The FNB Market Brief was brought to you by FNB Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. FNB, help changes everything. FNB Business is proud to partner with SAFM's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, FNB Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. FNB. Help changes everything.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAFM.
It's 6:41. You're tuned into the National Briefing. Refreshing morning to you, Advocate Mantula. I've been quite interested in seeing just how many countries are actually talking about a national dialogue. Sudan, of course, was one of those that seemed to be forging quite steadily ahead with its plans, but now the opposition are rejecting that plan.
Absolutely, Katie. Refreshing morning and jump Africa to the listeners. Katie, there's been a diplomatic intervention at Addis Ababa by the AU and other international mediators to bring the warring factions to what we call sustainable ceasefire. Now, this meeting of minds have come out clear saying they do reject the national dialogue initiated by General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan. This is the head of the Sudanese armed forces. Now, one of the key issues also, Katie, they are raising that there is no inclusivity. There is also failure to address the core demands of what they call a civilian-led government rather than a military-led government. They've also argued that Burhan initiative of this national dialogue is a tactical move to consolidate military power rather than to genuinely attempt to end what we might call a confrontation between the Sudanese armed forces as well as the rapid support forces. So the crisis of Sudan, it is going on, but at the same time you have a worse humanitarian crisis. Millions are hungry, millions are being moved from one place to the other, Katie. This is very sad, and you will recall that the AU has been trying by all means to bring all parties to the table.
Is there trouble brewing in Tanzania and its leadership? I think this is the question many will be asking following the Vice President's resignation from office.
That is quite true, Katie. Nchimbi's resignation from office, even from politics, comes out from where last week we covered a newspaper house that was banned because they have run a story to say that something it is brewing at the house of the presidency there between Samia Suluhu as well as the Vice President Emmanuel Nchimbi. Now, this week, just yesterday, he now announced that he will retire from politics because it seems that Samia Suluhu wanted a different vice president. His departure will be effective from the 4th of next month, Katie, and others saying that there is a political division or there's a lot going on in the presidency. And as I said to you, the media has already gave us an early warning about this, that there's a problem between the president and the vice president, and that's where this vice president has finally sent his resignation to the presidency.
Sure, all right. And then in Lusaka, we're seeing that the judiciary statements, this is on a presidential petition, and it's left a number of questions unresolved. What's happening there?
Yesterday it was supposed to be what you'll call the lifeline of saying if anybody has not filed a presidential petition against Hakainde, then you will proceed towards inauguration. Remember, he was declared the winner between 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock on the 18th of August. Now, the lifeline, or what we might call the deadline, supposed to be yesterday, the 25th. Now, the Office of the Chief Justice, Dr. Mumba Malila, said that he received an email sent to his private address by a member of the public calling for what they call a people's presidential petition. Brian Mudumbile, a lawyer, by the way, an accountant, a politician hiding somewhere, has been expected to file that petition, Katie, because what the Chief Justice says now, it says this mode of communication of the email that was sent to him is quite highly irregular, but says that he will refer those documents to the highest court to determine its valid filing. Because what has happened, courts were closed, by the way, during this week. Hakainde came very strong to the third sphere of government. The courts were shut down. Police were seen around some of the courts. And some others are saying the emails were not working in the courts. If Brian and the opposition have to file, they have to go physically to the site. So that's why we are still having challenges. Whether Zambia has it passed that master key of the presidential elections. That's what SADC and the AU must push in terms of dealing with this presidential crisis.
Ashish, it seems like fragility continues to be a feature, right, of the democracies on the continent. Let's dig into our historical archive. The 26th of August, 1966 is where we land this morning.
It is almost 60 years ago when the People's Liberation Army of Namibia planned the armed wing of SWAPO fought a battle against the then apartheid South Africa for occupying the forces at Umgulu Gwambashe in the northern Namibia. This is one of the areas where there was a fight between the apartheid forces and PLAN, the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. This day in Namibia is known also as the National Heroes Day. It will date back also to that. After the 60s, it went on the 1973 resolution that was passed by the UN in terms of declaring the 26th of August as the day that Namibia commemorate that gallant struggle of their fight against the then apartheid South Africa for occupying Namibia. Remember, it used to be called Southwest Africa. Only after 1990 in March, Namibia moved from Southwest Africa to the real name of Namibia. Asante sana KTS was leading the conversation, SAFM observing the Women's Month.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. If you're on your way to Joburg from Ekurhuleni side, there's a bit of pressure into Galuli's N12 and R24 routes are really slow as you come down from the sort of respective Edenvale exits on both highways. Mike 1 Boyson through to Empire is fairly normal. R55 at Crowthorne under a bit of pressure this morning. And if you're around Pretoria, looks fairly standard. Perhaps the N4 inbound after Watermeyer towards the N1 a little bit slower than you might be used to. Protest action on the R34 just south of Melmoth. I've spoken to some motorists that have just turned around and gone back to Melmoth. That route not usable at this stage by Wessel Savinkel. Community unrest and protesting blocking off that road. I believe they've used a truck to block the roadway. Durban side, the N2 going south, another breakdown. Left shoulder block though, so it's off the roadway, but it's in amongst the roadworks between Umgeta Road and Spaghetti Junction. Richmond Road up to the N3 going into Pinetown, very busy, and Cape Town's N2 inbound slow already from the airport side. The N1 Huguenot Tunnel remaining closed to high-sided vehicles due to high winds. The old De Toys Cliff Pass, the alternative route. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The next great story, the next unforgettable goal, the next breathtaking destination, the next blockbuster movie. They're closer than you think. With SABC Plus, the very best of S3 is only one click away. Stream live or catch up wherever life takes you on your smart TV, smartphone, tablet or laptop. Register for free today. Data costs apply. SABC Plus, because S3 is never too far away.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Good morning, Kathy. Great show as always. It's sad to hear the passing of one of the biggest country music songwriter, Dolly Parton. I always thought that Dolly Parton and Kenny Rogers were a couple. You know, in as much as one would think that R. Kelly and Celine Dion were couples in my childhood memories. Great show, Kathy. Hope to meet you one day in person. Hope to see you as a visually impaired person. And great show as always. Thank you.
My princess, Kathy, today you sound so happy. Any good news from your side? Because you look so excited this morning in studio. Good morning to you, my queen. Good morning to your special team. It's good to hear your voice. It's Uncle JJ, the truck driver. What's on my take, Kathy? Cat has a security of 2 million. spending per month. So what surprised me, why is it is involving other people to borrow 1 million, 1, 2, 3 million? What's going on? Can someone help me on that? It's Uncle JJ.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
It's 6:50. You're still tuned into the national briefing. Uncle JJ, it's called a sugar high. I've already had my first chocolate of the day. So, you see, if I do this every morning, but I don't know, it's not sustainable, right? And it's not good for the waistline. And you're right on the question around Kat Matlala, and I think this is why he was having such difficulty giving answers to the Commission of Inquiry. You're not the only one, by the way, who thought Dolly Parton and Kenny Rogers were married, but she was married to Carl Thomas Dean. And recently, actually, she's been speaking quite a lot about how their marriage has survived. And she says, you know, he went with her to the few Hollywood gigs, as it were. And I think after about the third one, and she literally had to drag him out of the house, as she puts it. And after the third one, he just said to her, he said, listen, I love you. I support you. You're going to be great. But please, leave me out of it. And there's always been that mutual respect for each other in that way. And you can tell she spoke so fondly of her husband. So yeah, really sad to see that she's gone. I was watching a podcast of hers just in fact in the last month where she was reflecting on their life and their marriage. Willie, you're in Kuma. You also want to talk about Dolly Parton.
Yeah, hello, Kat. You see, I was just saying, you sound like Dolly Parton when she sings the song, I'll always love you, you see. You sounded so passionate, and the song itself, the lyric, so it moved me completely over the mountains. And then I nearly made a mistake thinking that Kenny Rogers is still alive.
Yeah, no, Willie, I really, really loved Dolly Parton. She's one of the favorites, absolutely.
Yeah, you see, there's a song, Julian, don't take my man. I love it.
Jolie.
So other ladies who are listening to it, really, they feel for the poor lady who is complaining about that lady who is taking her man. Yeah, and that's what is happening on life, unfortunately. I love it very much. Thank you very much, Kathy.
Okay, Willie, bye-bye.
I'm driving at the moment. Thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah.
Willie out in Kuma. Yeah, Miley Cyrus did a remix of that Jolie song, right? And, you know, she was very close with Miley Cyrus as well. And I see that, I mean, if you go on to international news media, every publication is running with tributes for Dolly Parton. And the thing is that her story is just so compelling, right? An ordinary rural girl, right? And just what she was able to do with her life. So inspiring.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
It's 6:54, so this is a story that we were going to bring you yesterday, but unfortunately we weren't able to. Fewer than 5 days remaining for social grant beneficiaries to migrate from SASSA Gold cards to Postbank Black cards, with the 31st of August deadline fast approaching. Postbank saying there are fewer than 80,000 beneficiaries that still need to complete the migration. Mr. Tami Qele is the Postbank Chief Commercial Officer, joins us this morning. Mr. Qele, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning.
Good morning, and good morning to the listeners, and thank you for having us.
So you've really moved quite a mile, right, in trying to ensure that as many people have migrated as possible. When we look at those that have not done it, what do we know or understand to be the circumstances for why they have not migrated?
Yeah, I think firstly, I think it's important to start by appreciating the responses that we've received from a lot of the beneficiaries. We are now sitting at over 1.8 million who have successfully converted, to the Postbank Black Card. So thank you to them for responding. We are now left with just over 80,000, as you've indicated. I think it's a natural case of people leaving things to last minute. I mean, that's as simple as we can state, because the communication has been happening for the last 6 months, consistently, and we think maybe people has prioritized other activities over the card replacement. But what we're saying is that the time has now run out. It is important that they use the 4 days that are left to come and collect their cards.
When we look at it, KwaZulu-Natal, the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape really seem to be sitting with the bulk of those that are yet to migrate. Are you sure that there isn't an administrative issue with these cases? And what I mean by that is that there, of course, sometimes special cases. Just last week, we had, a SASSA beneficiary call into the show. And, they are struggling with mobility and they've been unable to actually go. And on the days that they have gone, they've been those issues. So there are special cases in these numbers.
Certainly there are. I think the first thing around those regions that you've quoted, including Gauteng, I think to an extent, they are also the largest that receive, a grant, even when you look at the SASSA pool of grant recipients. So the proportion will naturally gravitate towards that particular those particular regions. But I agree with you that certainly some of them may have those inconveniences, that they need to be addressed. So we have opened up the ability to go and visit those customers and do the card issuing at their homes. What we have been avoiding is that we don't want people who are able to now be the ones that are calling and asking to be visited. That's what we've been avoiding, because a year ago, that's what we are receiving those requests and assessing them. So there is a pocket of that, but I think by and large, it's more just the fact that the numbers in those regions are generally higher in any case.
Let's talk about what happens on the 31st.
Well, on the 31st, all that happens is that you no longer are able to use the gold card effectively. It will not work. It does not work anymore. So all we're saying is, before you get paid for the September grant, it's better to come now in August and receive receive the new card so that you are able to access your funds. What is not happening is that we're not interrupting the grant payment into people's accounts. That will continue. It's only just the accessing of the funds once they've been paid in that will be interrupted if you have not collected your card. That really effectively is what would happen.
Let me thank you for your time, Tami Cele, the Postbank Chief Commercial Officer, giving us an update then on that particular story and what you can expect with those with that migration to the new black cards, and again to the new gold cards rather, and I'm twisting my words. So the migration from the SASSA gold cards to the Postbank black cards. And I think everybody that hasn't done it, try to do it now while the time still is in your favor. All right, I'm going to be taking more of your WhatsApp voice notes, text messages as the rest of the show unfolds. The numbers to use for our studio line, 086 000 2032, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. It's 7 o'clock and has your latest update.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185.
In our top stories, ANC confident candidate lists will be submitted on time, and rapist stepfather begins 25-year prison term. Good morning. In election-related news, despite the delayed announcement of its mayoral candidates, the ANC says it will submit its candidate lists for the November polls to the IEC on time. Political parties have until the end of business this Friday to submit the names of their public representatives to the Electoral Commission. The ANC was to unveil its mayoral candidates on Saturday, but that was cancelled at the last minute. The party held its special extended NEC meeting in Kempton Park, east of Johannesburg, yesterday to consider and approve the names of its mayors. ANC Secretary-General Fikile Mbalula had this to say.
This meeting represents the final stage of the national list process before the submission of our candidates to the Independent Electoral Commission. This meeting follows the successful launch of the ANC's 2026 local government election manifesto. The manifesto will represent commitment to action. This commitment requires leadership of the highest caliber, councillors and mayors who understand that public office is not a privilege, but a responsibility entrusted to them by communities. This is why the ANC has approached the candidate selection process with seriousness it deserves.
On to other news, the controversial multi-million rand SAPS Medicare 24 tender has featured prominently in the testimony of alleged crime kingpin Vuzumuzi Kat Matlala. Yesterday, the Madlanga Commission heard that businessman Steve Mutsumi advanced a 5 million rand loan to Medicare 24 Tshwane district, which was paid in two separate transactions. The Commission also heard that Matlala attempted to secure a further 20 million rand from Mutsumi to support the company's operations. Matlala was being led in evidence by Advocate Mahlape Sello.
The reason why I needed more money to fund the contract.
That you needed more money?
Yes.
Okay, so was this in a bid to support your requirement for 20 million?
Yes.
A Northern Cape man who raped his stepdaughter over 2 years ago has started serving his 25-year jail term. He was sentenced by the Kimberley Regional Court yesterday. The then 50-year-old man raped the 5-year-old minor at a home with her mother in the house. Provincial NPA spokesperson Mujalife Sinokwatsane.
The court had on the 21st of October 2023, the accused lured the child to his room under the pretext of giving her Simba chips, where he sexually violated her until her mother walked in and caught him in the act. The police were called and the accused was arrested.
President Cyril Ramaphosa says he has been encouraged by the support and understanding South Africa received from fellow African countries regarding concerns over undocumented foreign nationals. Ramaphosa was responding to oral questions in the National Assembly yesterday afternoon. The issue was raised by EFF leader Julius Malema, who questioned the rise in what he described as Afrophobia-related violence, as well as reports that International Relations Minister and the President's Special Envoy, Ronald Lamola, had been snubbed by the Nigerian President. Ramaphosa says African leaders have shown understanding and support for South Africa.
While other people might have thought that we are being snubbed and we are being isolated, actually the contrary has been the case. As we have sat down to explain precisely the challenges that we are going through, we have found, to our pleasant appreciation, that there is understanding and there is support, and a number of countries are saying they are willing to work with us to have this problem resolved.
And finally, tributes are pouring in following reports of the death of country music legend Dolly Parton at the age of 80 after a brief battle with cancer. Singer Elton John has described Parton as a giant of the music industry, while actress Julia Roberts paid tribute to her as a magical human. Dolly Parton sold more than 100 million records. This is how she viewed her own success in the last interview she did with BBC 3 years ago.
I'm not any kind of a hero. I'm not any kind of a saint, because anybody can, when I hear all the accolades and all the things that people say about me, I think, good Lord, I ain't all that. Ain't nobody that good, ain't nobody that important.
Islands in the stream. Recapping the top story, despite the delayed announcement of its mayoral candidates, the ANC says it will submit its candidates' lists for the November polls to the IEC on time. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
You wouldn't pay 5-star restaurant prices at the drive-thru, so why overpay to insure your older car? Outsurance Essential Car Insurance covers older cars for much less. 38-year-old Portia pays only 512 Rand a month for her 2015 Kia Picanto and has no upfront excess payable, so no unexpected out-of-pocket payments. Get Outsurance Essential Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rand. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines. Soccer, Orlando Pirates keep rolling as Abdusalam Wadu's rotation gamble pays off. They had a win over Sekhukhune United. And in rugby, Rassie Erasmus takes responsibility for the Springboks' defeat to the All Blacks, saying the focus is now protecting his players ahead of the Cape Town test. Let's find out more at around 7:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. A couple of crash scenes on the R21 between Pretoria and the airport southbound. A crash heading to the airport by 4 Tracker Road. That's a queue working back to Pomona. And if you're leaving the airport on way to Pretoria, crash before Nel Napier. So around St George's Hotel territory. So queues at both of those locations. N12 and R24 routes coming in from the east, Ekurhuleni into Galuli's, remaining heavily backed up. Closer you get to Galuli's, heavier that traffic gets. Durban side this morning. Bit of traffic around the Stapleton Road area of Pinetown to watch for. The Richmond Road up towards the N3 coming up from Marion Hill, very slow. And 2 lots of protesting as well between Melmoth and Ging and Gluvu. We've got the first lot just south of Melmoth on the R34, R66 near Umwissel Cervinkle, and more protesting with tree branches across the road holding things up between Ishawi and Ging on that section of the R66. So a good idea just to hold back from travel from that routing at this stage because queues and little traffic movement in both areas. Cape Town Marine Drive, lights at Sunset Beach are working, but it's slow as you leave Tableview, and the M5 already queuing from Kenilworth Racecourse Road all the way through to the N2 connection. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 7:09. Welcome to the second hour of the National Briefing. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 o'clock. Coming up this hour on the defense, Vusimusi Kat Madlala says WhatsApp messages do not make him part of the so-called Big Five cartel. Will unpack his very difficult time in the witness stand yesterday. Then Parliament votes on whether Speaker Toko Didiza should keep her job. The question is, does the EFF have the numbers? We'll speak to them shortly. And then we follow the student accommodation money. More funds paid than actual beds available. What really happened? We'll take a look at the case inside UJ. And of course, we'll get into our reality check. As always, the conversation belongs to you. 086 000 2032, the number to dial 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. Rob has your traffic, Zai your sport, and Ntaoleng your latest markets.
Scholar transport drivers. Every winter morning, our children depend on you to get them to school safely. But overloaded vehicles and rushing against time puts lives at risk. Remember, our children are not cargo. Overloading reduces your ability to stop on wet or icy roads. Drive responsibly. Arrive safely. Protect every child, every trip. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Running a courier business is so hard these days. The petrol price, the breakdown costs, and so much more. Luckily, I'm with My Way Business Insurance. I get to save up to 20% on my insurance premiums for my vehicles and goods in transit. And just like that, I have more money for all my costs.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your vehicles and goods in transit. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Do you have a car you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Mzansi, every win matters. Airtime and data to stay connected, 10,000 Rand to help with essentials, or even 100,000 Rand that could change the whole family's story. Watch Scheme Sum at 7:30 p.m., a new time slot for Uzalo at 8 p.m. and Generations The Legacy at 8:30 p.m. every weekday. Most importantly, spot the daily show code on screen. WhatsApp it to 076 288 7863 for your chance to win. It's 90 days of winning and 90 minutes of drama on SABC1. T's and C's apply. Visit sabc1.co.za.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
It's 13 after 7. You're still tuned in to the national briefing. So the Madanga Commission hearing explosive testimony from Vusimuzi Kat Makala, who continues to deny being linked to the alleged Big Five cartel, and in particular its so-called leaders Jotam Mswazi Msibi and Stephen Mutsumi. However, WhatsApp exchanges presented to the Commission show dealings that go far beyond a simple security relationship. It includes business ventures, aircraft purchases, and other transactions. Karen Morn is a reporter with News 24, senior journalist. She joins us this morning. Karen, a very good morning to you. So yesterday, of course, we're beginning to see and really unravel the links between these so-called Big Five cartel members, Vusimuzi, Jotam Msibi, Stephen Mutsumi, Hangwani Maumela, now seemingly coming in as a really significant player too.
I think that's the fascinating thing, right? Because South Africans have always had a great deal of anxiety about this kind of tender corruption culture that exists in our country. And that anxiety really spiraled with the 2021 brutal murder of whistleblower Babita Decaran, who had red flagged a number of what was later described as the Hangwani Maumela syndicate activities in the Tembisa hospital. This is a state hospital that serves the poorest of the poor, the people who are truly desperate and need of health care. And instead of doing that, it was seemingly embroiled in a syndicate that allegedly siphoned hundreds of millions of rands from what should have been used for those people. And now orchestrated, Kat Matlala said it was just a simple consequence of his relationship with Maumela, that he was providing that he was a friend and associate, didn't really want to get into the Tembisa looting allegations, fought very hard against that. But he said that he was the link between Maumela and Msibi, who of course is the late former taxi boss that police believe was at the helm of the so-called Big Five cartel. So at this point, we have a concrete intersection with a tender syndicate Don alleged and organized crime also alleged.
Karen, one of the transactions that came up was the transaction of over 3 million rand that Vusimusi Kat Matlala made to Msibi with a reference of Maumela. What was he able to tell the commission about that payment?
Well, very conveniently, Kat Matlala had massive amnesia about all of those transactions, which happened in 2023. But what he speculated to the commission, and he didn't want to commit himself to this version, was that Maumela had wanted him to notify Msibi on his version, because Maumela did not have Msibi's number, that certain payments were made. They were all made on the same day. I think it was the 22nd or 23rd of September 2023. And they amounted to about 3 or 4 million rand. And this at the same time where Maumela is indicating through Matlala that he has a certain FNB account that he wants deposits made into. And I think that given the evidence that we heard during the testimony of businessman Suleiman Karim, where he was saying, in a certain period of time after the Tembisa hospital looting had been exposed, Maumela was under significant pressure. His accounts had been frozen, that he, according to Chief Evidence Leader Matthew Chaskelson, may have been complicit in what appeared to be money laundering. He was paying money given to him by Matlala into an account owned by Maumela's sister. Now, of course, he vociferously denied that and then mysteriously got ill with a sickness that he has refused to be diagnosed by an independent doctor. But the speculation there was that this kind of convoluted mechanism of paying money into different accounts linked to Maumela in a kind of roundabout way was essentially a mechanism to evade, for him to be able to launder funds. And that was not explicitly said in the commission yesterday, but given the background of that evidence, I certainly think that is where this commission is going. And we've had it very clearly from the commissioners, Sesi Baloy, Buyiseni Madlanga himself, making it very clear that they did not buy this version coming from Matlala, that he just simply couldn't remember any of this.
Karen, so there are the denials, right, from Matlala. There's the evading of evidence and giving testimony by the likes of Suleiman Karim. What then does all of it mean? Because ultimately there are these facts that are also before the commission. And surely these facts are also going to play a very significant role in determining what the commission ultimately makes of the links between these men, and most importantly, the flows of money between them. We're talking millions and millions of rand.
I mean, one of the most staggering things that came out of the commission was that Karim, I think his companies had obtained something like 300 million rand in tenders while he was serving as the ANC's secretary treasurer. And, I think that's the basic thing, is that there's this overwhelming impression that's being created, certainly in the minds of the ordinary person who's watching this, that there's a concrete link between these entrepreneur activities and organized crime. And I think that impression is overwhelmingly substantiated by this WhatsApp communication. The fact of the matter, Kathy, is that the Commission is giving all the people who are implicated the opportunity to come to the Commission and say, oh no, this is a completely innocent transaction. I was purchasing XYZ. This is what really happened. Not in a single instance has that happened. And on a prima facie level, remember the principle in law is there a case to answer? The Commission has enough to say there is a case to answer here. And I fully believe that they will make recommendations for prosecutions or for criminal investigations to flow from this. The real question, Kathy, is the NPA, and certainly, I mean, one would make very strong judgments in regards to IDAC, are they prepared to do what the Commission has shown is possible, that is concrete investigations into WhatsApps, phone records, bank records, companies, witness statements, etc., and build cases that can actually translate into these people who have been allegedly looting this country, causing damage to ordinary people every single day, finally facing justice. And I think that's going to be the crucial next step.
Very quickly, Karen, does yesterday's evidence now solidify the case for the Commission to call Hangwani Maumela?
Absolutely. The question is he in the country? Will he come? And, certainly will he provide them with any concrete evidence that dispels any of the overwhelming testimony that has already been led against him?
Karen Moon, will have to leave it there for now.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Well, today the National Assembly decides whether Toko Didiza keeps the Speaker's chair. The EFF's motion, tabled by the party leader Julius Malema in June, says she failed to protect Parliament when she chose not to oppose President Ramaphosa's court bid to halt the Section 89 impeachment process over Phala. Under Section 524, it takes a simple majority to remove her. It is a virtual sitting. The EFF's Treasurer General Umpile Mautwe joins me. Umpile, good morning. Thanks for your time. So it's a virtual sitting. You say that alone disadvantages the vote.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning to the listeners of SAFM. It's been a long time since I last spoke to you. It's good to hear from you. Kathy, it is indeed a disadvantage to us, and it's something that the EFF has been advocating for quite some time, that we have the dome and we're not using the dome, and the dome is being paid for on a monthly basis. There are things in the dome. There's tables, there's chairs, there's air conditioning units. So there's ablution facilities. All those things have been rented and are standing idle right in front of our face as the oversight of the oversight arm of the executive. So it's very wrong for us to go around saying municipalities are engaging in fruitless and wasteful expenditure when it is done at the helm of the legislature office in the country. So yes, we fought for the sitting to be a physical sitting, and the ANC through their chief whip, Mr. Nduli, vehemently rejected our proposal to have the sitting on physical. And their reasons are really embarrassing, because they say, no, we're in election mode and people are on the ground, blah, blah, blah. But okay, for us to resolve that issue, it's the same parliament that must resolve that issue. And the EFF tabled a motion that let's synchronize the elections. Let's have one set of elections so that for 5 years, we fully focus on service delivery to our people. It is the same ANC that rejected that proposal of saying it can't be correct that every 3 years we go into elections. We're into elections just now in 2024, Kathy. 2026 we're back. 2029 will be in the national elections once again. So why can't we have one set of elections so that we focus on service delivery from national to provincial and to local government?
Tell me how exactly, and you've made a strong case for why this sitting should have been in person. But how do you believe you're disadvantaged by it being held virtually? So what do you lose outside of the case that you've already made?
So one, we are going to ask for a secret ballot. But I mean, it defeats the purpose for it to have even a secret ballot when it's a virtual. It's just not practical. That's one. But two, when you are in a virtual platform, normally the voting, they've now outlined the process that is going to be followed today, which we are going to engage on later as a caucus. Normally, the chief whip will say, EFF, we've got 44 members on the platform who are voting yes. ANC, we've got so many members who are voting no. So it disadvantages people to take their individual responsibility to vote in a city like this. Remember, Kathy, I think this is the first motion of no confidence on the speaker that is sitting before the National Assembly. And it is enabled by another very crucial and important committee which has been established, which is the first of its kind since the dawn of democracy, which is the impeachment of the sitting president. And therefore, you can't take this thing very light. The conduct of the speaker on handling the issue of Phala, the impeachment on the sitting president, has necessitated the EFF to table this motion.
All right. So
that on its own is very crucial. And therefore, this should not have been treated the way it is treated, as if we're just talking about a motion to have an ad hoc committee on the Minister of Police, as an example. It shouldn't have been treated like that.
With everything that you've said, Mpile, does that mean you go into this vote really perhaps clear on the numbers that this motion is likely to be defeated by the ANC, the DA, and the partners under the government of national unity?
Parties are still consulting. I said last night, there were parties that were still consulting, each other taking the mandate from their parties. Anything can happen in politics, Kathy. 1 minute is a long time.
All we need is the ANC and the DA to agree.
Kathy, the ANC and the DA can disagree. Anything is possible. Wait until 2 p.m.
Hoping against hope. Hoping against hope.
We consulted with the DA last night, and they told us that they were going to have another meeting last night. So between last night and now, we're waiting to hear what now is the outcome of that meeting. So I'm saying anything can change in politics. 1 minute is a long time.
Okay.
Wait until 2 o'clock, and Metro Godide is removed as a speaker.
Mpile Mautwe, Treasurer General of the EFF.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Well, let's take a look at the story now. It's 27 after 7. 1,441 student beds. That's what 2 Braamfontein buildings were accredited for. They had 290. Now, the Labour Court has ordered Andries Helani until 2024, the Senior Director of Student Affairs at the University of Johannesburg, to repay UJ 18.1 million rand. Now, the judge in that ruling found that he took 366 payments totaling more than 3.2 million rand from accommodation providers and called them what they are: bribes. Let's take a look at the story. Duncan Monks is the chairman of the South African National Student Accommodation Association, and he joins us now. Good morning, Duncan. Thanks for your time. We're seeing here a story real-time linked to an official who worked at one of the big institutions, right? Often when we think about where corruption is taking place, certainly it's often not unearthed in the private sector. And the issue of student accommodation has been a big one. What was your reaction to this court ruling, and what precedent do you think it sets?
So firstly, I'd just like to thank you for having us on this station and giving us this opportunity to speak on this matter. We find it absolutely shocking and disgusting that people can steal from the poorest of the poor. Regardless of whether it's a residence owner or it's an official or whether it's a student who's misrepresented themselves. This model was built for somebody who is looking for equal opportunity within our country and is looking for an opportunity to grow. And this is something that we as accommodation providers are investing in. We believe in our country. We believe in the future of our country. And we want this money to help grow this future. And that's why we're putting our investments, our future, into this model, because we believe in this next generation. So when an individual decides to take it on their own means to misuse and misrepresent what this purpose is for, it is completely unacceptable. And any accommodation provider who also misrepresents and misuses these funds for personal gains should not be in this model and should have the full extent of the law placed upon them. It is completely unacceptable to disadvantage a student in this manner, because that money could have gone to somebody else getting a bed, somebody else having a future within our country. And to take that opportunity away is just unfair to those students.
What does it say about what institutions need to be doing to also safeguard their own processes in this regard?
So institutions have got challenges with this because there are many different layers of bureaucracy in it. But what we're calling for as SANSA is a national body above NSFAS that can help ensure that there's stability, help ensure that there are processes in place to bring accountability back to the model, to bring investment stability back into the model, because nobody wants to invest in a model that is riddled with corruption. Institutions need to submit their data earlier to ensure that proper verification can be done, and there needs to be checks done from national government through NSFAS or through accredited bodies to make sure that these beds actually have the students that they say within it. There should also be a self-check-in process from those students to ensure that they're actually in that bed. But the reality still exists within society. If someone chooses to do wrongdoing, there is always a way to find a method to do it. But there needs to then be accountable bodies that hold them accountable for these actions. And that's what we're seeing unfolding at the moment, is that bodies have identified this misuse and have been able to then take action accordingly to it. We believe, though, the best solution would be to bring all stakeholders together, have a national body which can re-look into the model and determine ultimately how we can collectively resolve these challenges, instead of doing it from a top-down approach like it's currently being done. Rather take the bottom-up approach where we can identify these loopholes before they occur.
Duncan Monks, we're going to have to leave it there, Chairman of the South African National Student Accommodation Association. 7:31, here's a look at your latest headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, alleged crime kingpin Vusumuzikat Matlala is expected to continue testifying at the Madlanga Commission this morning. Matlala was questioned extensively about his relationship with businessman Hangwani Maumela yesterday. The Johannesburg High Court is expected to conduct an in loco inspection at the Flair of Flats in Florida, west of Johannesburg today, in the case against Stephanie Meek, who's accused of murdering her 11-year-old son, Jaden Lee. And despite the delayed announcement of its mayoral candidates, the ANC says it will submit its candidate lists for the November polls to the IEC on time. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Delays on the R21 coming into the airport area, OR Tambo this morning. If you're driving in from Pretoria, arriving from Kempton Park, Tembisa side, there is a crash in. It's on the R21 at Fortrick, and it's pushing Q back through Atlas and back towards the R23 Benoni exit. That's heavy. And then if you're heading the other way, a crash before Nell Mapius on the R21 heading into Pretoria, so that's quite slow as well. N12 and R24 routes, pretty extreme traffic into Galulis. N12 from Craft Road, R24 pushing a Q back as far as the Edenvale exit. Coming out of Pretoria, N1 looking okay around the construction at Montana Stormful. That's moving nicely this morning. N1 down through Rigel, Borta Avenue moving okay. Old Joburg to New Road, fairly busy on that section of the always busy N1 southbound. Two lots of protesting between Melmoth and Gingengluva this morning. One south of Melmoth on the R34, R66 near Umwesselzewenko. The other one halfway between Eshawi and Gingengluvu on that section of the R66, which is still causing a backlog of traffic that side. Durban, Spaghetti Junction, Umgeda Road, heading north. Doesn't look too bad this morning, maybe a little bit lighter than normal. M7 heading into Pinetown, a crash near Hunts Detman. That's heavy from Queensborough as you line up in towards that scene. And Cape Town, the N1 Huguenot Tunnel now reopened to all traffic after the winds of ease there this morning. It was closed earlier for trucks. M3 inbound to Paradise Road's heavy. N7 Goodwood, Bosmansdam Road, all jammed up. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
It's 7:34, Zai Khan. Good morning. So, Orlando Pirates, they're continuing their impressive start to the season.
Yeah, Kathy, turns out that a rotation over repetition, and with the coach shuffling the pack, they're still coming up on top. So yeah, no captain, no problem. Orlando Pirates doing Orlando Pirates things. They are winning, and in impressive style as well to the start of the season. 2-0 over Sekhukhune United. Coach Abdusalam Wadu revealed that he deliberately rested captain Nkosinathi Sibisi and striker Yanele Mbatuma, saying protecting players during a demanding run of fixtures is just as important as picking up the 3 points, which is exactly what they did. The Buccaneers now stretching their lead at the top of the table. Elsewhere in the Betway Premiership, TS Galaxy edging Maruma Gallants 3-2 in a 5-goal thriller at the Royal Bafokeng Stadium. Durban City picking up an impressive 2-0 away win over Kruger United, while Siwelele FC and Chippa United shared the spoils in a 1-1 draw. Now, Lamontville Golden Arrows head coach Pitso Dladla, they're saying their impressive start to the season hasn't happened by chance. The secret is a culture where every player is ready to step in with commitment and teamwork. Dladla explains.
The work that we put in training, the type of players that we are having are very, very committed to the project. But we are also aware that the games will be coming in thick and thin. We need to use each and every player that is signed by the team, and we're going to be playing Mamelodi Sundowns 3 weekends consecutively. We also need to take that into consideration. Even when I'm answering some of the questions, I'm not divulging everything. I'm not freely, like in terms of some responses, But we are a committed team. We are a family. We work for each other.
There we go. That's the Arrows coach, Pitso Dladla, here on the National Briefing. Now, the Mamelodi Sundowns ladies coach, Godfrey Sapula, is pleased to have given players an opportunity as the team finished top of Group B in the 2026 CAF Women's Champions League COSAFA qualifiers that took place in Botswana. Now, Sundowns ladies secured a 4-1 victory, and that was over Costa do Sol in their final group stage match at the Gaborone United Stadium. Now, here's Sapula, grateful to have the luxury of a strong squad.
We give credit to the preparations, We knew that when we had players going to AFCON, we needed to prepare very well with the other players so that when we need to, refresh the team, we have players that are also ready, as what happened today with the new, fresh starting 11, but the team was still strong, we were able to play strong, and get maximum points,
And finally, rugby. Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus has stepped in front of criticism ahead of Saturday's must-win second test against the All Blacks in Cape Town. Rather than pointing fingers at his players after the defeat at Ellis Park, Erasmus says the tactical shortcomings were down to the coaching staff, admitting they didn't prepare adequately for the disruption caused by early injuries. He's also taken on media duties this week, allowing his assistant coaches to focus solely on fixing the line-out, the breakdown and the maul as the Boks look to level the 4-test series. That's your sport on the National Briefing. We'll tackle more top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
It's 7:38. Ndauleng, good morning to you again. So, Northern Platinum, right? It looks like the door is opened. We're seeing the takeover interest growing.
That's right, Kathy. Consolidation could be on the cards in the platinum group metals sector, with Northern Platinum attracting takeover interest from a major rival. Now, the miner says it has received an unsolicited, non-binding approach that could involve either some of its assets or the company itself. Rather than negotiate with one party, Northern has opened the door to other potential suitors, creating the prospect of a broader bidding process. Now, the interest comes as PGM prices recover from 2024 lows, helped by tighter supply and stronger than expected demand for hybrid vehicles. Now, markets really like the news, sending the share price up 3% in yesterday's session. Moving over to macroeconomics, South Africa's economic outlook weakened further in June, with the Reserve Bank's leading business cycle indicator falling 1.4% for a third consecutive month. Now, the index tracks factors that tend to signal where economic activity is heading in the months ahead, including commodity prices, business confidence, vehicle sales, building approvals, interest rates, money supply, and job advertisements. Now, 5 of its 7 available components declined, led by weaker dollar-denominated export commodity prices and slower money supply growth. The coincident indicator, which reflects current economic activity, also fell 0.2%, while the lagging indicator rose 0.9%, confirming past economic movements. Now, tracking equity markets, the focus shifts to US PCE inflation and Nvidia's results, 2 key tests for market sentiment and the outlook for interest rates. Ahead of those prints, US futures are pointing to a slightly softer open, while Asian markets are broadly higher, helped by easing oil prices and continued strength in tech stocks. Now, that sets up a potentially positive start for the JSE at 9 a.m., with softer oil prices also helping to ease inflation concerns. Higher precious metal prices are providing further support, while the rand is benefiting from the broader commodity backdrop. It's trading at 15.93 to the dollar, 21.71 to the pound, and 18.58 to the euro. And from markets to the people driving growth in the economy, at 8:30, Kathy will be turning the spotlight to women-led organizations. Be sure to catch that conversation in the next hour.
Welcome to the SABC Radio Archives. For over a century, we've passionately captured South Africa's heartbeat, preserving historic moments,
Time for the healing of the wounds has come.
iconic music, and compelling storytelling from all 19 SABC radio stations, ensuring these priceless recordings shape future generations. Explore a century of South African heritage waiting to be rediscovered. Visit the SABC Information Library and Radio Archives online, or call us directly at 011-714-3936 or email lishilosj@sabc.co.za. SABC Libraries and Archives, preserving the past, supporting the present, inspiring the future.
Deciding to ignore your alarm may cost you your complimentary hotel breakfast, but deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. With Outsurance, 48-year-old Adam saves an unbelievable 1,803 rand a month on his 2020 Audi Q3. Switch to Outsurance, you could be one quote away from having more money in your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
But let's get into our reality check for this morning. And our contributor this week is Professor Ari Sitas. He's the Emeritus Professor at the University of Cape Town and Chairperson of the Board of the National Research Foundation. And the theme that he's gone with this week is around community spaces. in society and really provoking our thinking around how we see community spaces, how we interact with community spaces, but most importantly, what do we see the role of these spaces being to the strengthening of our democracies? This is where relationships in communities are supposed to be built. And this morning, Professor Ari, you want to focus on the social infrastructure of everyday life.
Good morning. Building up on yesterday's ideas, I think I need to make my argument a little bit more specific in terms of the actual challenges that people are facing at the moment. You see, these community centers, these spaces, as we call them, they perform functions that the market can do, nor the central government can do, and sometimes people struggle to find a space in between this. Now, take the example of something that's becoming very rare these days. Let's imagine a working family. Parents have to work, don't they? The children need somewhere safe after school. So a community center can provide a lot of things. And there are a lot of skilled and unappreciated retired people around that can help on this. So the center can take a retired teacher who could provide homework support that's branched out in sport, look after that meals are provided, make sure that there is a lot of creative activity and singing and dancing and so on, but also supervision in terms of happening there, and facilitating social interaction between the kids. So this, what I'm trying to get at, is not about recreation. It's part of what we call a care economy. Now, one can even get more ambitious because there's a lot of initiatives around. The space might provide food security, food banks, community kitchens where broader people can come and eat, look after the nutrients. There's enormous amount of food gardens in urban areas now. I mean, the latest number I heard, there are 1,600 people between Langa, Guguletu, Philippi, and Kailicha who are urban farming at the moment. They can provide stuff for the community kitchens. They can also provide cooperative buying. So buying in bulk will be cheaper. There are enough retired nurses and social workers that can come and help in terms of health and well-being, linking up to the clinic, linking up to the nearest hospital. There could be counseling from social workers involved there, retired social workers, and also getting more sophisticated. There could be health information, but also in terms of crisis can provide support groups. And even for the elderly, can provide exercise and motivation and stimulation. So mental well-being programs can happen. And then even more ambitious, there's all these initiatives that go nowhere in terms of funding at the moment, providing economic support, get the retired business people and retired trade unionists even to provide ideas about how to search for jobs, then get retired librarians to help with CV writing, digital access. We can talk about what does it mean to make things, sell things, what is a cooperative, what skills are needed, and so on. And then also, in terms of the social work function, people need a lot of social support. Of course, the elderly people, they need a lot. There are people who are newly migrated into that space. They need support. There are unemployed people. They need support. There are young people with attitude. They also need support. And there are people living alone that need follow-ups. You can't believe our statistics. 25,000 murders a year, but also 15,000 suicides a year. That's a big number. There are lots of people who are feeling isolated and vulnerable. And also, at the same time, the households of 2 wage earners are shrinking. There's only 1 wage earner if people are lucky. 41% of our households are woman-headed, and all the above have to reflect the needs and wisdom of the women who run our care economies. So let's sit back and think about it. We talk a lot about GDP, about economic growth, about jobs and infrastructure, but we don't measure the enormous amount of unpaid social labor happening in communities. So therefore, the community center can also reduce this isolation, the vulnerability, the child care pressures, the food insecurity I'm trying to get at, and get youth that's hanging around focused on projects and work against social exclusion and isolation. So, in a sense, how much would the state have to spend if communities could no longer provide these functions for themselves? What does it look like? So we have an economic, we have a social dimension, and we have to challenge those in power. So are we saying money, by allowing community institutions to decline, is saving? Or are we simply moving the costs somewhere else into the more security, more police forces, more things of power that have to come in? So we have space and the need to think about these things in a very concrete way and build this care economy and recognize it as an important part of everyday life. So 41% of the households are headed by women. So when a local center closes, that unpaid care work doesn't disappear. It falls straight onto their shoulders, and they also have to work. To understand the true economic value, perhaps we need to read further. I mean, the Institute for Economic Justice provides briefs on the South Africa's care economy. People must look them up. Institute for Economic Justice. See how much our society relies on this uncounted work. So tomorrow, if we look at these things, we can ask even harder questions. Why are community spaces breaking? Who is responsible for fixing them? But I would also like people to read A Human Being Died That Night by Pumla Gobodo-Madikizela, or pick up Fiona Ross's Bearing Witness, or even Mampela Rampela's, the older book, A Bed Called Home, and Sarah Moswetsa's Eating from the Same Pot, just to see how people have made do, and have made do with dignity, and created informal safety nets out of the raw necessity and the intense socioeconomic pressure. That's very important. So around this idea of space and social infrastructure, we must bring in the factor of strengthening our care economies. Thank you, Kathy.
You know, Prof, I must say, one of the things I'm really enjoying about your contribution this week is that it's accompanied by a very solid reading list. I think we all need to get the podcast, take down the names of those books, and let's get reading, right? Let's get reading. So I'm certainly encouraged by that as well. Professor Ari Sitas, he's our contributor for the Reality Check this week. We're going to take a quick break, and then it's over to you. I'm bringing in your calls, your WhatsApp voice notes. The number to dial for our studio line 086 000 2032, and on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A good news update to start with the R21 approaching the airport, driving in from Tembisa, Clayville, Pretoria, starting to move again. An earlier crash at 4 Trekker Road, pretty much out of the way, and certainly the backlog has got through there. Staying east, N12 and R24 routes both heavily backed up, coming into Galulis this morning. The M1 south through Midrand, touch on the brakes as you come between the old Joburg Road and the New Road exit, and there's just been a crash at Allendale, so that is going to just start to back things up as you arrive out of that queue at New Road and head down towards that crash. R21 northbound, a collision scene near St George's Hotel. There is a delay just after Olifantsfontein as you get up into that one. And the N14, very slow this morning on that section, that run between the Pretoria West exit and the N1 at Brakfontein. Interchange. Also some roadworks on the N4 eastbound near Roslyn Road. If you're coming through from sort of Mapoli Highway side and you're on the N4, making your way down towards Durbanport Plaza, there's the backlog of traffic to work through a single lane roadwork section. Durban, couple of breakdowns on the N2 south now between Umgeta Road and Spaghetti Junction, so that's slow. N2 northbound, not too bad this morning. It's slow into the roadworks, but not too bad. Just watch off-peak. Yesterday we had a jam-packed day there between Umgeta Road and Spaghetti Junction with a sort of alteration off-peak of the lane restrictions that may well be back today. N2, Queen Dundee Drive up to Gateway. That's slow, going to break down there in the roadworks. And the M7 into Pinetown. An earlier crash by Hunt Stedman Highway, slowing traffic from the north, Dean North Parkside. Cape Town, N1, Plattekloof to Kuburg, interchange busy. The M5 quite slow this morning from Ottery all the way up towards the N2, and the R300 has an unusual backlog sitting from Stellenbosch Arterial up towards the exit to Old Powell Road. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Outskirts is Kosnati speaking here. Good morning. Keti Matlala, according to his clever mind, he thinks he will get away with these cases, all of them, simply because he's avoiding to answer questions. I don't think so. He must be really arrested.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Well, let me bring in more of your voices. Bagyo, you're in Soweto. You also want to continue with Kat Matlala.
Yes, hi, Kathy. Can I quickly comment on two things? One, Kathy, is the news that we hear on SAFM. They are quite saddening. I don't know who selects these news. The one about the stepdad raping his stepdaughter and with the mother catching them. Actually, that really caught me off. So I don't know how we could avoid such reporting, Kathy. It's really unsuitable for us to listen.
Yeah,
anyway,
you know, Bagyo, I think that maybe, often, of course, when a story is going to contain disturbing or really sort of explicit details, there is a warning that comes beforehand. But I agree with you, hearing just the details of it, it's devastating. You almost need to be mentally prepared for what you're going to hear. So I do agree with you. Yeah,
absolutely. And then the second one, Kathy, is, can I just ask, Kathy, does News 24 pay for these slots that you give them early? Because I see it's constantly Karen Mon. Don't we have other news outlets that can give us reportage on the Madlanga Commission? Because I feel that it's not fair that we constantly listen to Karen Mon, whereas we know their news, their credibility and their news outlets, what they have done in their reporting. So I just wanted to ask that, do they pay for these slots, or do they come for free for every news outlet? If so, can you please broaden the air by giving other news outlets space to report? Thanks, Kim.
Bagyo, don't go off yet. News 24 is not paying for the slot. Our interest is making sure that we're able to bring the listeners a roundup of what is happening at the Madlanga Commission. Unfortunately, you don't have many reporters, Bagyo, that are going to wake up for you at 6 o'clock in the morning to give the updates that we need to bring by 7 o'clock. So
I can give you 5, Casey. I can give you 5 news outlets that can come in
No. I'm not talking about something that is speculative. I'm talking about something that we do, Bagyo. It's one thing thinking that the space works in a particular way. It's another actually getting people to wake up, answer their phones,
Casey,
and give comprehensive
I
reports.
disagree with you. You can't constantly give someone or one news outlet the space all the time to give us a report.
Bagyo, you're not.
Especially News 24.
The point is that you're not actually appreciating what I'm saying to you.
No, I disagree. I do appreciate, but I disagree, Kathy.
Yes, well, you can disagree, but your disagreement goes against the evidence of what our producers try and do every single day.
But I can give you facts of news outlets that are available that you can interview, not News 24 all the time.
It's not about availability of news outlets. It's about journalists, Bagyo. It's about journalists who are
I can also give you journalists that are available, Kathy. I can give you journalists that are available.
Okay,
Thank you very much, Kathy.
Please do.
Thanks.
Bagyo out in Soweto. Yeah, look, the thing is we can't have hypothetical examples about some of these things. Journalists are very stretched. You'll see, even with our reporting, ideally, we would want SABC reporters to be the ones that are bringing coverage on a day-to-day. But unfortunately, that's not always possible. That's the reality that we're having to deal with. So do we choose? We have to choose. Do we not do the story at all? Or do we find journalists that have constantly been covering that are actually willing to wake up for us? So Bagyo, by all means, if you have a list of other journalists that we have not tried, we're more than happy to bring them on. It's 8 o'clock, time for the latest news update.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, Matlanga Commission to hear further testimony from Matlala and court to inspect flare of flats in Tiffany Meek murder trial. Good morning. Alleged crime kingpin Vuzumuzi Cat Matlala is expected to continue testifying at the Matlanga Commission this morning. Matlala was questioned extensively about his relationship with businessman Hangwani Maumela yesterday. He confirmed before the commission that they were business partners, adding that they invested money into government tender opportunities and shared profits from successful contracts. Sibatle Mota reports.
The Matlanga Commission is expected to begin a new topic with Matlala this morning. The commission has probed him about the multi-million rand Medicare 24 tender. Matlala maintained that he could be a subject of a special investigating unit investigation linked to Gauteng Health Department tenders. He did not specify what offense he was allegedly being investigated for. Matlala has repeatedly invoked his right against self-incrimination, particularly when questioned about his alleged relationships with senior police officials and matters before the courts.
The Johannesburg High Court is expected to conduct an in loco inspection at the flare of flats in Florida, west of Johannesburg today. In the murder trial of Tiffany Meek, Meek is accused of killing her 11-year-old son, Jaden Lee. The inspection will allow the court to visit the scene and gain a better understanding of the circumstances surrounding the case. The flare of flats are where Meek and his son lived before Jaden Lee was found dead near the entrance to their home. Today's visit will mark the first time Meek returns to the scene since her arrest in July last year. High Court Judge Kasim Musa.
So if I heard you correctly, when the approach was made to the court in chambers, that it was important that this inspection local be conducted before the witness comes and testifies. Am I right?
That's correct.
Otherwise it's going to be an exercise in futility.
Exactly.
Is your investigating officer there? Would you be able to next week, Wednesday, make arrangements for the accused to be transported at 8:30 in the morning for an inspection in local?
The bail application of a Limpopo attorney and a Tshwane Metro police officer accused of fraud and money laundering is set to continue in the Polokwane Magistrates Court today. The state's second witness, Colonel Daniel Makau, is expected to continue his testimony opposing bail. Testifying yesterday, Makawa told the court that accused number 1, Charlotte Tibana, did not have the authority to transfer money from estate accounts into her own account or that of her husband and co-accused Peter Nonyane. The pair are accused of defrauding 3 deceased estates of more than 4 million rand. In election-related news, despite the delayed announcement of its mayoral candidates, the ANC says it will submit its candidates list for the November polls to the IEC on time. Political parties have until the end of business this Friday to submit the names of their public representatives to the Electoral Commission. The ANC was to unveil its mayoral candidates on Saturday, but that was cancelled at the last minute. The party held its special extended NEC meeting in Kempton Park, east of Johannesburg, yesterday to consider and approve the names of its mayors. ANC Secretary-General Fikile Mbalula had this to say.
This meeting represents the final stage of the national list process before the submission of our candidates to the Independent Electoral Commission. This meeting follows the successful launch of the ANC's 2026 Local Government Election Manifesto. The manifesto will represent commitment to action. This commitment requires leadership of the highest caliber, councillors and mayors who understand that public office is not a privilege, but a responsibility entrusted to them by communities. This is why the ANC has approached the candidate selection process with seriousness it deserves.
And finally, the World Food Programme has warned that escalating conflicts and declining donor funding are driving global hunger to crisis levels. Acting Executive Director Carl Skau says nearly 300 million people around the world are facing acute food insecurity, 3 times more than 6 years ago. He says the agency received only 40% of the funding it required last year. Speaking after briefing the UN Security Council, he said waiting for a famine to be officially declared before taking action amounts to a failure of responsibility.
Food security and national security is linked. Food security and stability is linked. And so if the world does not wake up to where we're heading now, we risk seeing more instability further down the road. As I said in my opening remarks, a family who don't have food on the table only have 3 choices. It's starve, it's move, or it's rebel. And that goes then far beyond, of course, the humanitarian consequences of this increased food insecurity.
Recapping the top story, alleged crime kingpin Vuzumuzukat Matlala is expected to continue testifying at the Madlanga Commission this morning. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Deciding to not hit save may cost you an afternoon of work, but deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. With Outsurance, 50-year-old Lawrence saves an incredible 309 Rand a month on his 2025 Volkswagen T-Cross. Switch to Outsurance. You could be one quote away from having more money in your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAfm Sports Headlines, rugby. The Springbok captain, Siya Kolisi, is fit and ready for Saturday's must-win rugby's greatest rivalry test against New Zealand. And in soccer, Orlando Pirates continue their winning start to the Betway Premiership, opening up room at the top after a 2-0 win over Sekhukhune United. All these stories and more at around 8:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. A reminder of some new roadworks on Pretoria's N4. This is the Bequena Highway going eastbound from the Mabopadi Highway, joined down to Rossen Road. Just a single lane section. A motorist being caught up for the first time there today. N1 South pretty slow from Old Joburg all the way through to a crash at Allendale, and then a sort of another delay just getting south into Beclue interchange. R21 towards Pretoria, crash before Nell Mapius Drive, causing a really big delay from Clayville up towards the crash near St George's Hotel. And the M1 coming out of Soweto stays busy with a collision scene before the Albertina Cecilio off-ramp to Maresburg. Durban breakdowns on the N2 South between Umgeni and Spaghetti Junction. That's quite heavy queues back as far as Inanda Road this morning. Also a breakdown between Kwamashu and Gateway, so the N2 North heading towards the airport, starting to push a queue back through to Queen Nandi Drive. Protesting between Eshawi and Ging and Gluvu, still causing some delays on the R66, and watch for problems just south of Melmoth with some protesting near Wessel Savinkel. Cape Town stationary truck N2 inbound at Mowbray Main. That's a queue back through Langa, and the M3 quite heavy. Wynberg Hill right through to Hospital Bend this morning. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome to the third hour of the show. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. Still ahead in this hour. South Africans still vote, but do we still believe democratic politics can change daily lives? We're going to look at two possible futures in the country: grievance captured by authoritarian and populist forces, or citizens rebuilding power through organized communities and social movements. And then we'll meet a woman turning entrepreneurship into jobs and value. This is in our FNB business interview. And then on Built in Mzansi, the South African platform using WhatsApp and AI to connect more than 250,000 frontline workers. This is after raising $8.4 million to scale. We'll hear about that story later on in the hour. As always, your contributions, your calls are more than welcome. We'll be taking your calls on 086 000 2032, on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer, or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This September, S3 brings you thought-provoking nature dockies that will change the way in which you view the world. Temperature Rising tells the story of three activists as they grapple with what thinking globally and acting locally means as they fight the barriers to climate action. Airs Sunday the 8th of September. Channel your inner activist with our selection of premium dockies Sundays at 5 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
This is what progress sounds like. At South African Airways, we've added more aircraft to the runway, increased our flights from just over 1,000 in 2021 to over 24,000 last year. and we continue to add more destinations and routes. It's steady progress over time. We know there's still work to do, but every day we're building something stronger. An airline that shares the resilience of the country it carries. South African Airways. Book your next flight at flysaa.com today.
90 minutes, a lifetime of emotion. One tackle can change a season. One goal can make history. One match can bring an entire nation to its feet. The world's greatest football league is back. Experience the skill, the passion, and the rivalries that captivate millions across the globe. The Premier League returns Saturday, 22 August from 3:30 on S3. And wherever you are, stream it live on SABC+.
Smart business moves mean more cash flow. Switch to Outsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Dr. Fahim from Matrix Dental.
We were with our previous insurers for many years prior to the switch. We found that Outsurance really understood our business needs. We are happy with our premiums. I wish we had switched sooner.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
All right, it's 14 after 8 o'clock. Now, a democracy can survive elections and still lose the faith of its people. South Africa is more than 30 years into freedom, but mass unemployment, deep inequality, corruption, and failing institutions have made the promise of democracy feel remote in many homes. That creates an opening, either for leaders who turn fear and anger into authoritarian power, or for citizens who organize from below and make democracy tangible again. Which future is already taking shape in South Africa? Dr. Imran Bakas is the author of Promises and Perils, the South African Crisis. Dr. Imran, good morning to you.
Thanks, Kathy. Thanks for having me on your show and on my favorite show.
And Angelo Fick is the Director of Research at the OWL Socio-Economic Research Institute. Angelo, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to Imran.
Well, great to hear from both of you, gentlemen. Let's start perhaps with identifying and naming the crisis that we're finding ourselves in as a society. Is it the state? Is it the economy? Is it political representation? What really are we facing here? Imran?
Well, I think in large part, Kathy, what we're facing is a crisis of moral legitimacy. You know, we've held this moral legitimacy rooted in struggle. And what we've seen happening in recent years is, that's been completely destroyed by looting, by the politicization of the state, by the capture of state institutions, and like we're seeing all around us, by the dynamic of self-enrichment, So I think we all know what we talk about every day, poverty, unemployment, inequality, etc. But I think it all links back to this crisis about a liberation movement that's come to power and that's now in really serious decline. And that decline is linked to how it's also compromised our moral legitimacy. We once saw South Africa as a kind of exception in the world, and it drew the attention of the entire world. But now we can see that South Africa is sliding, and that movement has become distinct.
Angelo, when we look at our country, do we have evidence now that points to South Africa either moving towards being to some level of authoritarianism or even fascism? And what would you say are the signs that point to that, if they exist at all?
Well, I think, to continue Imran's point about South African exceptionalism, I think that exceptionalism bubble has been burst, particularly for those who are observant about where South Africa is going and where it's coming from. And my suspicion is that this is not particularly a South African problem, though it has a face in South Africa that's slightly different from somewhere else. There is a rightward slide globally. I mean, we see this in South Africa. And there is a retreat into ethnic identity, into nationalist identity, into regional, within a country, regional identities that in South Africa can sometimes take the form of tribal or other forms of ethnic identity. And political actors, political parties are exploiting this. And I think part of this crisis has to do with the insecurity brought about by neoliberal economics, by inequality, and by many of the failed projects of the post-liberation ANC government and of the political system of the post-apartheid state. And so it is hardly surprising that people in a space of precarity, of feeling at risk, of insecurity, both economic as well as social, retreat into what they think is, familiar. And in that sense, these political parties that call on ethnic and national identities over other things are really offering people safety blankets when the house is on fire. They're not dealing with the causes of people's insecurity and uncertainty. They're simply offering them panaceas. They're offering them sort of solutions that are not actually solutions, but only make you feel good for a short period of time.
Angelo, do you think that as ordinary South Africans, we are actually aware of how much of a crossroads we are at in terms of what will inform the next phase of our democratic experience right now, and that what we're seeing politically, including whether we're looking at the formation of social movements, etc., that all of this is going to shape what this democracy looks like in the next 30 years?
Well, I think at some level younger people do understand it, which is partly why they may be withdrawing from formal political processes. But there's also a kind of, if you ignore the problem, it'll go away. And there's a sense in which that disengagement that we've seen in communities, the lack of trust in institutions, the lower participation rates in our formal elections, particularly at the local level, is for me a symptom of people's, I would say, political despair at systems that have been captured, as Imran pointed out, and are now, no longer functioning in the interests of those in whose name they operate and on whose behalf they should be administering. And I suspect that we've always been at a crossroads in South Africa. And the confusion that I think that keeps coming up is precisely because some of the fundamental institutions and processes of the society have not been done properly here. We don't have critically literate education. The caliber of thinker that we've deployed into the public space, into government has shifted. Just think of the journey we've traveled from Nelson Mandela, the intellectual, and this is not to do a hagiography of him, to the kind of representatives that we see in front of commissions of inquiry coming out of Parliament. It's hardly Ellen Kutzweiler who's sitting at the Midland Commission making an argument. It is not Emma Mashanini who's appearing to talk to us about labour issues. The people who are doing it, you've opened your statement with remarks about populism, are doing so from a very facile or shallow basis, and I think that's part of the crisis.
Imran, you also speak about democratic institutions, and Angelo has touched on that. Of course, we're going into elections on the 4th of November, so we are going to see a lot more of our institutions at least come alive within the public space. There'll be more press statements, there'll be more visibility. How much of this has to do with perhaps the fact that these institutions, as significant and as important as they have been, have not followed through fully in their mandate of really helping to strengthen this democracy? And what Angelo is saying, beyond just, did I tick the box of what I needed to do, but have we intentionally built a citizen and an electorate that understands their role in this democracy, that understands what they have to be giving in order to make democracy work?
Kathy, let me answer that in the context of the upcoming local government elections, right? We've seen the recent work coming out of the HSRC and of other surveys, Afrobarometer and others, showing that the vast majority of South Africans have lost hope in democracy and democratic practice. But when we look at that at local government level, local government is meant to be the central pivot in a society building exercise. And we have an absolutely sophisticated architecture when it comes to local government and public participation. We've constructed local government as a sphere of government where people can participate, people can talk about what they need, why they need it, etc. So the architecture in terms of legislation, policy, in terms of the constitutional provision is sophisticated. But the spaces that are created for participation are not meaningful. So when we say that, if you are concerned about something in your community, you can reach out to your councillor or to your ward committee, or you can send a petition, or you can make a contribution to the IDP. All of these things work well on paper, but in reality, those mechanisms and those avenues do not work. And we've seen that over and over again. We also talk about South Africa being the most protest-rich country in the world. I think 5,000 plus protests at the last count in terms of what the literature is saying. But sometimes we need to question, whether we have a service delivery crisis or whether we have a crisis of local democracy. And I think the fact that people's voices are not heard, unless, of course, you're in a middle-class suburb in some part of the country where you can text the ward councillor and he or she responds. But for the vast majority of people, local government does not work. And, if we don't give enough thought to how we make this process participatory, how we make it meaningful, I think there's going to be a further loss of hope in local government. And we're going to have a further democratic deficit. The space or the gap between the electorate and the people and the state is going to increase. And that's the reason many young people will say to you, well, why should we vote? Our situation does not change. You keep telling us that we have this really incredible constitution and we go on, showing off about the constitution. But I recall one young person in a class once saying to me, so what? We can't eat the constitution. And I think that cuts to what our real crisis is.
Imran, you've hit the nail on the head when you talk about the fact that people just are not heard and they feel that they're not heard. And often the political leaders that capture, the hearts and the minds of South Africans are those who people feel are representing their issues and that they're listening to them. How does it move from that into then a red flag, if I can put it that way, that is warning of potential fascism, that is warning of potential authoritarianism that we then must be careful of?
Well, this might not be true, of course, for all over the country and for all local councillors. But I think one of the big problems is something you alluded to earlier. Local councillors, local government stakeholders are aware of, the need to hear people's voices at local government level. But very often the idea is, once we have the position and once we are, in local government or provincial government or wherever it is, why should we listen to people? What do they know? They live in rural areas and are not educated. We know what people want. And then how do you reconcile that with saying, for example, an IDP at local government level needs to be participatory or whatever the Municipal Systems Act or Structures Act wants? So local government stakeholders or officials adopt a very technocratic approach once they're in power. So it's about ticking a box in order to ensure that, I've satisfied the constitutional or legislative provision. So we don't have the political buy-in. And, if you don't have the political will, I think local government suffers. The idea that you don't need to hear people's voices and the fact that you don't think people should be heard in terms of what they want, I think is where the crux of the problem at local government level is. So I've often argued that it's a crisis of local democracy that we face.
Angelo, we're also sitting, right, with that trust deficit, as you touched on earlier, in political organizations. there seems to be a huge leadership vacuum in our country. Do you agree with the sentiment that says perhaps it will be social movements that rise to fill that gap, when what we have seen is that many of these movements are in and of themselves fragmented? Some have been captured, some pop up, and then, it's sort of here today, gone tomorrow.
Well, I think as long as there are movements that are issue-focused, that don't have a particular democratic tradition inside of them, they will simply replicate the problem that we see in the political parties. The IEC itself indicated a few years ago that while we may have democracy and democratic processes in the state at election time, inside parties, there aren't that. And I think one of the problems we have is literacy. I mean, I keep returning to this so many times, but if people are literate, they're able to exercise empathy, they're able to read and see things from a different person's perspective. And as we've seen from witnesses of the Madlanga Commission, as we've seen from politicians when they talk about the opposition parties or about people who vote for the opposition parties, there's an inability to empathize and think about how those people understand the world. And similarly, inside many of these fragmented social movements, there's a lack of empathy because people are so focused on their issue that they don't understand how to build a mass democratic movement the way it was done in the 1980s. And part of that is literacy, but also isolation and atomization because of things like social media and lower sort of belongings in actual physical organizations like trades unions, churches, etc. And so I think the crisis is social, political, as well as economic.
What do we do?
Is that a question to me?
Yes.
I think it is important to build community, and by that I don't mean going on social media platforms to find others who think like you, but to begin to engage in public, to rebuild the public transportation system so that people interact there in ways and means. And to go back to Imran's earlier point about the middle classes, withdrawing behind high walls, tinted windows in cars, isolated, moving between your housing estate, the shopping center, and your office complex, that's not how you build sociality or how you build a state. You need to participate in a space. We need to build inclusive communities. And there, local government legislation that's existing for almost 25, 30 years now was supposed to be crucial to plan neighborhoods that are integrated. And until we do that, what we'll continue to have is an unequal country with unequal opportunities and very divergent views that are also very much based in individual experiences rather than in the communal crises we will be facing, not least of which is the unfolding climate catastrophe.
Let me thank you both for your time. Angelo Fick, Dr. Imran Bakas there. Listening to Angelo, he's been listening to the reality check, eh? Is that not what Professor Ari Sitas has been talking about? That's why he's been emphasizing spaces and democracy. Thank you both for your contribution to that conversation. 8:30, time for latest headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, the Centre for Development and Enterprise has warned that Johannesburg's non-payment crisis is making the city's municipal model unsustainable. Alleged crime kingpin Vusimuzi Matlala is expected to continue testifying at the Madlanga Commission this morning. Matlala was questioned extensively about his relationship with businessman Hangwani Maumela yesterday. And the Gauteng Department of Health is calling on communities to register as organ and tissue donors. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Still a very busy Wednesday morning for Gauteng motorists, particularly on the highways. There's this earlier crash on the M1 South just going into Allendale. That's quite slow today as you line up really from about SAfmRadio Road all the way down towards that Allendale exit. The other issue we've been keeping an eye on is a crash on the N12 and R24 routes at Giluli's interchange. So just coming through from the Ekurhuleni side, quite a bad backlog there still. The M1 North, a collision at Maresburg, leaving Soweto is under pressure up towards that scene, and a crash on the Mike 1 South at Crown, just actually having a bit of an impact on the Mike 1 North and M2 West in that particular area. Protesting this morning south of Eshowe on the R66 route down towards Ging and Glue, but it's about halfway through. That is still disrupted. There are still some delays out that side. Durban, the breakdowns on the N2 South between Umgeta Road and Spaghetti Junction have been cleared, but there is still a backlog. There were backlogs all day yesterday between Umgeta Road and Spaghetti Junction due to a sort of alteration in the roadwork. So watch that today. N2 North with the breakdown halfway towards the Mshlanga exit, so that's still very slow getting up from Kumashu, and plenty of traffic on the M4, really between sort of Virginia Airport and the city centre territory. Cape Town breakdown on the N2 inbound at Mowbray Mains being cleared, plus left a heavy N2 inbound from Bunga Avenue, M5 from Racecourse Road, routes like Lisbeth Parkway, Klipfontein Road through that Mowbray area working towards the N2 stay heavy as well. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
It's 8:33. Zai Khan, good morning. So the Springbok skipper, Siya Kolisi, he's now been given the all clear. He's fit and ready.
Hey, Kathy, good news travels fast, man. Yeah, absolutely. The captain is back. And Siya Kolisi, I mean, just seeing him wear the green and gold is as good as it gets. So we are excited as the Boks have reshuffled the pack for Saturday's must-win second rugby's greatest rivalry test against New Zealand in Cape Town. Yeah, the captain Siya Kolisi set to return after recovering from a hamstring injury, while the double World Cup winning fly half Henry Pollard comes back into the starting 15 alongside scrum half Cobus Reinach. Ethan Hooker replaces the injured Cheslin Colby on the wing, with coach Rassie Erasmus making 4 changes to his starting side after last weekend's 33-16 defeat. The Springboks, they trail the 4-test series 1-0 and must win to keep the contest alive. More rugby, the Lions have come up just short, but they've got plenty of admirers after pushing the All Blacks all the way in a 41-35 defeat at Ellis Park. Captain Frank Horn says there was so much good stuff to take from the performance after the Joburg side built an 18-point lead before New Zealand fought back. The rising loose forward, Siba Mahash, starred with an intercept try and a man of the match display. So looking forward to seeing the Lions perform ahead of the new URC season. And Orlando Pirates continuing their impressive start to the Betway Premiership with a 2-0 win over Sekhukhune United. Coach Abdusalam Wadu revealed he deliberately restarted and rested captain Nkosinathi Sibisi and striker Yanela Mbatuma, saying protecting players during a demanding run of fixtures is just as important as picking up the 3 points as the Buccaneers stretch their lead at the top of the table.
For me, getting this diploma, it will be an exciting thing personally, and also it will come at a great value for players that come to Mesa Strikers Academy, because I want to produce strikers that are well knowledgeable about the game and understand the ways in which they can succeed in this game.
There we have the former Kaizer Chiefs and Orlando Pirates striker Leshnulolo Majoro. He's opening about rolling for his CAF B license as he wants to shape his coaching career following retirement, and he's adding that boosting his qualifications as well will attract more players to his academy. Let's go to the Mamelodi Sundowns ladies. They've stormed into the CAF Women's Champions League COSAFA Cup semi-finals with a perfect group stage record, but coach Godfrey Sapula says the real work starts now. Banyana Bastille face the defending champions Gaborone United tomorrow, with a place at this year's CAF Women's Champions League on the line.
For us, obviously, this is a CAF Champions League qualifier in the COSAFA region, obviously. So it means you gotta beat the best if you want to be the one that is representing the COSAFA region at CAF Champions League. We give respect to Gaborone. I mean, they are the defending champions, It means they also have the pedigree, So we're gonna give respect to them. But again, we're also driven by our own ambitions and targets, As I said, we're going to respect them. But we also want to do well, and make sure that we give ourselves a chance.
And finally, tennis. Former world number 1 Novak Djokovic and 4-time Grand Slam champion Aryna Sabalenka are out of the US Open mixed doubles after a surprise defeat to the Czech star Katerina Siniakova and Britain's Henry Patton. And that's your sport game set, and stay tuned to SAFM. We've got George Herika. He'll be bringing you more sport at 12:30. I'm Zai Khan.
Yo, listen. Casual day, yo. Yo, one beat, one drum, hear the sound. Let the rhythm move around. Beat is one, rhythm matters. Ish, sticker on, bring your beat. Friday, 4 September, hit the streets. Join the cause, it's casual day. .co.za, beat is one.
This is a SABC supported initiative.
Do you have a car you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
This interview is proudly brought to you by FNB Business. Women's Month is an opportunity to celebrate the women who are shaping South Africa's entrepreneurial landscape through innovation, resilience and determination. Women-owned businesses continue to make an impact, an important contribution to economic growth, job creation and community development, often while navigating very unique challenges. One such entrepreneur is Nonjabulo Sokela. She's the founder of NipoWorks and also an FNB business customer client. Nonjabulo, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and your listeners, and thank you for having me on your show.
Well, tell us about your entrepreneurial journey. What inspired you to start NipoWorks, and how has the business evolved since you've started?
So what inspired me, Kathy, to establish NipoWorks initially was obviously for my own personal benefit, to ensure that I'm able to support my family. As the eldest daughter, you always want your siblings to outrun you in the same way that every parent wants their kids to outrun them. But since then, the company has evolved over the years to wanting SMMEs in the township as well as rural communities to gain market access to growing sectors of the economy, and just having young people being informed about the growing sectors of the economy, such as your green economy, your blue economy, so that when they choose their subjects, they know that this is what will enable them to further their studies at a tertiary level, as well as eventually securing employment or starting their own business.
Let's talk about what you actually do in the business.
Yes, so we consider ourselves as an ecosystem builder at NipoWorks, simply because we live by our vision, which is to try and make sure that at least one household has an individual that is able to contribute towards South Africa's GDP. And we do this every day by ensuring that young people get the right accreditations that will enable them to form part of growing sectors of the economy, such as the green economy. And we also make sure that SMMEs, especially the ones that are located in rural areas and township areas, to form part of the economy as well, and just make sure that they are moved from the stigma of informal to formal by making sure that their houses are in order and we give them market access.
What were some of the early challenges that you had to overcome when building NipoWorks?
Sure, I must start off by just saying that I am glad that I have the parents that I have, because their pearls of wisdom still echo at the back of my mind when I feel like giving up at times. My father once said that empilweni uyalwa. And in layman terms, basically for me, what it meant is that you just need to persevere and work hard. And obviously the bravery of my mother also has really helped me. But really, what we faced a lot at the inception of the company is the rejection, simply because I believe we're quite early in the market, and corporates as well as government at the time did not have the strategic focus on sustainability in comparison to the now recent years where the conversations have now become more fluid, because obviously South Africa is now assigned a couple of years ago to be part of the 196 countries that signed the Paris Accord. So when you talk about ESG and the importance of inclusivity, it's now people are more receptive to what you are saying, and they really are open to making sure that we build this economy and no one is really left behind.
I imagine, Nonjabulo, one of the other challenges is that you are also, again, walking into a space that is predominantly male-dominated, and the fact that you are also upskilling people in the sector. Have you found yourself in those situations where you're going to important meetings, walking into certain rooms, and suddenly people are just not expecting that it would be you who show up, that they are expecting somebody who's of a different gender, perhaps even of a different race?
Yes, that has happened, and it still happens. But what I have learned is that it's quite important that you do what you need to do, which is simply provide the best service that you can. I have faced those stereotypes, and as you know, that in terms of the green economy or STEM-related fields, there's a low percentage of women that are actually involved in STEM-related fields. So you do have those eyes that just look at you and say, this is a young person. What experience do they have? Do they even know what they are doing? But I don't let that deter me. As I said, perseverance has been before me.
And as an F&B business customer, how has having the right banking partner supported your journey?
So firstly, I'm glad they were the First National Bank. Excuse the... Can I assist you? They really mean it. They want to see you grow, and they are intentional about the partnership. Excuse me. They make you think beyond your 5-year strategy that you normally have as an organization. They elevate your thinking to legacy, such as, do you want to sell your company in the next coming years? Do you want to pass it on to future generations? Then make sure you have this in place, so that you are able to do all of these things that you want to do. Because at the end of the day, we're not just running a shop that we want to close overnight, but we want to live, we want to make sure that we're building businesses that we can either pass on to future generations. And I'm glad that I'm walking this journey with F&B.
Nonjabulo Sokela, founder of NipoWorks and an F&B business customer. And this interview, of course, has been proudly brought to you by F&B Business.
The archive remembers. The conversation continues.
In business, responsible leadership is measured by the choices we make beyond the balance sheet. Used oil is hazardous waste, and how it's stored, collected and managed matters. The Rose Foundation helps industries in discharging their extended producer responsibility obligations by supporting used oil collection and environmental protection. For decision makers, it is ESG leadership in action. Partner with the Rose Foundation and help turn used oil responsibility into measurable impact.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. It's still slow leaving Soweto with this crash in on the M1 North, just around the Albertina Sisulu Maresburg exit, queues back towards Soweto Highway. Still busy at Crown as well. Mike 1 from Gold Reef City up through Crown and the M2 coming in from Joe Slovo, very slow going there. Busy one into Sandton, particularly South Road and Rivonia through Morningside. And then you've got traffic light issues on Republic Road at Woodland. That's just before William Mandela, leaving Randburg on your way to on your way to Sandton. That's fairly busy as well. The N1 South, that earlier crash at Allendale, basically out of the way. Bit of traffic between Samran and New Road, but fairly normal. Also the crash on the R21 at Nell Napier's Drive near St George's Hotel. That scene also cleared up and out of the way. Still some protest disruption. R66 south of Eshowe down to Gigluvu. Traffic looks like it's moving, but there are some delays there. Durban, the bottom end of the M4 Southern Freeway coming into Sanduli Tusi on your way to city centre is busy, and Umgena Road crash just as you come off Connaught Bridge. If you're in on Chris Harney over the bridge onto Umgena Road, that's where you're going to find that particular crash scene. N3 has a breakdown just around Hammersdale, so coming from Cato Ridge, that's getting a bit slow. And Cape Town, the earlier stationary truck and the N2 inbound at Mowbray Main Road's being cleared, but it's left some really busy conditions. N2 from Langa, the M5 from Kenilworth, Klipfontein Road from Athlone through to Mowbray, and then routes like Lisbeck Parkway and other routes in the area, just very slow in and around that sort of Hospital Bend and Mowbray area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Your weekend football is sorted on SABC. Friday at 8:30, Bayern Munich face VfB Stuttgart in the Bundesliga, live on the SABC Sport channel on DTT, OpenView and SABC Plus. Saturday at 4 o'clock, Bournemouth take on Everton in the Premier League, live on S3. The MTN 8 semi-final second legs are live on SABC 1. Sekhukhune United face Orlando Pirates. It's followed on Sunday by Mamelodi Sundowns against Golden Arrows. 4 massive fixtures, one football weekend, live on SABC Sport for the love of the game.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
It's 8:49. You're still listening to the National Briefing. We have been back to back this morning. Unfortunately, I have very little time for your calls, but let me try. Arthur, you're in Pongola. Good morning. Yes, Arthur?
I just want to talk about what is happening at the Madlanga Commission.
Go ahead.
I just want to give credit to our South African crime intelligence. There's something that I have noticed, which I call it's a VNet strategy done by General Mkwanaza. When he started this to give birth to Malanga, nobody see it coming. And then he went to Parliament. Now, after he went to Parliament, now he is coming for the big fish. And he's coming for a big fish, knowingly so that there are people who are standing, who are representing the big fish. So he will come for them. Anyway, he is closing down the tender system, the political interference, the killing. This thing we will start seeing the result, the actual result, come to when we are approaching the election of the general election. We will see that South Africa will start to be clean. The reason why I'm saying so, the participation that is happening at the Madlanga is at a high level. I have never seen this in Africa as a continent.
Arthur, don't you just get a sense? I mean, when you look at these WhatsApp interactions, and I think overall part of what has come out, it seems like there are people who just had the ability to open and close taps. You know, they open a tap, there's millions of rands that just comes out, and it was sort of the normal course of life. This is just what they were able to do, but it's all using state funds.
Of course. That is the reason why I think what I see, the intelligence has concluded what is happening about this. I think they are 10 miles away from what is actual. They already know, they investigated this thing, and then they realize to go and arrest the perpetrators or the alleged people doing this, it won't help. But they rather just do this strategy, which I call it as a VNet strategy, so that let the South Africans see what is happening. But already they have investigated this thing long ago. They knew what they have already they knew the flow, how it's gonna unfold.
All right, Arthur, we're going to leave it there. Yeah, think about the number of people who would have lost their lives. Police officers, investigators, because it is very dangerous business. And let's not forget, lives have already been lost linked to these matters. So is that part of the power of the Madlanga Commission in this process? Xolani, you're in the Eastern Cape. Good morning.
Hi, Kathy. Kathy, my take on the gentleman that you were interviewing about 15 minutes back, I think as South Africans, our biggest challenge at the moment is the fact that there is no standardized format where people can measure the performance of whoever takes over a particular position. I'll give you an example with the issue of politics. There is no standardized measure that is set where a political party or a councillor who takes over a role will be measured on performance other than what the political party itself brings to the people. And then they will be able to use their own manipulative way to say they've tried their best, and then people suffer at the end of the day, and then they will try to come up with another excuse after 5 years again to do that. South Africa needs to have a standardized format so that whoever comes, then there will be these measures that every party or councillor comes in, which I would call there must be a job description for a councillor. Then you will measure that, one, based on the qualifications for that job, and two, the performance when that person is done. Then you do performance management on the individual. Without those, we will always have issues.
Xolani, when we look at the intersection of the administrative, and the political in local government, more and more I find myself swayed by the argument that says that you can professionalize as much as you want, but it might not bring the change that you need, simply because if there are calls that are being made outside of the administrative arm, but that have a bearing on the administrative, it's almost, you can change the players, but the script remains the same.
But Kathy, if you were to look at the first world countries, how did they get there? That's all you have to do. Look at the first world countries, how they got there. It's about the right individuals in the right positions. They still have political parties. They still have their own issues, challenges, and even corruption for that matter. But the focus is on the individuals that are performing jobs. At the moment, just to sum it up, we academics, religion, politics, focus on this term called leadership. And yet the actual thing that is needed, it's about management. Okay. If you mismanage resources, you will lose whatever resource you have. That's
Xolani, in the Eastern Cape, let's leave it there. Thank you for those contributions.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
It's 8:55. Let's get into our Built in Mzansi feature for today. Now, most workplace technology is designed for people who are sitting behind a computer, but millions of South Africans work on shop floors, in restaurants, security, cleaning and logistics, and often without an email address or an HR portal. Well, let's talk about the work that GEM has done. Simon Ellis is the co-founder of this particular organization. Simon, good morning to you.
Kathy, good morning. How are you?
I'm well. So tell us about GEM.
Kathy, GEM is a WhatsApp-based workforce management system. We work with the largest employers in South Africa who employ cleaners, manufacturers, baristas, anyone who doesn't sit behind a computer, and we use WhatsApp to help those employers connect, manage, and reward their employees.
How do you do it? Is there a special email via WhatsApp portal?
No. If you've ever flown SAfmRadio and got your boarding pass on WhatsApp, it's exactly like that, except it's for HR and managing employees. So you can get your pay slips on WhatsApp, you can request leave on WhatsApp, you can get your credit score on WhatsApp, You can request access to a portion of your earned wages on WhatsApp. You can do everything on top of WhatsApp. It's the channel, no doubt, you were on this morning and most of South Africa, and we've decided to use that channel to help employers manage their workforces more effectively.
Sure. What a solution, right? Now, let's talk about the rules that govern what takes place, because WhatsApp is still seen as an informal means of communication. Are there specific and special rules that companies are onboarding to use it now as an official platform of communication?
Yes, there is, but WhatsApp has a business API that they release. So all of the big businesses in South Africa use WhatsApp. Checkers sends you notifications on WhatsApp. Amazon sends you notifications. Most businesses have a WhatsApp channel. We've just decided to use that WhatsApp channel to be our primary channel. So we integrate with the Meta or WhatsApp API, and we work directly with businesses to take the information that they have and give it to their workforce.
Your revenue has more than doubled, and you are now targeting, I think, 1 million users in 3 years. What do you think is going to be the impact of this product in the African market, especially with the emphasis that we're placing on entrepreneurs, on SMME? So it's taking a lot of the costs out of it, right?
Exactly. A lot of the HR systems or workforce management systems have been designed by American businesses or European businesses and are based on email or apps. Email and apps don't work for deskless workers. Deskless workers are on the shop floor, making coffee, managing a manufacturing plant, or mining. They need to have a technology that is accessible and easy to use, and that's why we use WhatsApp. We now serve 250,000 employees. We're growing very fast, so we should hit 1 million within a couple of years. And I think if you think about how big the opportunity is, in South Africa there are 15 million employed people. 10 million of those people are still getting a printed payslip. That's indicative of technology that's not working for them. We want to solve that gap.
How's that for the deskless workforce? Simon Ellis, the co-founder and CEO of GEM. What a story. Simon, thank you for your time.
Take my hand and run with me out of the past called yesterday, and walk with me into the future of tomorrow. Yesterday must be
take my hand and walk with me out of the past called yesterday, and run with me into the future called tomorrow. We use this song to practice waltz at high school. Dolly Parton made this world a better place. What a gift from God. Thank you very much. Lebo in Villa Villa.
No more crying.
I believe it's Oprah Winfrey that has said this morning that the world is poorer having lost Dolly Parton. This icon will absolutely be remembered. Rest in peace, Dolly Parton.
Yesterday is gone down, but tomorrow is forever.
In our top stories, cocaine seizure worth over 200 million rand and a warning over non-payment culture in Johannesburg. Good morning. Police have confiscated suitcases containing blocks of suspected cocaine worth an estimated street value of more than 200 million rand at the OR Tambo International Airport east of Johannesburg. Officials intercepted 2 separate consignments of cocaine. National Police spokesperson Athlenda Martes says no arrests have been made yet.
In the first incident, 2 large travel suitcases were intercepted at the airport terminal. The suitcases contained blocks of suspected cocaine weighing approximately 84 kilograms. In a separate interception at the cargo section, 4 boxes containing approximately 250 kilograms of suspected cocaine were packed into 220 blocks were also seized. The combined estimated street value of the seized cocaine is more than 200 million. Lieutenant General Dimpani has commended the multidisciplinary team for its vigilance and continued efforts to disrupt drug trafficking through the country's major international entry point.
The Centre for Development and Enterprise, CDE, has warned that Johannesburg's non-payment crisis is making the city's municipal model unsustainable. According to the CDE's latest report, Joburg's broken budget, the metro spends money it does not collect, imposing even higher costs on a shrinking rates base and stagnant economy. This while squeezing infrastructure investment and turning its suppliers into de facto lenders. CDE Executive Director Anne Bernstein says so far the interventions have made the situation worse.
We think it's very likely that national financial assistance will be required to get the city back up and running and solvent. But this has to be conditional. Conditional on a new government of Johannesburg that is serious about dealing with the challenges it faces, that will take control of the budget and will deal with corruption and a number of other things that are essential.
A 4th suspect in the murder of former Knysna Mayor and ANC Ward Councillor Aubrey Tsengwa will appear in the local magistrates' court in the Western Cape today. This week, 3 other suspects also appeared and were remanded into custody. They will appear again on Monday on charges of conspiracy to commit murder and of attempted murder. Tsengwa was shot dead in his car last Wednesday. One of his 3 passengers were wounded. The following day, 2 other ANC members, former Ward 7 councillor Mandla Matiwani and taxi boss Mandla Tyololo, were also shot dead. Police are still searching for suspects in the other murders. Alleged crime kingpin Vusimuzikat Matlala is expected to continue testifying at the Matlanga Commission this morning. Matlala was questioned extensively about his relationship with businessman Hangwani Maumela yesterday. He confirmed before the Commission that they were business partners, adding that they invested money into government tender opportunities and shared profits from successful contracts. Sibatle Mota reports.
The Matlanga Commission is expected to begin a new topic with Matlala this morning. The Commission has probed him about the multi-million rand Medicare 24 tender. Matlala maintained that he could be a subject of a special investigating unit investigation linked to Gauteng Health Department tenders. He did not specify what offense he was allegedly being investigated for. Matlala has repeatedly invoked his right against self-incrimination, particularly when questioned about his alleged relationships with senior police officials and matters before the courts.
And finally, the Gauteng Department of Health is calling on communities to register as organ and tissue donors. Officials say about 1,100 people in Gauteng are waiting for a kidney transplant, while more than 6,500 people are on waiting lists nationwide. The department spokesperson, Steve Mabona, says one organ donor can save up to 7 lives and tissue donation can help up to 50 people. The department is urging people to share their organ donation wishes with their families to help ease decision-making during times of grief. Mabona elaborates.
It's a challenge because one would have agreed, but then by the time we then want to implement what would have, agreed upon, then the families will say, no, culturally, we don't believe in this. That's why we're saying the first point of departure, those that are culturally against this exercise, maybe engage the family, make them understand on why you want to do this. Because, there's different myths and beliefs. It's important for you to make them understand that this is a donation which we want to save other lives.
Recapping the top story, police have confiscated suitcases containing blocks of suspected cocaine with an estimated street value of more than 200 million rand at the OR Tambo International Airport, east of Johannesburg. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Morning, neighbour. Oh, your new solar panels are looking good.
Thanks. Best investment ever. My electricity bill has dropped.
Nice. But have you registered your solar system with Eskom?
Register? Why? I'm already saving money.
Because when your system makes more electricity than you use, you could earn credits.
Wait, I could be earning something back?
Yes. If your rooftop solar is connected to Eskom's grid, register it. It's safer, and you could earn extra credits for your surplus electricity.
Phew, looks like I've been missing out. If you have a rooftop solar that's connected to Eskom's grid, register your system today. You could earn credits where applicable, enjoy a safer connection, and get even more value from your solar investment. Visit www.eskom.co.za or call 0800 375 66. T's and C's apply. Eskom, redefining for a better future.
South Africa has changed. SAfm has evolved. The conversation continues. SAfm. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
It is 8 minutes past 9. A very good morning to you. It is the Daily Discourse. Koketso Sachane in for Joanne Joseph. Joanne returns tomorrow. Between 9 and 12. Thank you very much to Kathy Motlatlana, together with the National Briefing team. Much appreciated. It seems as if it's going to be a very interesting week because tomorrow I'm on duty between 6 and 9. Hey, who busy, man? Who busy? I hope you're well, and that at least those of us who are fans of and have been following or come from households where Dolly Parton was central to the musical journey, that you have received and are dealing with the unfortunate news of her passing. I've got a story to tell about Dolly Parton, and I will do so in the next few minutes. On the Daily Briefing this morning, you would remember a conversation that we had yesterday. The majority of our conversation outside of the scheduled interviews that we had was on the matter of marital rape. If you are not with us, here's what happened. We received a call from Babita Tagatayo, who took issue with a case in which a wife is said to have reported her husband for rape, only to withdraw the charges, but due to the type of crime, the state continued with the case. Tagatayo went further to state that there was no such thing as rape in a marriage, and we received another 2 or 3 calls from men and one woman, if I'm not mistaken, who effectively shared the sentiment that there's no such thing as marital rape. What we are going to do on the Daily Discourse this morning, just after 9:30, we'll have with us senior lecturer in the Department of Procedural Law at University of Pretoria, Dr. Llewellyn Kerr-Lewis, to talk about this, understanding marital rape from a legal standpoint. That conversation we have at 9:30, just after the news. And then I'd like to encourage you to also be part of the conversation on the other side of 10, unpacking the hidden truth behind the South African cannabis industry. We discussed that with legal activist Gareth Prince. He's going to be with us on the other side of 10. But now, on a much more sad note, we have been dealing with this in the morning since last night, where we learned of the passing of legendary country singer Ms. Dolly Parton. I need to be honest and say that I'm neither a fan of country music nor Dolly Parton as an artist, in terms of her music at least. I do, however, have great respect for her artistry, and it was not long ago that I learned to appreciate Ms. Parton, the person and the storyteller. I was on a road trip from Cape Town to Joburg, listening to some podcasts, and I came across one titled Dolly Parton's America, if at all you are a fan or appreciate storytelling and like to know more about a person in their story, Dolly Parton's America is a fascinating podcast. I learned not only about her upbringing, but the feminist that she was and how she stood up to the men in the music industry who not only undermined her as a woman, but sought to control and exploit her incredible songwriting abilities. Here's an interesting story behind the song I Will Always Love You. Some of us know it from it being sung by Whitney Houston, but it was written and released by Ms. Parton in 1973. The story behind the song is that it's not a love song in the way that some of us might understand it to be. So what happened was Ms. Parton got her first break when she was part of a TV show hosted by a man called Porter Wagner, another TV and country legend. The two of them collaborated on this TV show for about 7 years, and part and parcel of that journey included them releasing music together. And then at some point, Dolly Parton decided that she wants to go solo, and that caused a lot of tension because Porter was in part controlling her and did not want to let her go. And that's how she wrote the song, I Will Always Love You. That was her goodbye song to Porter. And that is the origin of the song itself. So an interesting tidbit there that you find as you follow the story of her life through that podcast, Dolly Parton's America. Maybe you want to talk about that or other matters that have been on your mind. Give us a call, 086 000 2032, or send us your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. I need to apologize ahead of time. I've got a little bit of I don't know if it's a cold, a flu, something is happening, but in good form, so I'm busy drinking it up here, and hopefully it will help. It's 13 minutes past 9. Good morning to you. Welcome to the Daily Discourse.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
104.2, 107, and nationwide it is the Daily Discourse on SAFM. Kokezo in for Joanne. Let's take your calls. Let's start off with Tabiso. Good morning.
Good morning, Kokezo, and how are you?
All right, Nyumran.
I think let's start by, paying our respect to Dolly Parton. I mean, one of the most notable songs is the one she did with Ladysmith Black Mambazo. Knock Knock on Heaven's Door. So it clearly shows that the old lady has been able to transcend. Being able to, from country music and doing a song with Skatamia, you would understand how versatile she was, and it's quite a very nice song, and it's quite important. She has lived throughout, and she has done a very good work. We know. If you follow quite well Ladysmith Black Mambazo, you would realize that throughout the years and even currently, the current new crop still go and play in Tennessee, where she's from, quite regularly. And they are quite very popular around that side. To be given an opportunity like that as South Africans through Ladysmith Black Mambazo, we definitely appreciate that.
No, thank you very much.
Our craft in the country is being sold that side. Yeah.
Much appreciated, Tabiso there in Polokwane. Lower in Guyana, good morning.
Good morning, my brother. Are you well?
All right, what's on your mind this morning?
Good, my brother. I want to talk about something that is municipality related, the provision of water or lack thereof. I always ask myself questions whether this function of responsibility of water provision can be usurped from the district municipalities, or it has to be placed under administration one way or the other. So Opa has got one district known as Mopani, where Guyana force these people, they constantly
Lord, sorry, and we're just struggling with your line. Was it Lord again yesterday? We were struggling, and it seems to be a consistent issue there. Yeah. I'm not sure what's happening in Guyana that we always struggle with Lord. Maybe something so that we can get better signal there. Let's go to Mgriti. Good morning.
Hey, Putkoke to Sativane Mini. I'm used to you at night, man. Yeah. Hey, Putiman, condolences to Mamutoli Party. But there's what you call there's no rape in marriage, but I'm not wanting to speak about that. Let me speak about
sorry, Uteni, there's no?
There is no rape in a marriage in your topic, your opening topic, but I'm not going to speak about that.
Okay.
So I want to speak about the CEO of SAFA not being able to or not willing to disclose the salary that Hugo Bruce was earning. And what you call here I've raised the issue of white privilege and the way white people are complaining about BEE, the same BEE that benefits them, but they won't acknowledge that they want it abolished. Why am I saying that? You are aware that SAFA was offering what you call Utatu Pitso Msimane 5 million. And they were paying they were paying Hugo Bros 16 million, sorry.
Is that a fact?
But that's a fact.
Okay.
That's actually I get it from the news, man.
Okay.
So the thing is this, what you call that I wanted to raise this way. I'm an entrepreneur, and before I was an entrepreneur, I started working for a white company, and it's a reality that as an artisan myself or a bola maker, I would teach a white lighty that is just coming, doesn't know anything, and I would be rating 29 rand at that time. But the new white boy that comes in will rate 31 rand point something better than me. Even if there's a colored that is coming in as an employee, I will teach him, but the colored also will rate better than me. But what I'm trying to say is that it's something that continues, and there's nothing that legislature or something that black people, it can speak for black people, because we are facing those issues. We are earning less than colors.
Yeah.
We are earning less than white people.
Let's bring it back to Hugo Bruce, and I get why you took it where you did. Did Hugo Bruce? I want to separate things. Firstly, did Hugo Bruce deserve that money? Considering what he did,
he did deserve it. Let's say that. Yes.
He deserved it, ne? So there's no question around Hugo Bruce and him earning the money that he did because of what he achieved, right?
Sure.
Right. So let's put that aside. Then we can focus on what is happening that Pitso is not being paid his worth. Because my understanding is it was at some point 5, and then, if I'm not mistaken, they took it to 10, but then saying that they will not be able to or are not willing to go beyond 10 mil per annum. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
So, as it stands, the fact that we are not seeing Pitso along the touchline, this matter is not being finalized. Pitso is fighting for his worth, yes?
Yes.
And for as long as he's not paying his worth, he's not paid his worth from where he sits, he shouldn't take the job, yes?
I don't know how about that.
No, Mara, man, I mean, come on. We're talking about principles here. We're talking about principles. Because to go back to what you were saying, because if Hugo Bruce was being paid as he did, why can't we pay Pitso what Pitso is asking for? Again, so on a principle level, we would not be. Pitso should not accept money or salary that does not fit his worth. Right?
Understood.
I know, as a country, people want Pitso to be the coach. Some might disagree because they argue he's been there before. What did he do then? That's a debate for another time. Right now, BT is saying Pitso needs to come in as coach. Pitso must be paid his worth. That's that.
Yes.
Masiek. BT there in Cape Town. Trapi, where's Trapi? Trapi in PE. Good morning, Trapi. Mren.
Hey, my brother, here I want to comment about 2 things. It's all about this rape thing in the marriage. The other one will be, if you won't mind, because yesterday I was cut off. I understand maybe because of the interview we had. It would be about the interview that Ashraf had with Eric Mieni, if you won't mind. But anyway, let me start with this thing of rape in a marriage. People, let's be honest. Let's stick to the fact here. We are Africans, and that thing will always stick by that. My mom and my dad, they were married to this day until they passed away, both of them. There's never been any, I didn't know anything that happened in their marriage like any other black woman and a man. I can't understand that you can pay 50,000 lobola and people are already dating, everything is fine. That is the woman is coming, is going to actually enlarge Machede's family and all that. And suddenly down the line, somebody said, I have raped my wife whilst I have paid 50,000 lobola, and it was all good moments then, and everybody agreed that this woman is here to increase Machede's family. Suddenly somebody says, I have raped my wife. And one thing in addition to that, that worries me most, the very same visitor that you are bringing this morning to interview has a Western mind kind of approach in all of this. And it would be really reasonable for me if you would actually have two visitors in your show this morning, be a white person and a black person, commenting about all of this. I don't think I'm also of Takatayo's view that there is no rape in a marriage in our African culture. Okay, do away with that.
No. Sorry,
hey.
We're gonna have to pause here.
Yeah,
and I'm going to ask that you defer the Eric Mieni Ashraf conversation because I was not privy to it. I'm not able to have a conversation around it except to have you have your say, and we leave it at that. But from what you've mentioned on the first topic, I need to understand your position. Firstly, let me just do away with this point. Dr. Llewellyn Kerr-Lewis is going to be speaking to us from the legal stand. What does the law say in relation to marital rape? The law of the country, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. That's what we're going to talk about. So his being of a Western name is neither here nor there, because what he's going to be speaking about is what the law says. And the law does not make provision for a different interpretation based on our African customs and practices when it comes to what the law says around marital rape. That's what we're going to be talking about. I need to have clarity from you and ask, are you saying, Ntate Trapi, that once lobola has been paid, 50 cows, we were there, we were ululating there, we're celebrating, are you saying that once that is concluded, as the husband, because of the amount of cows you've paid and the celebrations, that you can do as you please? And should it be that your wife says, I'm sorry, but I can't, not now, then you can just do as you please, even though she said no? Is that your position?
The life that we're living today, Kokeso, my brother, is this. I'm not saying every woman is actually dishonest to her husband or her boyfriend. Let's talk about husband in this case. Things are happening outside here, Kokeso. We see them happening right in front of our eyes. They are happening in workplace, in the offices, everywhere. And somebody comes home and says, Tata, I'm very tired today. I'm not going to do anything that you want me to do.
And what happens? What happens at that moment?
Elsewhere in offices. I'm not saying everybody's like that.
No, but what happens at that moment?
Women alone, both men as well.
You're not asking. You're not answering my question.
Around there, when he comes home, the woman wants him, and he will say, "Hey, Mama, I really worked so hard today, man, and I'm not feeling good." This is a two-way street.
You're not answering my question respectfully, Muren. You're not answering my question. My question is very simple, and I can add on to the question based on what you just said, right? If Me Olapile, she's tired, it's been a long day, or she's stressed out, or something else is contributing to her and where she is at that moment. And if she says, and I'm asking you on a personal level, I got to say for you, at that moment, when she says no, not today, are you going to proceed? Is that what you're saying? Because but that's the 50.
Okay, Abuti, let me compromise on this. Okay, because I love this woman. I understand maybe days are different at work. There are hectic moments. There are really pleasant moments at work. But based on the fact that I love her, maybe I can compromise and investigate after that what happens. I could really accept that, oh, my wife is really tired. But I will really remain, suspicious down deep. But the only solution I will do to just to satisfy myself is to do my own secret personal investigation around that tiredness. Anyway, I understand.
You're going to investigate her tiredness.
This all the day.
You are going to be a CIA agent and investigate her tiredness. Okay. Let's leave it there. Thanks a lot for your call. We will get to the depth of this after the news at 9:30, because it is important that we also focus on what we are hoping to achieve this morning is to have a legal definition of marital rape and whether it exists or not. We can place all sorts of cultural practices and other things and reasons and contributing factors, but at the end of it, what does the law of the Republic of South Africa say? That's it. And we'll get to answer that question with Dr. Llewellyn Kerr-Lewis. Over and above whatever personal views we might hold, what does the law say? And it's critical because what if you have been violating the law? What if, based on the understanding of what the law says, you can easily be defined as a rapist? Mchangane, we'll get to you on the other side of the news. I see you, and there's a couple of other calls as well, and WhatsApp voice notes that we do need to get to. But a reminder of the conversation we'll have with Dr. Llewellyn Kerr-Lewis, Senior Lecturer in the Department of Procedural Law at the University of Pretoria. It's 9:30, time for the latest news headlines with Anne Musa.
Good morning. Thanks, Koketso. In the headlines, a police captain investigating the murder of former Knysna mayor and ANC ward councillor Aubrey Tsengwa has been killed in a shootout with a suspect in the early hours of this morning. Police have confiscated suitcases containing blocks of suspected cocaine with an estimated street value of more than 200 million rand at the O.R. Tambo International Airport east of Johannesburg. Officials intercepted 2 separate consignments of cocaine. And the Centre for Development and Enterprise has warned that Johannesburg's non-payment crisis is making the city's municipal model unsustainable. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey. and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm.
Pedestrians crossing the road in winter can be deadly, especially on highways. These are no walking zones for a reason. Always use pedestrian bridges and designated crossings, even if it takes a little longer. No shortcut is worth your life. Stay smart, stay patient, and always cross where it's safe. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
28 minutes to 10. It is a Daily Discourse on SAfm. Koketso in for Joanne. We do have a number of your voice notes that we did receive, some calling on Danny Odan to go. There's also a tribute to the late Dolly Parton and other matters related to the upcoming local government elections. A reminder, in the next few minutes, we'll be in conversation with Dr. Llewellyn Kerr-Lewis, Senior Lecturer in the Department of Procedural Law at the University of Pretoria. We're talking about understanding marital rape from a legal standpoint. A number of calls on this subject, and we'll include them as part and parcel of the discussion with Dr. Kerr-Lewis. But first, some of your voice notes.
Good morning, Prokoketso Mbongo, Sundisa Mbuyisa. Hey, sometimes families should advise their family members. That's very important. You see, Tenny Jordan is very old, man. He needs to retire, go raise his grandchildren. This thing of working until you can't work anymore or you choose something you don't know because of aging, it's a disgrace, man. I don't know why they supporting like his presidency at SAFA. He is old. He needs to retire, please. We are tired of Tenny Jordan, man. Why are they supporting him? Are they benefiting from his presidency at SAFA? Family members, man, please advise the old man to rest, man. Enjoy retirement.
Good morning, Brother Cocket. So this is PK Echo from Guatuguza. It's really a big loss. Dolly Parton played a crucial role in my life, and I know in lives of many people. May her soul rest in peace. Condolences to the family and all her lovers, the followers and the supporters. In my life, growing up in a hostile environment, I started to fall in love with her music way back when I was in primary school. And up until today, it has helped me grow and shape my literal journey as an author. I tend to find refuge in her music, country music as a whole. So it's a big loss also to me, and I'm also thankful for the role that she played in my life as an author. Thank you so much, Sepi K. Echo from Guatuguza.
Good morning, Koketo. It's Andile from Cape Town. Koketo, I was in I will always love you song, a goodbye song. I didn't even know that, man. It's very interesting. So it's good to know the history of the song sometimes. Because you will think about the Manhattans. Let's just kiss and say goodbye. That is a proper goodbye song. And I always love you. It's very interesting. But Dolly Parton is one of my favorites. It's very sad. But she lived her life. She told her story. She inspired a lot of people, even myself. May her soul rest in peace.
Thank you very much for those voice notes. We'll get to more of them. Mchangani, you've been so patient. Good morning to you, Mchangani.
Good morning, my brother. How are you?
All right, and you? What's on your mind?
Thank you very much. Norman, I just want to, it's very quick. I just want to remind fellow drivers, that these guys, those are abusing hazards on the road. Ne?
Mm.
You find out the guy, he just stop in the middle of the road, he put on hazard, then he just chat with a friend or he's doing something on the phone or something like that. And when you come, you have to stop your vehicle at the back, or you have to pull to the other side. Sometimes there are some other cars that are coming. So I just want to say, our guys, they must know hazards. Is if maybe there is a danger, or you have stuck, your vehicle got a problem, or there is something that is not just to stop in the middle of the road, you put on hazard. Then you want other drivers to stop at the back. It's not good.
Yeah, no, let's be mindful and considerate of others. Mchangani, thank you very much for your call there. We connect up next with Dr. Llewellyn Kerr-Lewis, Senior Lecturer in the Department of Procedural Law at UP.
Koketso Sachane on SAFM.
It was a major topic yesterday on the Daily Discourse, and it remains today. The importance of understanding from a legal basis, a legal standpoint, marital rape. Dr. Llewellyn Kerr-Lewis, Senior Lecturer in the Department of Procedural Law at the University of Pretoria, joins us now on the line. Dr. Kerr-Lewis, thank you very much for your time. Good morning.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
It is a contentious, what has been a contentious topic, Dr. Kerr-Lewis, yesterday and also this morning, and one hopes that we are able to understand from a legal standpoint what the law says. I think firstly, before we get to what we've discussing as marital rape or rape within a marriage, this stemmed from a caller who had initially spoken of a case of a couple in the Northern Cape where the wife had laid charges of rape against the husband. She later withdrew the charges, and the state proceeded with that particular investigation and prosecution, if you will.
Yeah.
Just to understand that part in terms of the what the law says when it comes to certain schedules of offenses, and particularly rape and sexual assault, and to explain why it is possible that while a case has been a charge has been withdrawn, the state would prosecute regardless.
Okay, so that is the easy answer from a legal perspective, at least. Just to give some background, the law in South Africa dictates that the state, in other words, the prosecution, is what is known as dominus litis. That means in charge of proceedings. So the moment a complainant files a charge, a criminal complaint at the police station, and a docket is opened, from that moment going forward, it is not for the complainant or the family of the complainant or the victim, if you'd like, to decide when to withdraw charges and whether the matter should escalate to court or not. From that moment going forward, until the matter is finally disposed of, in one way or another, the state and the state alone has the exclusive prerogative to decide whether a prosecution should follow or not. And especially where we see very serious cases where it is basically expected from the state to investigate and to prosecute and to bring perpetrators before court, then we will typically see that they have a hard, fast rule, even on the circumstances where a typical complainant wants to withdraw charges, they will be hesitant to do so and let the court make the final call on this.
Right. I'm glad that we're able to clarify that. Now to what is the major talking point right now, and it seems as if, Dr. Kerr-Lewis, there's a need to again shine a spotlight on what the law says. And I am going to take there are some calls, there's some messages as well. It seems we all have differing views on the question of sexual assault and rape within a marriage. Does the law in any way distinguish between a marriage or not when it comes to rape or sexual assault?
Well, the short answer is no. Gone are the days, and there was a time when there was a privilege between spouses to such an extent that the law didn't allow for one of the spouses to lay a charge of a rape against the other spouse for that, on the condition that they were in a legally bound marriage. But those days are historical. As we said here today, rape per definition is the penetration of any bodily part by any person, regardless of gender, race, sex, and so on, into any orifice of any other person without any lawful consent. And that's another debate for another day, what is constituting consent. But be that as it may, so it's a simple definition that goes across the board, regardless of whether you are in a legal marriage, in a relationship, a permanent relationship, or a one-night stand, doesn't matter at all.
Right. What also became a point of debate or discussion was the definition of consent.
Yes.
What does the law say? Can we first explain consent, and what does the law say in relation to consent and how it ties into or is connected to whether or not there are grounds for there to be charges of an investigation around rape or even sexual assault?
Right. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to define consent in terms of the latest case law as we have seen the interpretation of it by the Constitutional Court at the end of last year. So let's not get into historical consent because that will take the best part of an hour to explain. But the simple current situation is the following. Consent constitutes permission by the other party towards the conduct of the party that allegedly commits the offense. And that's the first thing. That consent must be legal consent. In other words, it must be voluntary. It must be with undue influence, with any intervention by any third party or coercion by any party whatsoever. And it must be continuous consent. In other words, even during the sexual act, if we take a rape in the traditional, let's call it in layman's definition of it, even during that sexual intercourse, there must be continuous consent for every single aspect of the conduct that takes place. So that's a difficult one, but because how do you test it? Now, there was traditionally a very subjective test regarding rape. In other words, what was the intention of the perpetrator? Was he under the impression, right or wrongly, that he had consent, in which event he would have gone free, acquitted and gone free? Not so anymore. The latest interpretation by the Constitutional Court says it's a objective test. In other words, the court will decide whether there was sufficient information available for that person to can rely on consent under the circumstances. So, yeah, it's very, very, very difficult to determine, and each case must be determined on its own facts and merits, actually.
We're in conversation with Dr. Llewellyn Kerr-Lewis, Senior Lecturer in the Department of Procedural Law at the University of Pretoria. We're talking marital or understanding what the law says in relation to rape, in relation to consent. And again, to be clear and to go back to what Dr. Kerr-Lewis said, the law does not make any distinction whatsoever, whether we're talking about within a marriage or not. It applies across the board. I'm going to, and I mentioned, Dr. Kerr-Lewis, that we are receiving a number of calls on this, and I think it's important that we allow room for there to be an engagement with yourself on the law and the views that some of us hold, and compare that or look at that through the law. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. You can also send us your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. We have established what the law says. Let's talk about it through the lens of the law. Wonga, good morning. Thanks for your call, Wonga.
Good morning, Koketso, and then good morning to SAfm listeners. Koketso, I think the subject that you brought from yesterday is a very touching and sensitive subject. And it's very, very bad to the situation whereby maybe some of us as men will say, my wife cannot say I am raping her. But we need to look at the law. We need to look at the concern. We need to look at the enjoyment of people that are married wanting to engage in whatever on the same level, on the same time, on the same understanding. If as a man you can say you are tired, why your wife cannot be tired? If as a man you can have a situation whereby you are not interested to engage in sex, why your wife cannot be in that situation? So it's a very, very, very painful and disturbing, maybe to those that are suffering the rape without the consent within his or her partner. But in terms of the law, I think the person that you brought on the radio has just clarified it perfectly. And this thing of paying 10 cows, 200 cows, and then I will say my wife cannot say I have raped her, I think it's something that we need to look at. In my understanding, in closer understanding, lobola, it's a partnership. It's a way of appreciation between those two families. It's not that you are buying your wife. It's not that that particular family is selling this particular lady to you. It's very, very something that we need to look at. But the bottom line and the reality of the matter is that if a certain partner is not feeling to engage on sex, then the minute you push yourself to her in terms of the law, that is a rape. The minute there's no consent, that is a rape. So we need to be very, very frank and straightforward. Maybe we need to understand what is a rape. Maybe we need to say, if I have married A, B, C, Z, that means as long as I am in a situation as a man wanting to have sex, that means I can just jump over to her. I think that is a very, very wrong mind to those men or to us that are thinking that way.
Tatuanga, thank you very much for your call there. Mohammed in Lenasia, thanks for your call, Mohammed.
Morning, Coach. It's a lovely topic. And Professor Llewellyn, I just want to put a legal perspective to this issue. What if the man went to a police station and said, my wife raped me? What would be the onus on the court to prove that she did rape him? Now, I've been in a number of rape cases where the first thing the police investigating officer would say, the magistrate would ask him, did you find any injuries? Did you find any evidence of forced entry? Are you with me? So how is this court, in this case, going to prove that? It's an allegation. An allegation is not proof. I'll rest my case. I'll listen to you.
All right, Mohammed, let's come back to you, Dr. Kurt Lewis, because this also became part of the discussion yesterday of, the idea of proof and DNA and injury or not. What does the law say?
Well, in short, I think Mohammed has a very pertinent point there. An allegation is not proof. So the law says whoever avers, and that's in criminal cases, it's always the state, must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Otherwise, the alleged accused will walk free. That is as simple as it gets. And when to determine how that it must be decided, the law looked at corroborating evidence to the version of the complainant. And that's where DNA, a J88 medical certificate and medical report comes in, maybe even eyewitnesses or testimony by so-called report evidence, which is the first person to which this complaint was conveyed, etc. So that is the law of evidence that must be taken into consideration, correctly so. The other thing I must mention is he said, what if my wife rapes me? Yes, it's possible. The law does not distinguish whatsoever between rape on grounds of gender, race, etc. So men can rape other men, women can rape other women, women can rape men, men can rape women, etc. So there's no distinction that we've seen many years ago, historically speaking, where it had to be a man on a female person. That being said, also listening to the first person that have spoken, on the radio concerning the lobola and let's call it in customary marriages.
Yes,
that is an issue, because that is why the legislator of late are attempting, and there's a bill already in the process of coming into legislation sooner than later, where we will have a unified approach to marriages. In other words, gone will be the days where we distinguish between traditional marriages, lobola marriages, customary marriages, and so on, because of the fact that we want a one-size-fit-all rule. That being said, lastly, to comment on the listeners that made comments. Remember, it's one thing to say there must be penetration, but penetration of any orifice is sufficient for rape. It doesn't necessarily have to be female genitalia or other way around. It can also be, say, for example, in an ear, a mouth, a nose. Any orifice is sufficient, and that's where the problem areas sometimes come into regarding evidence to prove same. But yes, we deal with that type of scenario every day in courtrooms where there are mere allegations, but the proof is obviously in the hands of the state, and they must prove beyond reasonable doubt in whatever manner they can, with looking at the real evidence, which is objects, viva voce evidence, which is oral evidence by eyewitnesses and others, and then obviously sometimes documentary evidence where a person would afterwards, say, for example, send a WhatsApp and say, listen, was it as good for you as it was for me, for example. That is corroboration for a possible interaction that took place, and that corroborates the version of a complainant typically, for example.
Yeah, all right. We've got a couple of more of calls, but quickly to just get back to some more of your messages. One saying, can a woman be charged with rape since penetration is part of the definition? I think Dr. K. Lewis has responded to that. One saying, I think the problem of rape is that us men, after paying lobola, feel entitled to the woman and her body, which is wrong. Consent has to be requested. Even if you are married, women are not entities or possessions. They have a right to say no, even in marriage. That's the Kumbulani Mazibuko sending that message. A few of your voice notes on the subject.
Koketo, this is Stanley from Gooks. If the definition of rape it involves the word penetration, does that mean that a woman cannot rape or have unconsented sex with someone? Can that be cleared?
The last caller, I agree with him to a certain extent, although I'm not in that culture. When you go and pay for a prostitute, when you pay your money, you expect to get what you want. She can't go and charge you for rape. So when you're paying for a woman in the culture, it's the same thing. That's what I assume.
Good morning to everybody. Rape is rape. Whether it's your wife or not, you cannot force your wife to have sex. It's simple. Don't matter about this culture. All this culture is all nonsense, man. How you married a woman doesn't mean because you married her now you must rape her when she says no. Come on, South Africa, get a life. This culture thing is all nonsense.
Good morning, Kogetu and the listeners. Kogetu, is very difficult. This issue of marital rape. For me, it's dangerous.
Thanks for those voice notes. A number of the comments there and questions already been addressed. Let's wrap with, at least with the few minutes that we have. Bonga, good morning, Bonga, in Durban.
Good morning, Ekezo and SAfm listeners and your guest there. I've heard your guest talking about the definition of the rape. The other callers have asked that question. But my problem is on the proof. How do you prove? And also the definition of the callers that have talked, they look at it on the one side. It's as if it's only the male that can rape a female. It cannot be other way around. And if your guest says it doesn't have to be penetration through the genital, even if you through the mouth or what, if it's a man, how does he prove that? If a woman forces that she wants to have a sex with a man in a marriage and a man doesn't want, how does a man prove it? Or the last one is, if then a woman forces a man to have sex and a man says no, and then she starts touching his genitals, will that be regarded as rape? And then how can that man prove when he goes to lay a complaint in the court of law? Thank you.
Bonga in Durban. Let's go to Siabonga in Saldana. Siabonga.
Good morning, Keketos and listeners. Keketos, first, I would like to say that I'm not against African culture. African culture has played a critical role to make the person that I am today, and I'm proud of it. But I grew up in the villages. I spent my entire childhood there in villages. So I've seen things and I learned so much there when I was a kid in the villages. And I've noticed that the African culture on its own, it was designed to oppress women and serve men. That's how it was designed by our ancestors. And it could be 200 years ago, but that culture was designed to oppress women and serve men. And for us men today, you hear a lot of men, they have been arguing that, no, I paid the lobola, so I'm entitled to do anything. Of course, you're supposed to pay a lobola because you did not raise that daughter. You did not raise it. So that is why you have to pay a lobola, to appreciate the parents who raised and taught her very well.
Yeah, no, so, got you there, Sia. Let's leave it. I need to give time for Dr. Kerr-Lewis to also respond before we wrap. I think it's clear what Sia had to say. Dr. Kerr-Lewis, maybe in conclusion, to reiterate or in response to the whole question around proof and what happens in the courts and the responsibility of the state.
I think that's the crux of the matter. There was listeners that said, how do the man prove? The man doesn't have to prove anything. The man is the complainant and a mere state witness. The state must prove, prosecutor must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there was this rape that took place. So the onus is always on the state. It's not on the man, it's not on the complainant. The complainant or the man, if he was the victim in the scenario and examples used by the listeners, is merely to go to the police and make the allegation. After that, the state takes over. That's the first thing. The second thing is a court can convict any person, that includes a woman that have raped a man, on the single evidence and oral evidence of the complainant itself. If he is obviously a reliable witness, and credibility is a very important aspect that the court will take into consideration when making that determination. In practical terms, it's not as difficult as it sounds, but you must always remember where there's doubt, and that's in the final analysis. The accused will get the benefit of the doubt because that is a constitutional principle if the state cannot prove it beyond reasonable doubt. But just to conclude, it is immaterial whether the complainant is male, female, the man or the wife in a formal marriage relationship or otherwise. It doesn't matter at all. A full bench, the majority judgment by the Constitutional Court, which consisted predominantly of female judges, actually came to this conclusion not so long ago in the last 2 years or so, and that is the law as it stands currently.
Thank you very much for your time this morning, Dr. Llewellyn Kerr-Lewis, Senior Lecturer in the Department of Procedural Law at the University of Pretoria. It's 10 o'clock, time for the latest news with Ann Musa.
Thanks, Koketso. In the top stories, Knysna murder investigator dies in a shootout and a drug bust with over 200 million rand at OR Tambo Airport. Good morning. A police captain investigating the murder of former Knysna mayor and ANC ward councillor Aubrey Tsengwa has been killed in a shootout with a suspect in the early hours of this morning. Police spokesperson Novella Putelwa says the 50-year-old officer was part of the Provincial Tactical Response Team and was executing an operation following a tip-off about illegal firearms in the area. Putelwa says a shootout ensued between police and the suspect, resulting in the death of both.
A police official attached to the tactical response team was part of an integrated team deployed in the area as part of investigations into 3 murders involving a councillor that occurred last week. At the time of his death, the team of police officials was following up information about illegal firearms when they came under fire from a shack in the Sevenderland informal settlement. The alleged suspect also died in the shootout, and 2 illegal firearms were found in his possession.
Alleged crime kingpin Vuzumuzi Matlala's legal counsel has requested an hour-long stand-down until 10:30. Advocate Annelien van der Heever told the Matlanga Commission that the legal team needs time to go through documents to ensure Matlala is sufficiently prepared for his testimony today.
And unfortunately, it is so that we as a team have been trying to catch up with all the new things we constantly been given by the Commission, I think since Friday almost. And we're still battling to catch up. Last night again we were given new things. Yesterday we were given new things the day before. So all we need is an opportunity. In fairness to the client, it's not us as lawyers can sit here and say, oh, we're okay with it, we can go on because it's our job, we need to do this in the middle of the night.
Police have confiscated suitcases containing blocks of suspected cocaine with an estimated street value of more than 200 million rand at the O.R. Tambo International Airport, east of Johannesburg. Officials intercepted 2 separate consignments of cocaine. National Police spokesperson Athlenda Mate says no arrests have been made as yet.
In the first incident, 2 large travel suitcases were intercepted at the airport terminal. The suitcases contained blocks of suspected cocaine weighing approximately 84 kilograms. In a separate interception at the cargo section, 4 boxes containing approximately 250 kilograms of suspected cocaine were packed into 220 blocks were also seized. The combined estimated street value of the seized cocaine is more than 200 million. Lieutenant General Dimpani has commended the multidisciplinary team for its vigilance and continued efforts to disrupt drug trafficking through the country's major international entry point.
The Centre for Development and Enterprise has warned that Johannesburg's non-payment crisis is making the city's municipal model unsustainable. According to the CDE's latest report, Joburg's broken budget, the metro spends money it does not collect, imposing even higher cost on a shrinking rate space and stagnant economy. This while squeezing infrastructure investment and turning its suppliers into de facto lenders. CDE's Executive Director Anne Bernstein says so far the interventions have made the situation worse.
We think it's very likely that national financial assistance will be required to get the city back up and running and solvent. But this has to be conditional. Conditional on a new government of Johannesburg that is serious about dealing with the challenges it faces, that will take control of the budget and will deal with corruption and a number of other things that are essential.
And finally, the United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres says he's deeply alarmed by the reported incursion by Israeli forces into a training center operated by the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA, in East Jerusalem. According to his spokesperson, Guterres stressed that UNRWA facilities are United Nations premises. The Secretary-General has reiterated the need to respect and protect UN facilities. The BBC's John Donnison has the details.
A number of Israeli military vehicles and security personnel did a forced evacuation of the training center. And then a little later, Israel's national security minister, who's very hardline right-wing, posed and did a sort of selfie sitting in the director of the training centre's chair, sort of saying, look, we've taken it over. Israel's perspective is that UNRWA is an organization that it claims has been infiltrated by Hamas, even though that is something that the International Court of Justice has said there is no evidence to support.
Recapping the top story, a police captain investigating the murder of a former Knysna mayor and ANC ward councillor, Aubrey Tsengwa, has been killed in a shootout with a suspect in the early hours of this morning. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation. 90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans.
Hello SAfm, my name is Kamachelo and I'm speaking to you from Cape Lau Park. Congratulations to SAfm on celebrating 90 years of broadcasting excellence. For 9 decades, SAfm has informed, educated and inspired many audiences through credible journalism and meaningful conversations.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 10, we're in the second hour of the Daily Discourse. Koketso Sachane in for Joanne Joseph till 12. There's a bit more that we still need to put to your table. What an hour it was in the previous hour, and I know there's a whole lot more of your comments and questions and views that you have expressed via the WhatsApp line, and we'll share those with you before we wrap up the Daily Discourse this morning. At about 11:30 is when we'll get to share those. In this hour, in the next few minutes, we're joined by a legal activist and a cannabis rights activist Gareth Prince, unpacking the hidden truth behind the South African cannabis industry. That discussion we have in the next few minutes. And also we have, as a country, being told of the infrastructure projects that government has planned. We're speaking of nearly 2 trillion rand infrastructure pipeline that is said to be on the table. How is that going? What is the progress where that is concerned, and how do we understand the significance of infrastructure to the growth of our country and our economy? That conversation we have with Lufuno Ratsiku on the other side of 10:30. And then before we wrap up this hour, we're noticing a surge in cervical cancer screenings across clinics in Cape Town. What is happening there? We have that discussion with Caroline Newmer, who is a clinical medical officer. Those are the discussions in this hour. At any point, of course, through them, you're more than welcome to join the conversation on the subject matter. 086 000 2032. It's 9 minutes past 10.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
South Africa's cannabis shops seem to be everywhere. Have you noticed in your part of the country where you live, or maybe where you work, we're seeing more and more of these cannabis shops, polished storefronts, slick branding, shelves of marijuana, and this reassuring idea or veneer of legality. It all looks legit. You could argue that the consumption, the selling, all things marijuana is all legal in the country. But if you scratch beneath the surface, the picture does get a little bit hazy. The law hasn't actually opened the door to the retail cannabis trade now flourishing across the country. It seems to be that there is a legal loophole and a great deal of wishful thinking that have created an industry operating seemingly no longer in the shadows. We're joined on the line by activist and lawyer Gareth Prince. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Rasta.
One love, and thanks for having me. Greetings to all of the listeners.
Thank you. Let's just start here, Gareth. Does the law as it stands allow for this flourishing of shops that we are seeing where one can go in and, buy a blunt? Is that allowed?
Short answer, no.
How is it possible?
As the law currently stands, which is a very paradoxical or an anomalous situation in that people are allowed to possess cannabis. However, the law prohibits them from buying it. If you intend to buy cannabis, then you are violating the law, and that is considered dealing. Now, the thousands of shops that we've seen proliferating all over the country, they came up as a result of what you called a loophole, but it is actually not a loophole. It is a failure on the part of the government to put in place the proper regulations. But then also there is this notion that in terms of the law, people are allowed to sell hemp flowers that is under that has a certain level of THC, and they are allowed to sell hemp products that is under a certain dosage as required and stipulated in law. So that regulates hemp and CBD. However, when it comes to dacha, right, cannabis, or as dacha as we've known it for the past 130 years, when it comes to dacha, no sales are allowed at all. And those people who possesses licenses to produce and cultivate high THC cannabis are only allowed to do so for the purposes of export. However, as we've seen recently, even at the Madlanga Commission there, where we're seeing that where SAPRA and the issuing of licenses has now also been embroiled in corruption scandals, which we within the industry have known for some time now, that everything is not kosher there. However, the fact that these thousands of shops are allowing to exist is also it is another slap in the face of those who spend decades struggling and fighting with their blood, sweat, and tears in order to have this plant free, but they are not the ones who are benefiting from this situation. Because as we see, the people that are owning these shops are predominantly white and Indian people with economic muscle.
I want to ask to pause there.
Slap in the face.
I want to pause there for a second, Gareth, because I want to come back to the point that you just made, and also drawing in your own history when it comes to this particular matter. But you speak of how the ability for these shops to exist is not a loophole as I described it, but rather a particular failure. Please explain how it's possible, in looking at the law, that these shops actually exist.
In one word, you would actually have to term this corruption. Because as it stands, you find that SAPS, even though these shops are operating openly, right? Here in Cape Town, where I'm staying, you find that they are everywhere. And they are advertising their wares freely and openly. However, these shops are not raided. The people that are raided are the people that stays in your lower income communities where police still feel that they have the right to enter your place even without a warrant, right? That is the situation that we are experiencing. And that is unconstitutional, that is unlawful. And you have a situation where, especially in Cape Town, where drugs are particularly targeted and people are quick to blame drugs as the cause for the social problems within our society, which is something that is not based in science or fact or logic, right? It's not drugs that are responsible for the poverty and the unemployment and the desperation that our people are facing. And as the Western Cape High Court held that the reasoning in respect of cannabis is actually a reasoning that holds for all other substances that are considered illegal. But that's not a conversation that we are having now. As it stands now, the police are actually, they are partial in their application of the law. And the law still targets lower income people, and it allows those with money and economic muscle to enjoy the fruits of our struggle. The people that actually struggled for this, my community, the Rastafari community in particular, and the small farmers in the Transkei and Eastern Cape and Limpopo and Mpumalanga and all of those places, they are not able to enjoy the benefits of cannabis freedom. So this freedom and this justice, it is still pretty much a fleeting illusion, something that is seemingly pursued but never attained.
Gareth Prince is our guest. He's a legal activist, and you would remember the journey that he has walked when it comes to the right to and freely express oneself when it comes to cannabis. And I wanted to refer to your story, Gareth, as a lawyer, as an activist, the journey that you have walked, of course, on behalf of many different communities, to try and understand. We're seeing these shops is on a mass scale. It's retail. It is operating in a very, and I mean, I was going to use the word gray area, but you've outright said we're talking about corruption in how these stores are not being policed, and then there is the ownership of these stores. Take your story and also the stories of many different communities. You've already referred to those of who cultivate, who grow, who sustain families coming from parts of the Eastern Cape and Limpopo. And I've always questioned whether or not in this proliferation of these stores that we're seeing, if there is at all a participation in this ever-growing, changing industry by those who previously, and maybe even up until now, were being and have been criminalized for the cultivation of marijuana or cannabis.
You know, that's a tragedy of this whole story, my brother. That and that is the injustice that we are referring to, and that's the reason why we are in front of the courts again as we are speaking, because we fought for the ability to continue with a culture and an economy that was brutally interrupted with the advent of colonialism, right? Cannabis used to form part of the economic culture of the indigenous people of this country. It's what we traded in, and it is particularly a crop that was used by the indigenous Khoi and Kam people of South Africa. So the Khoi and the San, as they are generally known, we are the ones that traded with cannabis, and we expected that culture or that trade to continue after the historic 2018 judgment. However, whereas Section 237 of our Constitution says all constitutional obligations must be performed diligently and without delay, we now have a situation where 8 years after the judgment, there is still no regulatory framework in place for the trade in dagga or cannabis. Government has developed a regulatory framework for hemp. They've developed a regulatory framework for medical cannabis. However, they have not developed one for dagga. And that is what the Constitutional Court obliged and instructed and directed them to do. Now, this failure, the Constitutional Court gave government 24 months. We are now at 96 months, nearly 8 years after the judgment, and there still is no regulatory framework. The president signed the Cannabis for Private Purposes Act into law, although he has not yet promulgated it, despite the fact that we wrote to him and we asked him, do not sign this law because it's going to be challenged in court on the basis of it being unconstitutional, because it fails to tell users of cannabis where they can source cannabis. The spatial reality in South Africa, which left by apartheid, is such that there are millions of people in this country who does not have private property for them to cultivate cannabis in. For those who stay in the informal settlements, you know, you might plant your plant and then somebody else will come and harvest your plant because of the nature of the informal settlements, right? People are not in a position to put up high fences in order to protect their plants. So the reality is that people need to be able to source cannabis from somewhere. And the government in the past 8 years have said nothing about how we go about this. And another tragedy is that SAPs have been continuing to arrest, especially people in our communities, low-income communities, for the possession of dacha, which is no longer an offense. I just had a client this morning that was arrested because he had cannabis plants at his property and he had cannabis in his possession, and the police are charging him with possession. So there's a lot of re-education that needs to happen, especially among SAPs, and we are really hoping that we are currently before the courts, and government have asked that we mediate the issue around SAPs, and as well as the issue around how do we empower small farmers to become part of this economy.
Sure.
Because as we are saying, to make one example to highlight this issue, South Africa is able to produce biodiesel from cannabis.
Yes.
Now we've seen Eskom spend up to 10 billion on buying diesel. We are saying, but South Africa has the ability to produce the diesel to use in these turbines in order to keep our lights on. Why are we not making this from cannabis? Because we have the technological know-how, but we're not doing it.
On that, Gareth, and I want to take a quick break, but one can easily not be excused if you look at the history of our country, that it seems like the idea of biofuel from cannabis would only be viable in the event that a certain part of our society, or maybe even the political elite, has got access to the ownership of that, instead of Mam Dlamini in the Eastern Cape, for example. Let's take a quick break and then we'll continue. It's 23 minutes past 10.
In case you missed it.
Herman Mashaba, he's the last one to talk. He promised 2 years ago, I'm going to spend my money, I'll get those people out of Lily Mine. Where are they? They're still there.
Herman Mashaba, when you hear something like that, like I said, you could be sitting on an island somewhere, but you take this criticism, you must have a very thick skin, and how do you respond to something like that?
Well, I'm used to people who are drunk calling radio stations, and you can hear this person is not sober.
That was Nightfall with John Gericke.
Welcome to the SABC Radio Archives. For over a century, we've passionately captured South Africa's heartbeat, preserving historic moments,
Time for the healing of the wounds has come.
iconic music, and compelling storytelling from all 19 SABC radio stations, ensuring these priceless recordings shape future generations. Explore a century of South African heritage waiting to be rediscovered. Visit the SABC Information Library and Radio Archives online, or call us directly at 011-714-3936 or email lishilosj@sabc.co.za. SABC Libraries and Archives, preserving the past, supporting the present, inspiring the future.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
104.2, 107 nationwide. It is the Daily Discourse. A couple of your messages that we did receive as we continue our conversation with Gareth Prince. One saying, this is how the weed shops are opened and stay open. You are allowed weed in the privacy of your home, so owners open it under the pretense of a smoking club where members pay, in inverted commas, membership fee, and then say weed isn't sold but given to their members, but in fact it is being sold. Matota says, how can small business people be arrested while large farmers are allowed to plant and package cannabis to small traders, is what Matota asks. And here's a voice note.
Listen, Kambadan, the cannabis industry has got a greater potential, especially for farmers who, if I look at the areas like KZN, in the coastal areas that used to plant sugarcane, which is already dying, I see greater collaboration to grow, as well as to use the pipeline, as well as the mills that are closing down and rather to repurpose them for production of cannabis. I think the country needs to be serious, intentional about it and enable it to grow.
Thanks a lot. The message also coming in from Lynette D saying, my absolute respect, admiration and love for Gareth Prince and his unwavering beliefs and stance against injustice for my fellow student and activist from the 80s. That is what Lynette D says. One love. Rasta still with us. Thank you very much for your time. I wanna take a quick call and then also just give you time to wrap up in comment around the questions or the statements that have been made thus far. Parks is in Cape Town. Parks, a brief one. Thanks for your call.
Yes, good morning, my brother. Quick one to Gareth. There's this thing of cannabis being medical cannabis and the loophole that you mentioned. Isn't that also part of the problem that these people who are opening these businesses may use the guise of medical cannabis to open these various shops of theirs?
All right, Parks, thank you very much for your call. Please do listen on the radio. Gareth Prince, people, or is it a fact that we're seeing some of these shops supposedly operating through the medical marijuana statute or law, and instead also selling to Koketso, who does not have medical condition that requires marijuana or CBDs for that matter?
For all of the questions and the comments, in relation, let me start with the last one. In relation to medical cannabis, as it stands, and this is also what the evidence leader at the Madlanga Commission said the other day, the law as it currently stands, it allows people to cultivate, but for export purposes only. Right, and those people who are allowed to dispense those are only for CBD or for hemp products, not for THC. However, you find that there are industrious people that make use of this loophole, which is not actually a loophole, because if the law is strictly applied, then the law is clear in this regard. But because there is an anomalous position, there's a paradox, right? There are millions of people that desire or wants cannabis and who cannot get it legally. So they are going to find a way for them to get it. And in this regard, we're supposed to learn from the experiences of other similarly situated democracies, right? And in this regard, we can draw some experience from Canada. They had the same situation where people were entitled to use medical cannabis. However, after the laws was passed, the Medical Marijuana Regulatory Act in Canada was passed, they discovered that whereas exactly the same as with the Cannabis for Private Purposes Act, it allows use, cultivation, and possession, but it does not make provision for a legal source of cannabis. And that is the main defect in the Cannabis for Private Purposes Act, and that was also the basis on which the Medical Marijuana Regulatory Act in Canada was held to be unconstitutional. Because what it means is that those who have the right to use, possess, and cultivate break the law if they intend to buy the seeds, or if they intend to buy cannabis, or if they intend to buy clones. Now, that means that the right is illusory. It exists in theory only, not in practice. And this is where, what people derogatively call the black market, right? Where the illegal selling of cannabis, it takes place. And it is this illegal selling, right, which society calls illegal, but which has been the source and the bane of Rastafari people's existence, because this is how we raised our families. This is how we send our kids to school and put food on the table. By cultivating dacha, is our small farmers in the Transkei, they provide for their kids and their grandchildren. So the fact that the Constitutional Court said that this should no longer be a crime, we should ask ourselves, what does that mean for the broader society? And we want to move the conversation away from the smoking of dacha, because the industrial complex that arises from the ability to grow cannabis, that is where we are going to raise South Africa economically, because We need cannabis for food, we need cannabis for clothing, we need cannabis for shelter, we need cannabis for medicine. So building bricks for houses, making food from the seeds, making biodiesel from the seeds and from the flowers. Those are the industries that will create jobs and pull South Africa out of the economic quagmire that there is, and which would allow the government to demonstrate how they work with their people in order to advance the concepts and the interest of democracy.
We're out of time, Gareth. We appreciate you sharing with us this morning. A legal activist there, Gareth Prince, unpacking the hidden truth behind the South African cannabis industry. It is 29 minutes to 11, and Musa standing by with the latest news headlines.
Thank you, Gogat. On the news headlines on SAFM, I am Ondalambana, and a very good morning. The National Assembly will vote in a motion of no confidence against Speaker Thoko Didiza later today. The motion was brought by EFF leader Julius Malema. A woman and a 6-month-old infant have died in a shack fire in the Vahabiki informal settlement in Lomza Monia Strand last night, and the police captain who had been investigating the murder of former mayor of Knysna and ANC ward councillor Aubrey Tsengwa has been gunned down in a shootout with a suspect in the early hours of this morning. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
In case you're on the highway, driving to your first big maize delivery, and something mysterious happens. You stop at the garage to scope the damage. You realize the fuel system is kinda dear my car. You panic. But then you take a deep breath. Because you know Hino Care Gap Cover is there to cover anything outside the standard 6-year warranty. From steering columns to ABS control modules, it's the unseen essential in your business. Speak to your Hino dealer. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
Koketso Sachane on SAFM.
104.2, 107 nationwide. We have, over the past few years, in the State of the Nation address and also through the delivering or the tabling of the budget speech, heard of the significance of the infrastructure rollout in our country, significant to the growth of our country as well as our economy. South Africa is said to have put nearly 2 trillion rand infrastructure pipeline on the table, with government pushing to move major projects from plans and paperwork to construction and delivery, with 81 strategic integrated projects covering 263 individual projects. The focus now is on attracting investment, unlocking financing, and making sure these projects actually translate into better services and economic opportunities for communities. To speak to us on this, infrastructure specialist is Lufuno Radziku. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Lufuno. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having us.
I need to get some clarity just up front, right? Because we're speaking, of course, about the significance, the importance of infrastructure rollout, and also the kind of money that is required. We have been hearing, as I mentioned, particularly State of the Nation address, the president emphasizing infrastructure as part and parcel of, changing communities, but also in boosting the economy. If we are talking about a move to attracting investment and unlocking financing, where does government come in terms of what they, as the state, has put down on the table in terms of infrastructure spent? And then on the other hand, what is required to form part and parcel of that infrastructure development?
So there are a few angles with which government comes into play. One is to facilitate the ease of conversations between the role players of the infrastructure development, among them development funding institutions and private investors. To an extent that obviously those that are going to be on the end of developing or implementing those projects are comfortable around the return on investment to guarantee good prospects for the private markets that are willing to be at play. Number two is also to facilitate the meaningful funding models that are conducive to make sure that there is maximum appetite from the private markets as far as they go, even international. And also, lastly, to ensure that once projects are on the ground, they are not disrupted in a manner that obviously the returns are never to be realized because the projects will not be seen to completion. But most importantly is that we need to have examples of number of projects that are reaching financial close to ensure that everything is able to kickstart with money on the floor.
In tracking how far we have come, Lufuno, in rolling out infrastructure, we're hearing of, at least over the past 18 months, 37 projects worth about 69 billion rand that have been completed. What are some of those notable projects? And I ask this, sometimes as South Africans, we continuously lament issues that we have with the state, and rightfully so, and then we get to a point where we doubt that which is promised or is expected, and when some of those targets are met, we hardly speak or hear of them. So what are some of those projects that have been concluded already that we're able to take note of?
So with reference to the discussions that were taking place in the past few days, if you are referring to the symposium, necessarily I don't have a track in front of me, but I think it's important to note that there are a few areas that are segregated. One, key interest is energy projects. Of key interest is also water projects and few road projects, let alone the fact that there's also high appetite on the investment on student accommodation to address the backlog of the number of beds that are missing in the country. So I would speak from where I stand in terms of the projects that are on the pipeline and those that are about to reach financial close, without mentioning them one by one.
Sure.
But I'll give them those categories that I've indicated, because at the end of the day, whatever you will have to do, the bulk services must be running in the form of water, in the form of sanitation, in the form of roads, and then you must also have the points of connect for your energy systems.
Which sphere of government, or maybe even certain government entities, state entities, Lufuno, are spearheading these projects? And I ask because we heard from the Public Works and Infrastructure Minister, Dean McPherson, saying that a priority is to move projects through the pipeline and connect them to appropriate sources of finance. And when it comes to those appropriate sources, again, it depends on which spheres of government and also which state-owned entities are leading them. Where do these projects live, or where are they being executed? And what is the significance of what the Minister McPherson is asking for?
So in terms of the spheres of government, there are municipalities involved working with Infrastructure South Africa through their program called the Adopted Municipality Program. That's to enhance capacity of municipalities to deliver their services. And there are also entities of the state. For example, in roads, you speak SANRAL involved. On energy, you speak ESCOM, also with the number of independent power producers players. To bring in through items such as wind and solar to enhance the megawatt capacity. So those are amongst others. But most notably is the need to jack up the performance of municipalities. So they are involved as well. So if you speak about the spheres of government, you're speaking local government, and then you're speaking entities of the state as well.
What is the capacity on a local government level, Lufuno? Because it seems as if there is a lot of work that needs to be done there because of the issues that we're seeing at a local government level. What are the opportunities or even missed opportunities when it comes to municipalities being at the forefront of not only developing infrastructure-related plans, but sourcing that income, and they themselves, in partnership with others, executing the level of infrastructural needs that exist in communities?
So the opportunities, if you speak in areas of municipality, one is to enhance technical capacity. So if you ask direct question as you did, is the capacity currently in the local government's technical side is lagging behind, there is a need, and that need will be resolved by partnership between private sector and public sector, in the sense that some of the projects will also have to have skills transfer programs, so that municipal employees are no longer the same after implementing some of these projects. For example, if you ask me how many municipalities really have engineering capacity, I'll tell you only metropolitan municipalities. The district municipalities will catch up through the district development model. Local municipalities are still way behind in terms of enhancing technical capacity. So the opportunities are to improve project preparation, to ensure that when projects start, they are well prepared enough that the risk of failure is minimized.
We're in conversation with infrastructure specialist Lufuno Ratsiku. Lufuno, whenever we discuss infrastructure, whenever we discuss what we've heard before of South Africa is going to be a construction site, we immediately think of, in a literal sense, the construction. We think of the trucks. We think of, the site of the construction taking place. But and particularly in terms of government and the state and services, this infrastructure, this construction that we speak to, relates to a particular level of dignity for a people. And an example being the building of shelters for victims of gender-based violence and femicide, or skills development centers. And I'm raising this to maybe highlight, and with your assistance, the importance of what we're discussing beyond the concrete, but how it really trickles down to the dignity of a people.
So project management speaking, you've got a cycle, which is basically stages that projects go through until they hit the ground, or until you start seeing the dust. And it's a pity that, of course, sometimes context is always missed, in the sense that when announcements are made, people think, or the community think they are going to see praise hitting the dust by tomorrow. But if I take you through just at high level, for instance, you will have a stage that you are still doing feasibility, and you are testing the constructability of this project. Within that, you develop business cases to see that if these projects are going to be meaningful to investors. And by the way, it can also stop there if the feasibility study says it won't be having any return on investment. And then after that, if the answer is yes, proceed, there will be return on investment, you reach financial close, then you begin to do your designs and planning, which means programming of the entire project, to say these are the activities that are going to inform it until the end. By the time you reach the construction stage, sometimes it may be 3 years after the announcement of the said project. So I'm just coming to a point that when projects are declared and pronounced to be going to happen, it doesn't mean that they will be seen on the ground in the next few months or so. But that's the reality of it. If you don't plan properly, then you plan to fail.
Yeah, most definitely. We appreciate your time this morning. Lufuno Ratsiku is an infrastructure specialist there, as we speak of infrastructure being quite pivotal in the growth of our country or economy, but also, just to reiterate that point, it all comes down to and relates to the preservation of one's dignity, particularly in communities where that which is being built or promised is critical in that preservation of one's dignity. It is 11:15.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time to lace up for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30 August. The race covers the beautiful tour of the city, combining urban streets, scenic coastal roads, and stunning beachfront stretches with views of the Indian Ocean. Catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. on Sunday, 30th of August. The Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race, brought to you by SABC Sports.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
It's 5 o'clock on Wednesday, the 1st of March, and this is SAFM 104 to 107.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael. A very, very happy 100th birthday to you. This is Radio Today phoning you. You tell us about yourself a little bit, when you came to South Africa and what you did.
Well, I arrived in South Africa in the early days.
And the time just coming up to 7 minutes to 6 South African time, which is 3 hours 53 Greenwich Mean Time.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues.
This Women's Month, Radio 2000 invites you to step away from the ordinary and enjoy an experience created specially for women. Radio 2000, in partnership with Artis Boat Company, presents the first ever Her 2000 FIFEM Fest Getaway, a ladies-only event taking place at the Artis Harbour on Sunday, the 30th of August. A gentle cruise across the Artis waters with Radio 2000 DJs, DJ Ngosh, David Mashabela, DJ Spoo, Ishmael Abrams, and Nati Ndamase Maklaba. The DJ playing memorable sounds in the background, insightful conversations, and live performances by Vusunova, Jazeel Brothers, and Encore. Come dressed comfortably in Radio 2000 colors, red, blue, green, and yellow. No heels. Radio 2000, our music, your memory.
Koketso Sachane on SAFM.
There is an encouraging movement in women's preventative healthcare in Cape Town, with a number of cervical cancer screenings at city health facilities nearly doubling in just 1 year. From pap smears and HPV vaccinations to contraception, pregnancy care, and HIV and TB screening, the city is urging women to make use of free services that can help detect health concerns early and potentially save lives. To speak to us on this, we're joined on the line by Clinical Medical Officer Caroline Newmiller. Caroline, thank you very much for your time. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Some great news there. How do we attribute this increase in numbers of women who are taking on these screenings that are offered by clinics in the city?
So at City Health, we've been placing a strong focus on cervical cancer screening, and we're encouraging our clinics to offer screening more routinely. So we've been monitoring cervical screening as part of our annual integrated city audits. We also monitor our performance at regular performance review meetings, which help us identify at what facilities screenings are happening well, where it needs to be strengthened. And we've also been supporting our staff with training regularly. Particularly, there was the process in which cervical smears the way in which cervical smears are being processed by the laboratory has changed, and that's meant that we've had to go out to facilities, offer training. So I think overall it's really been a combination of increased awareness, staff training, monitoring in our screening numbers, and encouraging healthcare workers to offer the screenings.
Is it cervical or cervical? I'm always mindful of how it's pronounced.
I'm not actually sure. I say cervical, but I'm sure cervical is not incorrect.
In staying with the significance and the importance of these screenings, Caroline, I remember there was a debate at some point around girls having access to screenings and also access to HPV vaccinations. What does the law say, and what is the position of the health industry, or even the Department of Health and Basic Education around that? Because it seems as if some parents still are debating the importance of such screenings and vaccinations.
So the vaccinations are offered to young girls. So we aim to give the vaccinations from grade 4, aged 9 to 12. And essentially what the evidence shows is that it is very effective at preventing HPV infection, which is HPV, which is the human papillomavirus, which is what causes 99% of cervical cancer. So the evidence is out there, and the vaccines have been available for quite some time and have been found to be safe and efficient. So certainly when it comes to vaccines, I think it is important that they are offered to girls, and that girls do receive them just for the benefits that they have. And then the screening is, we only do that from the age of 30, really. It's the routine screening that's offered.
Access to that, because not everyone can afford it, Caroline. Not everyone can afford the cost of the screenings. How do you, as City Health, assist, or where can people get access to the screenings because of its importance when I cannot afford it?
Yeah, so I mean, at City Health, we are trying to reduce the barriers to access. So we're trying to make the screening as accessible as possible. The services at City Health facilities are free, so it's free of charge. There's no cost to a patient coming to our facilities and having a cervical screening test done. And then at City Health, we also trying to make the service more accessible through other ways. We've got outreach services, so clients don't even have to come to our clinics and can attend some of the outreach services that we sometimes have. We've actually introduced a great patient-facing appointment system at the City of Cape Town, where you can log online and book an appointment at your nearest facility for a pap smear. So, yeah, we're really just trying to address some of the practical barriers to make screening services accessible and just more convenient.
There are, of course, other services such as pregnancy care and HIV and TB screenings as well. In just staying with pregnancy care, again, access. We have the government clinics, but it seemingly not everyone takes on those particular services that are on offer. What have you found, Caroline, when it comes to pregnancy care? Are there enough families, women, pregnant mothers, fathers, ensuring or being part of that process around the pregnancy care and taking on those services?
So again, our services at City Health facilities are free, and I think what we are seeing is the trend that women are coming to facilities earlier in the pregnancy. We encourage women who are pregnant to come as soon as they know they're pregnant, to come for their first antenatal visit. And the trend in the data does seem to show that we are doing better with that we're having more women attend before they're 14-week pregnant. So yeah, I think there are people making use of the services, but certainly that we still have some women attending late and some not at all, which is of course concerning, because there's so many things we can offer to ensure a healthy pregnancy.
We do, of course, appreciate that we're seeing more and more women taking on the services. How do we access your City Health services, Caroline?
So You can walk in. So if you know where one of our facilities is, you can walk in and you can be seen. We offer the online appointment system that I've mentioned before. Now, I don't have the address for you, but I'm sure someone can get it for me, where you can log on and choose your facility and book an appointment on the date and time that you want. And, you can give us a phone call as well. Our numbers are available on the city website, so the City of Cape Town website, and I think you'll probably find a link to that appointment system on the City of Cape Town website.
No doubt. We appreciate your time and your service as well, Caroline. Numela is a clinical medical officer at the City of Cape Town. Those health facilities there, if you're in that part of the country, as she mentioned, you're able to get access to more information via the City of Cape Town website, and I'm sure it applies across the country as well. These services provided by the state at a local government level, so even in Polokwane or in Mahikeng, one hopes that you're able to access these facilities, whether it is for screenings, cervical cancer screenings, for pap smears, for pregnancy care, or HIV and AIDS screenings as well. Maybe you can share with us via the WhatsApp line what has been your experience of the health facilities in your part of the country. 086-000-2032. You can also send us your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
There are a couple of your voice notes from the previous hour, a range of discussions that we have had, and also people seemingly taking issue with Marapizo lady saying, why are people taking issue with Pizzo? Is he not worthy? Is he not worthy? Is the question. I'm getting people screaming in my ear. Why are you screaming? I'm being called to order here. Some of your voice notes before we get to the news at 11 with Ondalambana.
Good morning, Koketso. It's Fugana from Durban. You know what's happening in Koketso in the cannabis industry? It's just like our democracy. The blacks fought for it, and the whites are enjoying the spoils. Same thing. When you go and apply for a license, I'm one of the people who have gone and applied for a license. They ask you if you have 500,000. Where are you supposed to get 500,000 from? When you go to a bank, they can't finance you because you want to plant cannabis. It becomes another issue. They send you left, right, and center. You end up giving up.
Hello, Koketso. You're speaking to Vuyo here. This gentleman who just spoke about Pizzo's salary compared to the one Hugo Bruce was being paid. I also used to work for a white company whereby I was getting paid far less than what those white people that I was working with, what they got paid. For instance, this other day we were having a conversation and I learned that one of these colleagues of mine was paying 5,000 rands towards medical aid, something that I could not even afford. Imagine, you're working with someone that is paying 5,000 towards medical aid, whereas if I were to pay 5,000 from my money, I would be left with most probably peanuts. So it's true that when it comes to the workplace and the remuneration that we get paid, it's unfair. So it's something that the government that really needs to look into. They really have to look into that because it's really unfair. If we are doing the same job, I believe that we need to get paid the same amount of money.
Me, I disagree. Pizzo is greedy and he failed before, and I don't think he's gonna help us because he failed before. So Pizzo magemega ngane. Hey, must take that 5 million or magayeke. Hey, he failed that guy before.
And what has he achieved since then? The supposed failure of Pizzo. Since then, what has he done? What has he achieved? More so at Sundowns and also outside of the country as well. I suppose that's a debate for another show. Leave football alone, Kokezo. It's 11 o'clock, time for the latest news with Ondelambana.
Thank you, Coquette. On the top stories, National Assembly to vote in a motion of no confidence against Didiza, and police portfolio in Western Cape reacts to the killing of investigating officer in Tsengwa murder. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good morning. The National Assembly will vote in a motion of no confidence against Speaker Thoko Didiza later today. The motion was brought by EFF leader Julius Malema. It relates to Didiza's decision not to oppose President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent interdict application in the Western Cape High Court to halt the parliamentary impeachment process. EFF MP Umpile Maude says Didiza has fundamentally failed to discharge her constitutional responsibilities with independence, impartiality and the integrity of a presiding office of Parliament when she did not challenge the interdict to halt the impeachment committee proceedings.
Even against the opinions and the advice that she was given, both from her own legal opinion that she sought and from the legal opinion that was sought by the impeachment committee. After realizing that she's in a corner, she went to seek a second legal opinion, which also did not say that she must abide. With that background, that we say the Speaker is not fit for office, she has put Parliament into disrepute and she cannot continue to serve as the Speaker of the National Assembly.
A woman and a 6-month-old infant have died in a shack fire in the Vahabiki informal settlement in Nomzamo near Strand last night. The City of Cape Town's Fire and Rescue Service spokesperson Jermaine Carlse says another woman sustained burn wounds in the fire.
The crews from Strand, Slowridge Pass and Somerset West were on scene, and by 1:20 the fire was extinguished. An estimated 6 structures were destroyed, leaving approximately 12 persons displaced. An adult female and a female minor, 6 months of age, died in the blaze. A second woman sustained burn wounds and was transported to hospital. The South African Police Service will investigate the cause of the fire.
The Western Cape Portfolio of Police Oversight and Community Safety has condemned the killing of a senior police officer who had been investigating the murder of former Mayor of Leisler and ANC Ward Councillor Aubrey Tsengwa. The 50-year-old police captain was gunned down in the early hours of this morning in a gunfire exchange with a suspect. The assailant was also fatally wounded. The officer had been part of the Provincial Tactical Response Team and was executing an operation following a tip-off about illegal firearms in the area. SACP Provincial Secretary and ANC spokesperson for Police Oversight and Community Safety, Benson Nqanzu, has extended their condolences to the broader police service.
The operation conducted by the police in the early hours and the firearms recovered demonstrate the grave danger posed to our communities by criminals who possess illegal firearms. These weapons continue to fuel violent crime and place both our people and police officers at great risk. We commend the police for conducting intelligence-driven operations aimed at disrupting criminal networks and the illegal possession of firearms. We honor the sacrifice of the fallen captain and salute the police officer who continue to confront violent criminals under extreme dangerous circumstances. Thank you very much.
The Gauteng Department of Health is investigating allegations that some officials may be taking bribes from patients to secure appointments, access patient files and collect medication from pharmacists without following normal processes. The department spokesperson, Steve Mabona, says they strongly condemn bribery, corruption and preferential treatment in the public healthcare system. He says they will investigate this.
The allegations are so serious that we have commands to investigate the credibility of those allegations and also to understand on whether our officials are soliciting or accepting bribes from patients.
New analysis suggests that smokers wanting to quit the habit have a better chance if they use nicotine vapes rather than patches or gums. A review by a national group of experts also found that use of e-cigarettes was more successful than support programs. The BBC's UPM has the details.
Health officials advise adult smokers wanting to give up to switch to nicotine-based e-cigarettes. They say smoking tobacco is much worse for your health than vaping. This review of e-cigarette use supports this view. The authors found that 6 in 100 smokers gave up after using nicotine replacement therapies such as gums and patches, but of those who vaped, 10 in 100 quit. The review said while vaping to quit wasn't risk-free, there was no evidence of increased serious harm, though more research was needed.
Recapping the top story, the National Assembly will vote in a motion of no confidence against Speaker Thoko Didiza later today. The motion was brought by EFF leader Julius Malema. I'm Mondolambana for SAfm News Headlines at 11:30.
Scholar transport drivers. Every winter morning, our children depend on you to get them to school safely. But overloaded vehicles and rushing against time puts lives at risk. Remember, our children are not cargo. Overloading reduces your ability to stop on wet or icy roads. Drive responsibly. Arrive safely. Protect every child, every trip. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Running a small business means every rand counts. Thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month for my bakkies and tools of trade. Now, I get to save some extra cash for my business and focus on giving my clients world-class service.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your bakkies and tools of trade. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 for a quote today. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
In business, responsible leadership is measured by the choices we make beyond the balance sheet. Used oil is hazardous waste, and how it's stored, collected, and managed matters. The Rose Foundation helps industries in discharging their extended producer responsibility obligations by supporting used oil collection and environmental protection. For decision makers, it is ESG leadership in action. Partner with the Rose Foundation and help turn used oil responsibilities into measurable impact.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
At 7 minutes past 11, we are in the third and the final hour of the Daily Discourse for this morning. Kokezo in for Joanne Joseph. And I've had the pleasure of meeting this man before and being in conversation with him. It is that moment for our finance segment with Sandy van der Zanden, who's a wealth management, who focuses on wealth management at Anchor Capital. Sandy, a pleasure.
Good morning, Koketso.
It's
good morning to the listeners. Lovely to see you.
It's good to see you. An important conversation this morning, in part around changing the idea of what debt is. That debt is not the enemy. Yes, we are an indebted society, but we're not debt itself is not necessarily the enemy. Where do we begin, even, Sandy, in reframing our idea of what debt is?
It's exactly the right place to start. So, we kind of said, debt is not the enemy. The goal is not necessarily to have no debt. The goal is to have good debt and that you're using in a healthy way. So that's a bit of an interesting sort of twist, for most people who think about debt as just automatically being a negative thing, right? So if you think about, and very often, or maybe just think about the difference between good debt and bad debt. So what is good debt? What is bad debt? So bad debt, I think, most of us would understand, it's consumption debt. So it's you borrowing money to consume things that add no long-term value in your life. So going into debt for groceries or going into debt for holidays or going into, and that's often a trap that many people will see. They see, all their colleagues or whatever going on holiday. my family should have a holiday too, and they'll go into debt for that holiday, banking on future income to try and repay that expense. And we all need a holiday, we understand that, but you know, the basic premise actually of managing your debt well is living within your means. And that goes back to the budget that Brian's spoken about. You know, I think it was last week, the week before, you know, we gave out the budget worksheet. Because if you're going into debt to fund your lifestyle, then something's going to give. You know, you're going to just keep building up more and more of this negative debt with no way to really pay it back, because you're not using the debt to build something that puts value in your pocket. That would be good debt. So what would be an example of good debt? An education loan, business finance. You know, if you're looking to expand your business and you want, you know, you need a little bit of funds to do that, but you're expecting that investment in your business to give you a return, you know, and greater income in your business and that sort of thing. That's fantastic. A home loan can be, you know, good debt as well. You know, when you reach retirement, obviously you want to have paid off your home loan, but it's rather paying for your own place than paying somebody else rent to live in maybe a nicer place initially, but you never end up with anything, you know, at the end of the day that's yours. You have no value in your pocket.
Could it be, Sandy, that there are some of us who started with the good debt, and because of change in environment, because of the state of the economy, we then pivot or are forced into a situation where, in attempting to still carry the good debt, we end up with that bad debt because of the lack of balance in one's budget?
Yeah, the budget is one of those things that's very simple. It's easy, or rather, it's very simple, right? Your income comes in and you have expenses going out. Your income and expenses should, at the minimum, match. Right? If your expenses are higher than your income, you're going to have a problem, right? It may not be today, but it's coming, and that problem gets bigger and bigger and bigger. You know, they say you don't become you become bankrupt, you know, very slowly, and then all of a sudden. You know, it happens very quickly. Debt is like that. It builds and builds and builds until you lose your ability to pay it back. And that applies to individuals, to businesses, to countries. You know, we've seen the countries defaulting on their own debt, and it seems to happen all at once.
Yeah.
But it goes back to the country did not manage their budget properly. They weren't earning enough income for their expenditure. And that's a problem that comes down to us personally. You know, we see this. It's very easy to say, you know, these are simple things to solve, and, you know, why are people in debt? It's, you know, living expenses are high and getting higher. I mean, anecdotally, you'll see it when you go to the shops. You know, something will be 30% more expensive than the last time you saw it a few months ago, the same item. That hurts.
Yeah.
You know, and to try and keep pace with that is an ongoing challenge. So it's not a judgment on, you know, saying we are in debt and why are you in debt, and that's, you know, bad management of finances. These things happen, but what do you do then? You know, that becomes the question, and I think that's probably what you're alluding to, saying, listen, we all start with the best intentions. You know, maybe we have a change in job, maybe business, you know, circumstances change, income in businesses change. These things happen all the time. COVID was a good example of that. You know, your entire business model can be upended overnight. What do you do then? How do you approach it? And then access to capital becomes, you know, becomes available to you, or becomes an option that you have to explore that maybe you didn't look at before. So if you think about, as an individual, what options do you have, you know, for access to funds? You know, you can look at a personal loan, you can look at an overdraft, you can look at credit cards, home loans, I suppose, any specific business-related loan or property or asset-related loan, car finance you can look at to try and build things into your life that you don't necessarily have the funds to buy today. What you have to be very careful about is the term, like how long you have to pay these things over, and what is the rate of interest. You know, I mean, if you're using credit card debt and you're not paying it off every month, you could be in for 24% interest.
That brings us to what you've described as a silent killer, right? High interest debt.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So there is, of course, the interest on your credit card, but then also because of changing circumstances, because of still trying to balance things out, we get into debt, but it's high interest debt. What are examples of that, and how can one avoid it?
So your high interest debt would typically be your credit card, your overdraft, store accounts. You know, so any of the shop, you know, the clothing accounts, any of those type of things. Payday loans, you know, any of those immediate things, you know, can become, you know, very high interest. And what is high interest? I mean, these interest rates can be in excess of 20%, right, on the principal. So if you borrow 10,000 Rand on a credit card with 24% interest, that's 2,400 Rand a year that you have to find just to pay the interest bill. Right. That's not even paying off the debt. That's, you know, and many people will again, if they reach difficult circumstances, will start trying to just pay the interest. So if you're just paying the interest, that 10,000 Rand never gets paid off, and you're paying 2,400 Rand a year until you start reducing that capital. You start reducing the actual debt owed. That's why it's a silent killer, because these things build up and build up and build up. And eventually you turn around and you start wondering, how do I repay all of these things? You know, what do I do? I've now got myself into the situation. What do I do next? And that's kind of really where we, you know, we've actually put together, which, you know, the listeners are welcome to have access to. They can just ask us for it. We actually put together, we called it the 10-minute debt scorecard and 90-day debt freedom plan.
Okay.
Right. So it's, you know, it sounds, you know, maybe a bit out there, but first, I mean, if you just bring this back down to fundamental principles, what debt do I owe? What's it costing me? Have it all written out. You know, do I understand my debt? Do I understand my budget? Where's everything going? And from there, you know, you can start building, you know, a plan. You know, what are my numbers? And then from there, you know, within 3 days, we kind of just broke it down. Like month 1 is just understanding, getting a handle on everything. Number 2, we start attacking the debts. Right? How do we do that? There's 2 main approaches you can do, which I'll run through. And then month 3 is like building on that momentum and getting through there. So we tried to put it together as a very simple kind of plan. What do I do? I'm stuck. I'm drowning. I don't know where to start. Help me. This is just a signpost almost to start building a plan. It doesn't solve everything, but it at least gives you a plan.
I'm glad that we're getting to that. What can we do? Sandy van der Zanden is our guest, as always, in our focus on finance. Of course, he's with Anchor Capital. Any calls that you might have for Sandy, give us a call, 086 000 2032. What can be done? We deal with that after the break.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion, because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Good evening, South Africa.
Welcome to the special TV1 newscast. South Africans are flocking to the polls today in one of the country's most historic referendums. A referendum
90 years, South Africans have shared the moments that matter most, the stories that informed us, the music that moved us, the victories that united us, the voices we'll never forget. Here's to the many stories still to come, celebrating 90 years of SABC.
Head to Dis-Chem for great value on everything you need. Look out for the yellow label to enjoy savings on Better Rewards brands. Swipe your Better Rewards card to get 2+1, cheapest free, and an extra 10% off any Mayo Gel suspension products. Plus, save 31 Rand when you buy Grandpa Headache Powders, 38 sticks, now only 79 Rand 91. Valid until 13 September at Dis-Chem. Better health starts here.
Koketso Sachane on SAFM.
At 21 minutes past 11, we continue in conversation with Sandy van der Zanden of Anchor Capital. We're talking, changing the conversation around debt and good debt versus bad debt. We've spoken of high interest debt, and just before the break, Sandy speaking of a plan. Where can we begin in digging ourselves out of certain holes that we're in, Sandy? We also have, of course, calls on 086 000 2032. I think let's first prioritize Diane's call. Diane, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Just a quick one. Husband had a very successful business. During COVID, he had to liquidate his business due to COVID, and obviously having a lifestyle that wasn't over the top, but obviously we lived comfortably. His salary is now no longer. We have got ourselves into quite a bit of debt, which we think was good debt, but now it's obviously bad debt. How does one go about trying to maybe consolidate debt? Because obviously we don't have a really good track record now, because we've been not paying as we should be paying. We've sort of like been, borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. How does one get out of this absolute cycle that we're in?
Not the best of line there, but we clear on what Diane has asked, Sandy.
Is Diane on the line?
Yeah, stay on the line with us, Diane.
Hi, Diane. Thank you for the question, and I'm glad that you raised it, because it's something that many people have had to face. And the first question becomes you said it, is, I'm robbing Peter to pay Paul. I don't know which way to turn. What do I do next? So what we've sort of seen that does work, there's two, and maybe just in your specific circumstances, is probably there's two main ways you can go about. You talked about debt consolidation. That basically means, for those who aren't aware, is that you approach one financial institution like a bank and you say, I've got all of these different debts at all of these different interest rates. Will you pay them all off, and then I'll owe you? I'll pay you, and you can give me a decent rate of interest, and I can pay that back. That certainly can be done. One word of caution with that is that that's kind of last stop saloon. Once you have now consolidated all your debt at one bank, for example, you have to make that repayment, right? There is no more, pausing one payment and borrowing a little bit from somewhere else and paying them back later. You now face one institution, and they want their money. So it can help, if you run the numbers, but you have to be very, very disciplined around that. And just be aware of that risk of debt consolidation, is that you now face one creditor and you have to make that one single lump sum payment. Where you are at the moment in terms of trying to pay one and another against each other, what I have seen personally and practically is that you can approach your various creditors. Let's say you've got 5 creditors. You would start with maybe you say to all of them, listen, I am not defaulting on my debt. I want to make a payment plan. This is my plan of action, right? I have the following debts. Can you give me breathing room for 2 months? And then you use what's called the snowball method. So if you think about a snowball rolling down a hill, right? It starts off very, very small. right? So in that analogy, you would take your smallest debt, right? That's the beginning of your snowball. You engage your creditors. Number one, don't leave them in the dark. Say, listen, this is my plan. I've got these debts. You're on the list, but you're number 3, right? I plan on paying you. Can I at least drop my repayment to the basic, interest repayment, or can I pause it entirely? I'm paying off this debt for the next 2 months, and now that snowball has started. Then you move on to month 3, and you move on to your next biggest debt, or rather starting small and moving up. So your next smallest debt, and you pay that off. Now, all of the money that you're freeing up from these repayments as you're going builds the momentum. It builds the snowball. So now you've saved 1,000 Rand a month from the first repayment. Now you've saved 2,000 from the next repayment. Now you've got 3,000 Rand that you can start putting towards your next debt. But you need to try and build a bit of breathing room with your creditors so that you can get this ball rolling, and you need to keep them updated and show them what's happening, because obviously they don't want to be taken for a ride either. So it becomes a trust building exercise. The other method, which I wouldn't suggest possibly in your circumstances, is the avalanche method. Right? Fancy name. What it means is you pay the highest interest rate first. Right, so if you've got interest rates on your debt ranging from 5% to 25%, you would start with the 25% one first. That is the best for saving the most money ultimately. But the previous method, the snowball method, where you start with the smallest amount owing, is the best for motivation and quick wins.
Okay. Does that make sense to you, Dan? If you can get Dan back there.
Diana, I hope that gives you some at least starting point to.
Absolutely, because I didn't know where to go. I just accidentally didn't know where to start. But you have just made it all so clear that I'm actually going to start tomorrow.
Brilliant, Diana. I wish you all the best, and I really hope that helps.
Thank you so much.
Good luck, Diane.
Thanks so much. Thanks a lot.
All right, Diane there. Much appreciated. Sandy, with the time we have, the plan. Let's get back to the plan.
Okay, so the plan. So obviously you guys are more than welcome to have access to the actual 90-day getting out of debt plan and understanding your debt, but it all starts with a fundamental, which is your budget. A budget's not a punishment; it's actually permission, which I thought was a wonderful idea. It's your permission to spend money on things. You just have a plan for it. You then analyze all your debt. What is all my debt? Because everybody knows what they earn, right? And very few people know what they owe. To put that all up in a table seems big, seems scary, but once you've looked at it, you've addressed it, you can actually start tackling the issues. Then there's simple wins that you can do. Simple, not easy. Quick, not easy. Things like, how much money are you spending a month on coffee? Right, like as in takeaway coffee from the nice coffee shop down the road.
Why are you going to say that? wait, let's pause. I want to prioritize this call. Where can we access the plan itself? You said that.
So you guys can come through to the radio line. It's 011 880 4888, or on our website www.bhca.co.za. Just pop through a question and we'll send it to you with pleasure.
Perfect. Peter, Peter, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yeah, I would like to ask a question about the debt review. I've got a debt review which is older than 5 years, and then I understand that it can be removed from the credit bureau. So I would like to ask if is it possible for me to consult a lawyer so that he can remove that red flag of the credit, the debt review?
Yeah, so Peter, thank you for the question. So I'm not, I'm not exactly, au fait with all the technical details around debt review. But did you go through the formal debt review process? So like debt counseling and debt review and that whole process. And where did that end up for you?
Yeah, I did go through the process, but while I was paying, I realized that now the debt counselor is stealing money from me, 200 Rand per month. And then I cancelled that debt review because it was fraudulent.
yeah, we have seen, quite a few complaints around debt reviews and that type of thing. There is a national debt counselling hotline that I would suggest just chatting to. I don't have the details with me, but if you pop through a message, we'll find those details for you.
Yeah. We are out of time. Let's get back to the messages again. There's the radio line in the website.
Yes.
Sandy.
Yeah, so you can come through with any queries on the radio line 011 880 4888, or you can go onto our website www.bhca.co.za. There's a contact section there, and you can just let us know what you're looking for, and we'll gladly assist.
We appreciate you always. I'm glad to have had yet another session with you, Sandy.
Lovely to see you, and have a great day further, and to the listeners as well.
Thank you very much, Sandy. It is 11:30, time for the latest news headlines with Ondelambana.
Thank you, Gogets. On the news headlines, alleged crime kingpin Vusimuzi Ket Matlala has testified that he did not disclose his relationship with former KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head General Lesitja Sinona because the matter is under investigation. Western Cape Police have confiscated drugs worth an estimated 11 million rand and arrested a suspect at River Sonderend in the Overberg region. And the DA says it will vote against the motion to remove National Assembly Speaker Toko Didiza. The motion of no confidence, and Didiza was tabled by EFF leader Julius Malema. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
In case you missed it,
in 2002, 2003, he took out the lyric of the song and he made us cry poems.
Sounds familiar, eh?
Today I'm grateful because we didn't commit crime, we were not stealing, we were just good kids that were listening to reggae but not knowing that we were learning something to stay away from trouble.
That is amazing, Sapi. That's a great story. Thank you for sharing so much.
And also, Sapi, just before you go, this is a wild stab in the dark, right? And he used to speak quite slowly because he used to smoke the herb, didn't he? Was he smoking the herb?
He was.
That was the Alternative Breakfast.
Welcome to the SABC Radio Archives. For over a century, we've passionately captured South Africa's heartbeat, preserving historic moments,
time for the healing of the wounds has come.
Iconic music, and compelling storytelling from all 19 SABC radio stations, ensuring these priceless recordings shape future generations. Explore a century of South African heritage waiting to be rediscovered. Visit the SABC Information Library and Radio Archives online, or call us directly at 011-714-3936, or email lishilosj@sabc.co.za. SABC Libraries and Archives, preserving the past, supporting the present, inspiring the future.
In case you missed it,
10 years ago, people in Johannesburg weren't getting water from tanks. The roads were not in the state that they are in. We expect this to be a world-class city. This is no longer a world-class city, and it has been utterly destroyed by effectively political leadership. I don't always agree with Helen. I don't agree with the foreign policy, but of the candidates sitting on the table, she's the best we have.
Professor Adam Habib, Vice Chancellor of SOAS University of London.
That was National Briefing This Morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
At 27 minutes to 27 minutes before we wrap up the daily discourse, there is also, not forgetting, our book reading at a 12:45. So we've got about 11 minutes of the open line to go back to some of your voice notes, to also take your calls, quite a bit that we have covered since 9 a.m. These are some of your voice notes.
Good morning, my brother and your producer and all the listeners of SAFM. My brother, the thing that I like to talk regarding to crime that is happening in this country, the government must bring life sentence so that someone, if he's shooting innocent people, must know he's going to face the consequences. It's the only thing that can fight this crime that is happening in this country. Serious. And also this thing of bail and parole must come to that end, because crime is going to continue. Because those people, they have a right, even there in prison. They get free education, free food, You see, so someone, they will never feel the pain most. So that is my concerns here from Cape Town. Thank you.
Good morning, KKs, and good morning to SAFM listeners. Yesterday I was listening to the question Mr. President was answering. But really, I wish people of South Africa can punish all these four political parties. I'm not a member of any political party, but I wish people of South Africa can punish ANC, EFF, DA, and MK. And to the people of Eastern Cape, people, I'm not a UDM member, but can you just give UDM a chance in Eastern Cape? It's Honorable Makucha Kubana. Danko.
Morning, SAFM. Mashaba is acting like a divorced man to DA. He has no manifesto that is attracting people, only using DA as his divorced wife. All of them are the same. They enrich their families and friends and forget about us. They kick the ladder down when they are up the mountain. Thank you, SAFM.
Thank you for your voice notes. Let's get to your calls. Let's go to Ezingolweni. Dwaisa, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Tata. I hope you're good. And to the same to SFM listeners.
Yes, sir.
Quickly, hey man, it's a sad loss of the passing of Dolly Parton. May her soul rest in eternal peace. And quickly, hey, I listened to the discussion earlier about rape of your spouse and all that. But hey, for someone to say he is going to investigate the tiredness of a wife, it's scary. It's really scary, brother. Mm-hmm. But anyway, going forward, my contribution is about my disturbing allegations and implications of the evidence who have implicated the suspended minister of police, Senzo Mkono. You know, brother, it's very worrying, and it's lots of them with the recording, and the number keeps on piling. It's more worrying that as of the 20th of this month, last week, in fact, there's another recording where it's alleged that he tried to coerce someone who was going to come before the Madlanga Commission to give evidence. And he tried to cause that someone to implicate General Mkhwanazi. You know, it's worrying to me to the fact that, to me, if it's true, all the allegations are true, it shows that Mkono generally thinks that he's untouchable. And to me, that's a big worry.
No, thank you very much. And you know, Dwaisa, the question of whether he's untouchable or not, I think one of the things that have been said all along is that we are yet to hear something substantial and allegations around Minister Mkhunu on a substantial level. And seemingly over the past week and a bit, we are seeing and we're hearing them.
The thing is, as you are saying, as I said, it's not the first time. You remember, firstly, to support what you are saying, we had that. But it came witness E, who badly and seriously implicated him. No, not only him, there were other witnesses who did the same thing. And as I'm saying, as recently as yesterday, the 20th of August, there is another recording implicating him badly. But all this, he says he denies it. Then what more? What more that's needed?
Yeah, no.
For the actions to be taken against him, what really more?
That is the question, Dwaisa, there in Ezingolweni. Thank you very much for that voice note. For the call. A few more of your voice notes before we wrap up the daily discourse for this morning.
Pay that off. Now what?
Hey guys, to be honest, this debt solutions. Hey, me at one stage, I paid them 13,500 rand. And only to find out when they started paying my accounts, they were taking 800 rand a month. Lifeline Debt Solutions. So I said I cancelled them and I went to go speak to my creditors. Yeah, and I ended up paying off my debt through that. That's the best way. Talk to your creditors, they'll understand because they gave you squalid.
Koketo, good morning. It's Clinton here. Koketo, my question is, forget about Picho's so-called salary. My question is Picho really the best that we have at this moment? Is Picho really the guy that we need at this particular junction? Picho, for me personally, is a very conflicted person. He split opinion too easily. I mean, he hasn't even started, and already there's a big debate about his salary. But the question is he the person that South African football need at this particular junction? I highly doubt. And lastly, was there a rigorous process to go and look for a coach with a clear methodology and approach when it comes to football? Personally, I don't think Picho is the best that South Africa football need at this particular junction, really, and this is my honest opinion.
You know, Koketo, you're speaking to Vuyo here. This gentleman who just spoke about Picho's salary compared to the one Hugo Bros was being paid. I also used to work for a white company whereby I was getting paid far less than what those white people that I was working with, what they got paid. For instance, this other day we were having a conversation and I learned that one of these colleagues of mine was paying 5,000 rands towards medical aid.
We ran through that particular voice note. More of your calls before we wrap up in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Of course, is the Invisible People episode 16 is that book by Putuma Ntleko. 086-000-2032. Another message from Laki in Tshwane says, "Hi Gogezo, we have a constitution. Does not mean that the entire nation is changed with its pronouncements. It takes a lot more than that. It needs for change people from their old ideas and beliefs to new and progressive ideas and beliefs. And it will take a while. Be patient with people who hold on to old ideas. They need to be held by the hand as to see things differently." That is what Laki in Tshwane says. And I'm assuming Laki that is connected to that whole marital rape conversation that we had. And maybe to just go back there for a minute.
Morning, Prakoketo. I'm sweet on Wateme Guruleni. I think people should not try to understand rape in the context of its legal case provability, because that's the sense that I got with Utatu Tagatayo's call yesterday. But in its practical occurrence merits, I believe rape is rape when one partner forcefully engaged in sex with another who's not willing to, whether it can be legally proved or not. Thank you.
Morning, Koketo and the listeners. The issue of rape is a painful one for men because if you remember the Me Too movement, a woman could come and say, so-and-so raped me 20 years ago. Where is proof beyond reasonable doubt when it comes to that one? Because anyone can allege anything. And we are at the receiving end as men. That's for me the painful one. I don't know when does the court throw the beyond reasonable doubt aspect of proving guilt. Shabu in Bloemfontein. Thank you.
That is where we leave it for today. And let me squeeze in this voice note. I'm getting a look here. Let's do this.
Morning, Koketo. This marital rape thing, it's really bringing up our pressure. Our blood pressure is high. This man you're just speaking with, he says things are happening there, things are happening in the offices, and then the wife will come home and say, I'm tired. How about the husband doing something live with his girlfriends? You know everything about that. But in the night, you are the sweetheart. You must just lie there and let him help himself. It doesn't matter for the woman because the woman was paid for. Is that how it's saying? Is that what he's saying? Because today's men, they just do it. They can cheat. They can do anything live. They don't scare of you. They don't even give the little respect for the wife. But when the night comes, this thing.
We need to think about it. We need to think about it. Let's leave it there. Thanks to the team, to Levo, to Mel, to Genelwe. Rather, Mpo, and I'm saying Levo, who's also on the other side there. Thank you very much. We're back once again tomorrow between 9 and 12. Good morning.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling on a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Welcome to the SABC Radio Archives. For over a century, we've passionately captured South Africa's heartbeat, preserving historic moments,
Time for the healing of the wound has come.
iconic music, and compelling storytelling from all 19 SABC radio stations, ensuring these priceless recordings shape future generations. Explore a century of South African heritage waiting to be rediscovered. Visit the SABC Information Library and Radio Archives online or call us directly at 011-714-3936 or email lishilosj@sabc.co.za. SABC Libraries and Archives, preserving the past, supporting the present, inspiring the future.
In case you missed it,
cadres with ethical standards that is beyond any reproach and question, with integrity, with necessary qualifications, who basically are going to have to work differently. That is why leaders at this level are expected to produce ward delivery schedules. Each and every mayor, including their collectives, including those ward councillors, are going to have ward delivery schedules to be assessed.
Dr. Dixon Masemola, ANC NEC member.
that was The Meeting Point with Koketso Sachane.
SAfm presents another episode of the book, The Invisible People, by Putuma Ntleko, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
Chapter 4 on culture continues. The enduring bias that exclusively places the European tradition at the center of human advancement and modernity is not limited only to the origins of Western civilization. It also extends to culture, from music to art. In his 2016 book, Homo Deus, A Brief History of Tomorrow, historian Yuval Noah Harari illustrates this perspective in the context of NASA's Voyager Golden Record. In 1977, NASA compiled sounds and images deemed to reflect the diversity of life and culture on Earth, put it on a 12-inch gold-plated copper disc, and sent it into space hoping that it might introduce our species to faraway aliens. In the selection of sounds was a wide selection of music from around the world, including the opening movement of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, Chuck Berry's Johnny B. Good, and an initiation song by Congolese Bayaka people, previously offensively known as Pygmies. Harari uses the Golden Record to illustrate what he describes as different humanist branches. The Golden Record itself, Harari explains, is a manifestation of a liberal humanist perspective, which considers all human experiences, and therefore all music genres, to be equally valuable. On the other hand, Harari writes, an evolutionary humanist would argue that humankind itself is not exempt from the forces of evolution, and therefore that some human cultures are more advanced than others, which directly leads to conclusion that Beethoven's music is superior to Chuck Berry's or the Congolese initiation song. Unfortunately, this evolutionary humanist perspective reflects the point of view of many, including the banker who interviewed me all those years ago. Using Western art as the standard for sophistication and a universal yardstick against which all artistic contributions should be measured inevitably, discounts the impact African artistic practices have had on pervasive globalized culture. Take music, for instance. As American writer Amiri Baraka points out, Western musicologists and critics who attempt to understand African music, and by extension blues and jazz music, within the diatonic terms of the Western musical canon, inevitably
thing, and it's a challenge that they set, and well, we take it as a challenge, and it's just how we react on it. That's their way to get themselves ready for the game, for the kickoff. But the crowd being quiet, all of that, huge respect, and they deserved it. It's a cool yeah, it's a cool thing to see and yeah, just experience.
Well done. You remember the brouhaha last year? When was it? The last 2 years ago, when there was no respect and